Alrighty, welcome back everybody to our latest winter storm coverage. I hope everybody's having a good evening thus far. This is part probably 4 or 5 now of our winter storm coverage, but technically part 2 of today, where we are covering a massive winter storm that is now beginning to really increase and ramp up across the United States. We have heavy snow, freezing rain stretching across much of the central and southern plains at this hour. We are talking about some very significant snowfall rates that are beginning to ramp up in Oklahoma and Oklahoma City, and we're also watching for an ice storm risk that is going to continue to grow over the next several hours, including areas near Dallas-Fort Worth. We're really concerned about areas in Mississippi and Louisiana. Power outages are also on the rise at this hour, and this winter storm is only going to continue to get more intense over the next several hours. So we're going to break down exactly what you need to know about the winter storm right now. We have live in-depth coverage with dozens of storm chasers, hundreds and thousands of live cameras here across the United States to give you every single view of what is happening out there in real time. What we're going to begin with is what's happening right now across the United States, and currently we have a large swath of snow that is now developed. This is a massive area that we're talking about now in terms of significant snowfall. Most areas are dealing with light snow, but we are starting to see some heavier snowfall, especially near where our sleet, freezing rain, and snow line is. So right now we have a large area of light snow that is stretching from Amarillo all the way back into eastern Virginia. So it's basically covering around 2,000 miles of space here, but we are starting to see some heavier bands of snow set up, mainly back over here near Arkansas, Oklahoma City, and then back over near Lawton, Oklahoma. This is where we're going to start to see snowfall rates around 2 to even 3 inches per hour. So snowfall is going to get more significant if you're back over in Oklahoma City, Tulsa, and Bentonville over the next few hours. Meanwhile, if you go a little bit further down to the south, there's a growing ice risk that is really getting a lot more significant. We have sleet and freezing rain happening near Little Rock, Conway, Arkansas, and then the Dallas-Fort Worth area is starting to pick up on some more intense freezing rain, which is expected to become a much larger problem as we go into the overnight tonight hours and eventually into tomorrow morning. We are still expecting some scattered power outages in the Dallas-Fort Worth area. As of right now, the power outages thus far have been isolated, but they are expected to grow in numbers as we go into the overnight hours tonight. Further down to the south, we are starting to see a large area of freezing rain all the way down to San Antonio and Austin. So our freezing rain is now going a lot further south than what it was just about 6 hours ago. Areas like San Antonio were dealing with actual thunderstorms last night. It was about 60 degrees. The temperature has dropped significantly since then. We are now talking about freezing rain in these areas just to the west of Houston and also off to the north of Houston near the Nacogdoches area in Shreveport. So this ice storm and this winter storm in general is getting a lot larger right now here across areas like Texas, and overnight tonight it's only going to continue to get worse, especially for those along that I-35 corridor just around and south of Dallas. Now back over here in Shreveport in Mississippi, we do have a large area of dry air that's kind of developed across areas like Memphis, Jackson, southern Arkansas, and northern Mississippi, right? But that's not necessarily a thing that is good, because what's going to happen is that over the next few hours, this entire area is going to start to fill in with freezing rain and moisture, and we are eventually going to see this winter storm actually intensify and grow in size across areas like Arkansas, Mississippi, Louisiana, and Texas. So this is going to become a very large winter storm again, essentially, over the next few hours. This is mainly because of the fact our first wave of freezing rain, snow, and sleet has now all moved towards the East Coast, and our second wave is expected to be a lot more intense here across the central and southern plains, and that's the brand new one that's developing here in Oklahoma, Texas, Kansas, and back into Missouri. And this one right here is expected to basically fill in. They're basically going to connect here in about an hour. It's essentially like saying we have 2 buns here and then we're adding a hot dog to the middle. And so what we're going to see essentially is a combination here of our winter storm in the next couple of hours, and that's going to make this thing basically almost a 100% coverage of precipitation from Texas all the way back into the East Coast. We have a lot of storm chasers out there, and I'm going to go into the future radar, kind of break down what to expect in terms of snowfall in a second. But we now have a storm chaser over in Virginia. This is a moderate motley near Richmond, and you can see it's actually beginning to snow back over in far eastern parts of Virginia. So we at least have some light snowfall coming down, and this is an area that we're expecting the snowfall rates to start to increase. We're expecting probably right around 4 to 8 inches of snow in areas near Richmond and also off to the north. The better shot of you seeing more significant snowfall will definitely be off to the north there of Richmond, but we're starting to see a lot of snowflakes come down, which is good news for those that want some snowfall back over there. We're not seeing much snowfall so far near the Washington Washington, D.C. area or Pennsylvania, but we're starting to see some light snow showers make their way in there. Over in areas like Indianapolis, we've been seeing some heavier snowfall. We have a lot of snowflakes here just south of Indianapolis. Not a very heavy amount of snow, but we've had a lot of just small snowflakes flying, which is leading to some accumulation. But really, the big story will be this band of snow right here that's moving to the northeast. There's a lot of pockets of heavier snow there just outside of St. Louis that is going to stack up the snow just a lot easier in general. And then back over here in Nashville and Little Rock, this is where we have a large area of sleet and freezing rain mixing in, and this is where power outages are going to become more of a concern. Riley has something to add on to this. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey Max, I wanted to talk quickly before we get too far into what's going to happen next about what's happening now, and I think it's important to talk about the road conditions. So I'm just taking a zoomed out look here. You can see across most of the areas that we're hitting where those winter storms at, where you're seeing a lot of road closures and slowed down traffic. The road closures are actually starting to chill out a bit from earlier today, as I think there's less traffic on the road, so there's less traffic or there's less incidents occurring. But starting it off with the DFW area, we do have a lot of different lane closures. I-35W, I-820, County Road 114 and I-35E stick out the most, as well as 635, where you do have a lot of the express lanes and other lanes closed as well. There's not a lot of plows in these areas, so they're doing their best to keep one lane open, but it's not going to be enough to keep the entire road open. We did have a lot of road closures up here in Oklahoma City earlier. I-44 was closed for a very long period of time, but they have managed to get that reopened. There was a multi-vehicle pileup that did occur near Elgin, Oklahoma, that was able to be cleared out. Same thing with 35W.
We have an urgent update. Bryce Shelton is, or like an urgent thing going on, it looks like. Bryce Shelton, Tornado Page, you have, it looks like a truck that slid off. I don't know what is going on here. Let me see. We might call into them. Let me see. Hey, you want to give us an idea of what's going on there, where you're at? It looks like a truck is like right next to a, I don't know really what happened here. I don't know if that truck slid off the road. This is live. And this is Tornado Page back over in Louisville, Kentucky. This is an area that's been all snow so far. I don't think Bryce is in his car though. Like the storm chaser that we have here, they're on the right. They're walking towards the car, I believe. We're gonna figure out what this developing situation is here in just a second, but again, it does look like there's some sort of accident. There's also a car off the shoulder that has no lights on at all, so that one looks like it's just been there, but that truck is like against the wall right there.
Yeah, it looks like we have a truck that slid off the Interstate 71 here. Nobody's in the truck. Looks like they left it. All the airbags are deployed in the truck. I checked it. Nobody is in there.
All right, thanks for the update. Hopefully everybody's okay. Well, that's Storm Chaser, Bryce Shelton, Tornado Pagey. They are, sounds like their airbags are all deployed in that car, but it does not sound like anybody's in the car. It obviously looks like there might be somebody there with all the lights on, but man, hopefully everybody's okay. There is obviously a car there on the shoulder as well. May or may not be related to this. Really not entirely sure, but again, this has been a very common sight. In case you have not watched any of our winter storm coverage today, this has been very, very common. We've seen a ton of instances where we've had cars sliding off the road, and this is one of the closer up shots that we've seen of it so far, right there with a truck literally off the road. So very dangerous stuff there. All right, you can continue, Riley. Go ahead.
All right, yeah. So just covering some of the areas that we've seen the majority of our crashes. A lot of them were here on I-30 in Arkansas between Texarkana and Little Rock. This is one area that if I had to drive on, I would probably just completely avoid tonight. In addition to that, another area that we've seen a lot of accidents is in the Memphis area, just in general. We've had a lot at the border here and on I-69 and 269, sort of the beltway around Memphis had a lot of issues. But the most of the issues have been happening on I-40 between Memphis and Nashville and Nashville proper. We did see a large portion of I-40 get closed earlier in both directions due to multi-vehicle collisions. And the most accidents that we have seen all day have been occurring right in this area here on I-65 and I-24 and I-40 in Nashville. We have seen multiple accidents here. I did my best to go back and count in the last stream, and we had between 30 and 40 just in this section here. Moving out to the east a little bit, we did have another area where we're having a sort of hotspot of accidents here between Crossfield and Crab Orchard, as well as in Chattanooga. The icing in Chattanooga has mostly calmed down, but other than that, it does look like the roads are starting to get a little bit better, only because there's less people traveling on them.
Thank you, Riley, for the update on our road conditions. And that's pretty crazy, by the way. The fact that we had almost 30 or 40 accidents just around Nashville today is just crazy. I mean, that's a high number. And a lot of those did happen right there near Murfreesboro, Brentwood, and Franklin. It was on the south side mostly. We had storm chasers like Connor Croft as well as Ryan Schull go along I-40. I-40 wasn't as bad from what we've seen. But obviously overnight tonight, we are going to start to see a larger area of freezing rain make its way into the Nashville area. And we may end up reaching ice storm criteria back over in Nashville. The National Weather Service has mentioned that they might upgrade that area to ice storm warnings. It is possible that we could see over half of an inch, maybe even 3/4 of an inch of ice in those spots. Riley has an urgent update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey Max, I'm going to push it to camera slot number 3. This is happening now in Shreveport. Actually, the cop car just drove off of the camera, but we do have a multi-vehicle collision on the bridge going over the Red River here. That is on Interstate 20 moving westbound. So it does look like we're going to see at least 1 or 2 lane closures here while they try and get that traffic cleared off of the bridge.
Thank you, Riley, for the update. I'm not seeing anything on the camera. I don't know if did they change the camera view? All right, so they just changed the camera view. We'll keep it on the bottom right of your screen in case they go back to it. It sounds like there's a multi-car accident. Sometimes when there's big accidents, they do change the camera view in case there's, something worse than just maybe a couple of injuries or something along those lines. So, we will see if we get a new view of that. That is on I-20, though, in Louisiana. All right, so as we were talking about, again, we got a large swath of freezing rain and snow stretching from the East Coast back into the Southern Plains. And as I've alluded to, this is going to get a lot more intense here over the next few hours. We're still far away from the peak or the climax of this event. So let's talk more about the timing. And I think the best way to do it will be on Radar Omega. That's the weather app that we're using. You can download this and look at it on the app as well at the top link in the description below. But basically, I want to show you here on this because it will give you all the city names. It'll make it easier to read. And so this is basically what it looks like right now. We have these areas here, that's all sleet. So that color right there, I'd say it's kind of like a very kind of weird, kind of tan pink color. That all there is just going to be sleet. Anywhere in here, that is all freezing rain. This is a cold rain, and that's all snow. All right, so that's just kind of your color table here. As we get closer to 9 to 10 o'clock tonight, notice how our coverage of freezing rain, sleet, and snow rapidly increases across many areas here in the central and southern United States. We're going to have a large area of freezing rain stretching from Raleigh and Nashville back into Dallas-Fort Worth, Austin, Memphis, Nashville. All of you guys are going to be dealing with freezing rain sometime around 10 o'clock tonight. Atlanta, Georgia. I know we have a lot of people tuning in from the Atlanta area. We are going to start to see some freezing rain for you guys around 10 o'clock as well. And honestly, I'm going to take off all the weather alerts. It actually might be easier to look. There you go. This is a really nice look at now. All right, here we go. So this is a lot nicer looking. So this is at 10 o'clock tonight. Again, widespread freezing rain from Dallas all the way back into the mid-Atlantic for Raleigh and Fayetteville. By 11 and 12 o'clock tonight, the freezing rain and snow is going to continue to get more widespread, and it'll also get more intense. So this is midnight. We're going to have our heaviest snowfall by midnight just south of Indianapolis, back over near St. Louis, Louisville, Cincinnati, and the Maysville area. You guys are going to be picking up on some light to moderate snowfall at this point. Freezing rain will continue from Pikeville and Raleigh and Fayetteville all the way back over towards Austin, Killeen, Shreveport, and even in the Nashville area. We're still going to be dealing with freezing rain. We'll have a warm slot coming out of the south, which is going to kind of help to alleviate some of the ice concerns for eastern Tennessee. That's mainly back over in Chattanooga and areas like Huntsville. You guys will be above freezing, and just south of Atlanta, you guys should also be above freezing as well. Riley has something to add on to this. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey Max, I'm looking near Hope, Arkansas right now on I-30. That's in camera slot number 3. We just had a semi go into the ditch at a high rate of speed. It looks like there's already first responders on scene, and the semi did not overturn. So hopefully everything ends up okay.
Okay, thank you, Riley, for the update. That is bottom right of your screen. I'm going to full cam that. So it looks like a semi overturned in a ditch off there to the left, and this has been a very common sight again. And that is definitely not what you want to see. There is a semi in the ditch. This has been, I don't know how else to put it, but this has been pretty common all day today. It's been happening everywhere. So this is over in Arkansas. All right, let me go back through the future radar. So this is what midnight will look like tonight. All right, so Dallas, we're talking about sleet by this point, maybe still some freezing rain out there. Austin, Texas will be mostly freezing rain. If you're down in Houston, we're going to start to see freezing rain around midnight tonight. Our heaviest snow will be lining up from Cincinnati back towards Springfield in Missouri. We'll have some light snow in Cleveland, Detroit, Chicago. So if you're in one of those locations, just light snow, maybe 1 to 2 inches when this event's all said and done. We'll also have some snow back over in Amarillo, Lawton, and Tulsa. If you're back over in Richmond and Washington, D.C., we're also expecting snow in those areas. As we go into the overnight hours tonight, we'll continue to watch for a very intense area of freezing rain, especially where we are talking about the higher elevations like the Appalachian Mountains, areas around Atlanta, Georgia. We're going to start to see more significant freezing rain by this point. And it's going to stack up accumulation much faster, especially if you're back over near Greenville, Georgia, if you're near, or Greenville, excuse me, in South Carolina, if you're back over here near Gainesville is what I meant to say in Georgia, or Asheville in North Carolina. That is where we could see some places pick up over half of an inch of ice accumulation out of this event. By 4 to 5 o'clock in the morning, our freezing rain will continue near Dallas-Fort Worth, and we'll be watching for maybe a transition into snow by around sunrise tomorrow if you're in the DFW area. Light to moderate snow will continue near Oklahoma City. We'll have a lot more heavy snow picking up anywhere right here along the Kentucky border with anything like Illinois, Indiana, and Ohio. We'll have some pockets of snow as high as 3 inches per hour right along that sleet line. So we could have a few locations that pick up a slightly more significant amount of snow. I would think over back in West Virginia, like near Morgantown, for example, we are going to have that really legit threat there of seeing 3 inches of snow per hour. And then freezing rain will continue for Raleigh, Columbia, and Atlanta, Georgia. Memphis and Nashville, this will probably be one of your worst time frames when it comes to freezing rain, as it's going to be really at its heaviest peak for these areas. And so power outages are going to be a lot more likely by tomorrow morning for those locations. By around 8 to 9 o'clock in the morning, our freezing rain is still going to be ongoing in Nashville, which again, this is why I'm telling you, like, you know, the National Weather Service basically said we could end up seeing ice storm warnings for this area. This is one of the reasons why we could see 12 straight hours of freezing rain there. Back over in Atlanta and Gainesville, there will still be freezing rain there. Same thing in upstate South Carolina near Greenville. Right along the Mississippi River from Memphis back into Jackson, we are still going to be dealing with freezing rain across this area too. Pikeville, Charleston, Elkins, we're all going to be in sleet and freezing rain right around this time as well. Snow is going to continue from New York City and Connecticut all the way back towards Memphis. We'll have some heavier snow bands near Louisville, Maysville, Columbus, and Cleveland. I think our heaviest snow around 9 o'clock on tomorrow morning will be back over near Morgantown and Wheeling. So we could be talking about snowfall rates around 3 inches per hour. By around lunchtime tomorrow, our heaviest snow will be moving out of areas like Oklahoma. We'll have some light to moderate snow near Memphis. We'll have some heavier snow picking up if you're back over here in Columbus and as well as Cleveland. And then our heaviest snow at this point will likely be in the New York City area. So we're talking Long Island, New Jersey, and Pennsylvania. And many people in New Jersey are a little bit disappointed right now because our snowfall accumulation numbers have actually decreased a little bit. And so in that area in particular, it's mostly because we're going to see a transition into sleet. This forecast gets very tricky as we go into tomorrow afternoon, because what's going to happen is that our sleet and freezing rain lines are going to be moving rapidly to the north. So for those that are over in Washington, D.C. and New Jersey, your snow is going to get cut off at some point around or just after lunchtime, which means the only chance you really have of snow is going to end up being before lunchtime pretty much. And so after we go closer to 2 to 3 o'clock, widespread snow will continue across central and southern New England. We'll have some intense bands of heavy snow on the backside of this low pressure system near Columbus. While that's happening, we will have a risk of tornadoes in Florida, Georgia, and Alabama. You heard me right. Yes, we do have a risk of severe weather, including the risk of tornadoes in southwest Georgia near Valdosta, Tallahassee, back over near Panama City. There's a legit risk between 12 and 6 p.m. tomorrow of a few tornadoes, and we could even see a strong tornado risk as well. So that's something else we need to keep in mind for tomorrow too. By 4 to 5 o'clock, freezing rain continues for Richmond, Raleigh, and it will still be ongoing for Charlotte and Greenville, and this is one of the reasons why we are expecting the possibility of ice storm conditions in these locations. We will have a bit more freezing rain on the backside of the storm system near Knoxville sometime around 5 o'clock or so tomorrow. For most areas in Nashville and Bowling Green, we're done by 6. We will have a large area of snow and freezing rain all across the mid-Atlantic and the Northeast by around 6 o'clock tomorrow night. Heavy snow will continue in all of southern and central New England by 9 o'clock tomorrow night. A little bit of freezing rain will be possible in New York City and southern Connecticut by around 9 o'clock tomorrow night as well. And then most of the freezing rain and snow will be winding down after midnight tomorrow, with the worst of our impacts expected to be basically during the early morning tomorrow for most of the country. But unfortunately for areas like, the Carolinas, we're just going to continue to see a persistent amount of freezing rain, sleet, and even snow for those areas as we go into the late afternoon and early evening. So this is going to be a very long event when it comes to all of our wintry precipitation that we are going to be seeing here across the United States. So let's talk a little bit more about our snowfall accumulation. Before we do that, though, Riley has an update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey, Max, had 2 accidents in Nashville. One of them was just actually cleared up on I-24 near the airport. The other one is still there. It is to the north of Nashville on I-24 near Tailbot's Corner. This is what we have in camera spot number 2 right now. This is another semi in the ditch at the interchange between 431 and Interstate 24. In addition to that, we do have a road closure in Texas on Farm to Market 699. This is because of power lines that are down in the area, and that road is expected to be closed through tomorrow night at 7 p.m. Central.
Alrighty, thank you, Riley, for the update. So we have yet again another accident, and we've already started this stream, and this wasn't even intentional, but we've started this stream, I think, with already 7 or 8 different accidents just kind of out of nowhere. I mean, we've been live for 20 minutes now. We've had a bunch of accidents already popping up on some of these cameras, one of which is in Nashville. We still have one in Arkansas with a semi in the ditch. That is near Hope, Arkansas at exit 31. And then Tornado Pagey also saw a truck that was right against a really intense wall a little while ago. So there are multiple problems happening out there here in the Ohio Valley and also across the Southern Plains. All right, let's talk more about our snowfall accumulation. Let me give you the latest numbers here in terms of how much snow we're expecting for the rest of this event. I'm going to go ahead and go back over to this view here to give you a better idea of how much snow we're expecting. And this is the latest National Weather Service forecast, all right? So this is basically the amount of snow that we can expect. This is not what has already happened, all right? We've already seen a lot of snow, so this does not include what has already happened. This is what is to come. So if you're in areas like Tulsa, Oklahoma, we're still expecting about another 6 inches of snow. Oklahoma City, I'm still anticipating about 7 more inches of snow there as well. So we're probably going to get near a foot. If you're in Amarillo, we're looking at about 5 more inches. If you're in the St. Louis area, 8 to 9. If you are in southern Indiana, near Evansville or Cincinnati, we're looking right there around 10 to 12 inches of snow. And that, again, does not already include the flurries to a coating that you've basically seen in those areas. Little Rock, Memphis, and Dallas-Fort Worth, we're maybe talking 1 inch of snow. It won't be that significant. Again, just maybe an inch or 2 is all you're going to see there. Fort Smith will see an additional 3 inches. And then over near the Fayetteville area and Benton part of northwestern Arkansas, we are expecting around 6 to 7 inches of snow in that area. And then along the East Coast, totals are way higher over here. All right, we're talking much more significant snowfall accumulation, especially if you are in southern New England, really anywhere in the Northeast. This is where the fun stuff is coming in if you love snow. Areas like Boston are expected to pick up at least a foot of snow. Eastern New York, back over near Albany, we're at least looking at 16 inches. If you are in southern New York, just to the north of Scranton, we're also looking at around 20 inches of snow. And really all across Pennsylvania, I mean, almost the entire state is going to be looking at least 1 foot of snow out of this winter storm. And then back over towards Maryland, it's going to be a very sharp divide, all right? We're looking at, like, on the south side of the state, maybe 4 to 5 inches of snow. If you're in Washington, D.C. or on the north side of the state, we're looking more like 12 to 14 inches of snow. It's going to be a dramatic difference there across Maryland. Same thing with Virginia. The lowest number will be right around a coating to a ½ inch just south of Virginia Beach. The highest number is going to be upwards of 12 to 14 inches on the northern side of the state. Columbus and Cleveland, you guys are still expected to see somewhere around 10 to 12 inches of snow. Some spots could be a little bit higher than that. And then elsewhere, I mean, again, most of New England's going to pick up at least a foot of snow unless you're basically in far northern Maine. So, generally speaking here, this is going to be a pretty significant winter storm when it comes to all of the hazards of snow. The other problem, though, that we have is a lot more major, and that's the risk of ice. The ice accumulation is by far what is way more concerning with this winter storm. And this is the latest forecast from the National Weather Service in terms of ice accumulation. And the numbers are still somewhat concerning, especially for Mississippi. All right, we're still talking about a threat here of over 1 inch of ice accumulation in that purple area. Many areas have already picked up on some ice accumulation, and we are expecting those numbers to continue to increase back over in northern Mississippi. That's primarily back over near Tupelo, Greenwood, and then back towards Vicksburg. We're still looking at 3/4 of an inch of ice, at least an inch of ice, though, in some of these locations there in the dark purple. Same thing in the Appalachian Mountains. We're still expecting a widespread area, mainly in the higher elevations near Gainesville, Georgia, back over near Asheville, to at least pick up around 3/4 of an inch of ice. Some spots could pick up an inch of ice when this thing is all said and done. There's even a small location here that could pick up around 1.5 inches of ice accumulation just outside of Asheville, North Carolina. To put that into perspective, that is going to cause, if that were to happen, we would see catastrophic power outages for possibly weeks. In some cases, it can last upwards of a month. So we are hoping that does not happen, but that is something that would be on the table for a very localized location. If you're in the dark red, which is essentially anywhere here in the Carolinas, most of central southern Kentucky, and then back through central Louisiana, that's where we're at least expecting 1/2 of an inch of ice accumulation. That's enough to cause scattered to numerous power outages. It's enough to cause major travel impacts, and it's also enough to cause some infrastructure damage. Trees can snap. Branches will definitely snap in that type of ice as well. And if you're in the dark, or if you're in the lighter red area, that's basically from Houston, Texas, or just outside of Houston in the Woodlands, and San Antonio, all the way back up here into Virginia and southern Maryland. That is where we're expecting 1/4 of an inch of ice accumulation or greater. And then if you're in the orange and yellow, that is where anywhere from basically 1/100 of an inch of ice up to maybe 1/4 of an inch of ice will be a possibility. Now, this does not include sleet accumulation. Once again, this is in terms of freezing rain. That's what's going to stack up ice. That's what's going to cause the travel impacts. It's not necessarily the sleet. The sleet can obviously make things slick out there, but the sleet is not what's going to stack up on the power lines, all right? And for those that don't know what sleet and freezing rain are, again, this is the difference. Sleet are little sprinkles of ice, essentially, and then the freezing rain is basically the glazing on a donut. It's the glaze, it's the the ice layer that basically forms on the ground or on rooftops or on power lines. So that's what actually causes the power outages. It has nothing to do with the sleet. And in terms of our snow forecast, again, we've already been over our snow forecast. This is still pretty much on pace for what we're expecting. So you can take a screenshot of this, but this is still what we're thinking in terms of total snowfall accumulation. Here's the state of emergencies that we currently have across the United States. The number of state of emergencies has obviously increased. We're almost up to 24 states currently under a state of emergency for this winter storm. It is a very large area that is currently under a state of emergency. So if you're in any of these states from Texas back into the Northeast, this is where they're basically putting out more resources for salting roads. They have all sorts of resources basically ready to go, including shelters in case there are major power outages, week-long power outages, and anything along those lines. Riley has an update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hello, Max. In spot number 2 right now, we have an accident near Waco, Texas. This is one of 3 accidents that are being reported. The other 2 are near Belton, Texas, which is a little bit farther to the south on 35, and Salado, Texas. Also on I-35. Those are both kind of in a camera hole off to the southwest of Temple there, but there are more accidents being reported on I-35. We've actually had 3 separate incidents reported on I-35 here in Texas within the last 3 minutes.
That is not good. Thank you, Riley, for the update. Here's a live shot here of that accident that happened here near Waco, Texas. And this is giving you an idea that the roads are deteriorating now over in Waco. We got multiple first responders on the scene. And it's obviously hard to see with all the flashing lights, but this is giving you an idea that it's dangerous out there back over near Waco, where freezing rain has begun to really ramp up here over the last half hour to an hour. And once again, if you are in the Waco area, if you're in San Antonio, this is really your call. This is your sign to not be on the roadways. All right, the conditions are getting worse out here, and they're going to continue to get worse over the next several hours. If we look at live radar here, just from the Dallas-Fort Worth area in particular, I do want to show you what it actually looks like with the freezing rain. Waiting a second for this thing to pop up. All right, here you go. So this is what it looks like in terms of freezing rain right now near Dallas-Fort Worth and west of DFW. And notice that our freezing rain right now is a lot more intense if you're in Denton and Decatur. And this is what I was talking about. The freezing rain, the moisture is starting to now fill into this area. And we are now officially beginning to see a much more intense winter storm developing here in North Texas. And some of this is going to be sleet. So Wichita Falls area, Graham, that's mostly sleet. But the coverage of this winter storm is definitely starting to increase. We're starting to see some gaps filled basically here across the southern plains in Texas and as well as Oklahoma. So you can see, again, all the gaps have pretty much been filled in terms of precipitation. Abilene, San Antonio, Brownwood, and back through Brady. Back over in Dallas and just south of Dallas, it's more patchy. It's a bit more scattered for our freezing rain precipitation and our sleet, but it's going to fill in, and again, it's going to become a lot more widespread over the next few hours. And then back down near Austin and San Antonio, where we're starting to see some accidents as well. This entire area is now dealing with at least some light freezing rain, which is basically leading to some ice on the roadways. So that's continuing over there. And then back over in Shreveport, we're starting to see another train of freezing rain developing. This is an area that already has power outages, and according to the latest data for power outages, we're now up to 147,000 customers without power. So the number has increased since the last time we looked. That includes Texas and Louisiana. So if we go over here to the region view map here, we have about 125,000 customers without power just in Texas, Louisiana, and back through Kentucky alone. The majority of these, though, are in Texas and Louisiana. And you can see here in Louisiana that like I-20 corridor basically near Monroe and Shreveport. That's where the bulk of these power outages are currently at. But even back over near Dallas-Fort Worth, we're starting to see some isolated power outages. Some near Abilene, Texas. We got a few little in between Waco and Dallas. And then back over in Northeast Texas near Texarkana, that is where a larger area of power outages also exists as well. Most of these are isolated to scattered, but they're starting to get a bit more widespread here in this corridor near Monroe and Shreveport. We have about 50% without power in DeSoto Parish. And the same thing goes for Sharkey and as well as Issaquah parish and counties over here right along the Mississippi and Louisiana border. Riley has an update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey Max, for like the millionth time today, it feels like we've had to update the state of emergency graphic. We're now adding Indiana to the list of states that has declared a state of emergency. I believe that brings us up to about or over a dozen states. So definitely a lot of state of emergencies. I don't remember the last time we've seen this many states declare a state of emergency, but that is the most up-to-date information on who's done that.
Thank you, Riley, for the update. We have yet again another state of emergency. At this point, we're just filling in any state we can see on this map. That's basically what it is. Illinois kind of looks out of place. Illinois could probably, Illinois won't be added, but it kind of looks out of place at this point. But we have now, I think, 22 states, if I'm counting correctly. There are 22 states that are under a state of emergency right now. We got 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14, 16, 18, 20, 21. So we have 21 states currently under a state of emergency, which is quite literally crazy. Those are crazy numbers right there. I don't know the last time that we had a winter storm cover this much of the country for state of emergencies. If anybody can look up the history on that, let me know. I'm actually curious. I don't even remember if there has been anything like this. We have a new mesoscale discussion for freezing rain and sleet. If you're over in Memphis, basically right along the Mississippi River, this is going to be back over in northwestern Mississippi, near Memphis, southwestern Tennessee, eastern Arkansas, northern Louisiana. This is where freezing rain and sleet are starting to spread to the northeast, and that is expected over the next several hours. So if you're in these locations, you want to be ready for increasing ice risk and the potential for power outages to increase as we go into the overnight hours. The kind of scary thing, I guess, about tonight, and I don't want to say scary, but it's a little bit nerve-wracking, is that there is a possibility tonight that some of you could end up losing power overnight once the freezing rain starts to fill in, and once we start to see that freezing rain get actually heavy in some of these areas like the Mississippi Valley and Dallas-Fort Worth. I want to remind you that if you have not already, have flashlights near your bed or wherever you're going to be located tonight, because if you lose power, you don't want to have to get up and go find that stuff. You don't want to have to dig into a closet and find your flashlights. You don't want to go find your candles, your phone, whatever it might be. Have stuff near you. You want to make sure that you're ready to go for this, because again, you don't want to walk into a dark place and have to figure out where everything is. I think that'd be kind of scary. I'm not gonna lie. Trying to go into your closet that you haven't probably looked at in for 5 years and trying to find the flashlight, and then realizing it's not in that closet, it's actually in the upstairs closet, and then it's not in that upstairs closet, it's actually in the downstairs. Like, you know what I mean? Like, you don't want to be that person that's caught off guard when the power goes out tonight, if it does, and be looking for your flashlights and stuff like that and have absolutely no clue where you're going. You might stub a few toes on the way if you do that too, so that's probably not a good idea. Thank you, CJ, for the $10 super chat. And also thank you, Bryson, for the super chat. And Bryson is asking about northwest Indiana. It's mostly going to be light snow. Again, on the north side right now, this is what radar looks like right now, by the way, for those that are wondering. On the north side of Indiana, just south of Chicago, we are dealing with some very light snowfall. It's not very heavy at all. That snow, we're talking maybe up to 1/4 of an inch of snow falling per hour. It's nothing it's really not much, right? So this type of snowfall is not going to really accumulate into much. We might see a couple of inches, but I'm not expecting anything major for your area. But it is pretty crazy what the radar looks like right now. It looks very different from what it looked like just a few hours ago. A few hours ago, it was very broken up, and now it's coming a lot more unison. Riley has an update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey Max, looking near Murfreesboro, Tennessee now, camera slot number 2, we have a car carrier that has gone into the guardrail there. Just looking at that exit, if you full screen it, it is a complete sheet of ice. So no surprise there that we have an incident, but that will probably take at least some time to get cleared up.
Thank you, Riley, for the update. So going full cam to that, that's what it looks like. And so that car even is going really slowly past this truck carrying a bunch of cars. And unfortunately, this has been the kind of day today. The sheet of ice going off the off-ramp. Got a police car on the scene as well. Where's everybody tuning in from right now? Let me know in the chat where you guys are all tuning in from. Just out of curiosity, I know we have a lot of people tuning in from Tennessee. This is probably our biggest Tennessee audience we've ever had. I've seen a lot of people tuning in from Tennessee today, specifically Nashville. We have a lot of sleet and freezing rain still ongoing across Tennessee right now. I'm seeing a lot of people from Ohio in the chat. Ohio's actually a big name. And for those that are over in Ohio, again, we're just getting started. We got some light snow right now. It's not too intense, but in a few hours, we're going to start to see some heavier snowfall, and things are going to get a lot more intense pretty quickly. So Columbus, Cleveland, west of Pittsburgh, New Philadelphia, Lancaster, Athens, Dayton area, like all those areas, we're expecting some heavier snowfall overnight tonight. For the most part, it's patchy areas of light to moderate snow. We don't really have any heavy bands of snow in the state right now. And just looking at MRMS radar, like the most heavy snow would probably be near Marion. And then really the bigger snow event is still down to your southwest. Like this is where the heavier snow is now setting up. You can see those darker blues. It's near Evansville, Louisville, Mountain Home, Poplar Bluff, Bentonville. All of you guys are starting to really get into the thick of it when it comes to the heavier snow. But overnight tonight is when it will get a lot heavier. We're talking about, again, cold polar air coming out of the north, and that's going to basically increase our snow to liquid ratios, which that's for meteorological terms, but in simplistic terms, it basically means we're going to be seeing upwards of 1.5 to 2 times more snow falling per hour and accumulating per hour than what we would see in areas like over here in Columbus, where it's still a bit warmer and the snow is a little bit, wetter essentially. When we have fluffy snow falling, that's going to help increase our totals, and we're going to see that a lot more if you are in northern Arkansas and Oklahoma and southern Missouri. Paranormal with the $20 super chat. Really appreciate that. For Blount County, Tennessee. I'm just going to kind of break down Tennessee as a whole here, and Kentucky, just kind of break down this entire area here. But right now we have a warm nose coming out of the south. So that's starting to bring some, cold rain essentially to the north, but it's also bringing that warmer air to the north. So areas in southeast Tennessee, specifically near like the Chattanooga area, are starting to transition more into a cold rain. The freezing rain is starting to wind down to some extent. If we go over to our the Radar Mega camera network here, we can click on the Chattanooga camera, and you can actually see it's 32 degrees right now in Chattanooga, Tennessee. It's basically barely above freezing. And so we are starting to see a little bit warmer air make its way up into Tennessee. And what that's basically doing is creating an area here where we're going to have, just cold rain kind of overnight tonight. The freezing rain and sleet are going to try to wind down. It's eventually going to go to a cold rain. And then back off to the west, we're going to continue to see freezing rain and sleet pretty much all night tonight. I don't expect much more snow in Tennessee, though, by the way. I think Memphis, Dyersburg, you might see brief snow late tomorrow when the storm's basically done. But for most of you, it's just going to be freezing rain and sleet. There's really not going to be a whole lot of snow left over for this. So everybody in Tennessee at this point, the biggest concern is going to be freezing rain and sleet. The power outage risk is mainly going to be over here near Nashville and then back through Memphis. And same thing goes back down here to Mississippi near Oxford. That's the main power outage risk. If you're back over here in eastern Tennessee, I don't expect as much of a risk of power outages. I think it'll be mostly sleet, a little bit of freezing rain, could lead to a 1/4 inch of ice in some spots, but it's not going to be as significant, I think, near like Knoxville, for example, or Johnson City. Riley has an update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey Max, we have unfortunate news out of New York City, where the first 3 fatalities of this event have sort of been confirmed here. 2 were out of Manhattan. 1 other one was from the more general New York City area. These weren't associated with precipitation. These were associated with the extreme cold that is moving in behind this system and sort of giving it the fuel to produce snow. So I believe these are the first 3 fatalities we've had reported. So that is unfortunate.
Alrighty, thank you, Riley, for the update. And that is definitely not good news. So first fatalities from this, I don't know what we're going to call it, but major, massive winter storm, whatever you want to call it. First 3 fatalities have been confirmed. It's more because of the cold. And again, one of the biggest concerns over the next few days is that for those that might lose power, there is a real possibility that we could end up having you know, temperatures well below freezing for days in areas like Little Rock or Nashville. And if any of these places do lose power, it could lead to people being very cold and maybe even freezing in their own homes if they lose power. And, you know, don't have heat and whatnot. So very concerning trend there for sure. I do want to take our attention real quickly to some of our storm chasers. Again, we're using the Radar Omega app. If you want to download it, it's the top link in the description below. There are about a dozen chasers right now live. I'm going to take you kind of across the country right now. This is back over northwest of Oklahoma City. In Bison, Oklahoma. And this is where we're starting to see some snow come down a little bit more quickly now. A lot of small snowflakes, but it's starting to stack up. Notice you can't even see the road right now. The road is not even visible. You can barely see the tire tracks on the road right now. I think you barely can see like a yellow line on the left. That's it. So these roads are getting covered quickly. It's very dark out there. That's pretty dangerous. And that's on a highway. That's Highway 81 near Enid. Then we also have storm chaser Nathan Moore, who has a stationary camera pretty much right now back over in Guthrie, Oklahoma, where we have some snowflakes coming down. The ground is covered in plenty of snow right now, and the snow is continuing to accumulate. Again, we're still expecting right around a foot of snow for some of these areas. And then Max Archer is in the downtown Oklahoma City area, where we've seen a few cars out there. We also saw some kids sliding on a hill. And now it's pretty, you know, it's pretty quiet. I mean, we got a little bit of snow falling, we got a little bit of wind going here. But for right now, the road here that he's on, which is highway, let's see, that is Interstate 240, isn't looking terrible. The road conditions actually look decent for right now. If we go to one of the live cameras back over in Burlington, Kansas, this is one of the biggest concerns is the temperatures. We have temperatures down to 4 degrees right now over in Burlington, Kansas. Meanwhile, we got some snowflakes coming down on the camera back over in Burlington. We are at a whopping 1 degree over in the Kansas City area with a wind chill of 11 degrees below zero. And it is still snowing there right now back over in Kansas City. That is just crazy stuff there. Now, back over in Texas, we got a lot of interesting stuff here. Over in Burke Burnett, it is snowing now, so it's basically all transitioned into snow. We started with sleet and freezing rain. We've now transitioned into snow, which is very light back over in Burke Burnett. Further to the south in Abilene, Texas, this camera is frozen. We've had ice accumulation on this camera. It's accumulated on the lens. It is now completely frozen. The one that's north of Dallas in the city of Denison is the same thing, by the way. It is completely frozen. Glen Heights, Texas is an area that is starting to see more freezing rain now. You can actually see, if you look at the light, it might not look like it's actually raining, but look right here at that light. You can see it really blowing, and that is our freezing rain. It's starting to accumulate and come down much faster right now in the Dallas-Fort Worth area. Again, Glen Heights is on the south side. It's only 19 degrees outside, but you can see all that freezing rain is now beginning to fill in to the Dallas-Fort Worth area, so it's getting a lot more intense out there. Back over in Killeen, Texas, we also have a live camera here that is frozen over too. So another camera has frozen over in Killeen. And then back over here in Southeast Texas near Houston, it's still warm enough for there to not be freezing rain. It's 39 degrees. Things are not bad right now, but we are expecting some accumulation of ice as we go into tomorrow morning. One thing I don't know if I pointed out, and I want to quickly talk about this before I keep showing you guys cameras. Tomorrow, I do want to point this out because it's important for those that might not be in a winter storm warning or even a winter weather advisory, is that tomorrow morning, once this cold front moves through, we are going to see temperatures drop rapidly behind it. So there will be something called a flash freeze. For those that don't know what a flash freeze is, it's basically when the temperatures drop rapidly behind a cold front. There's rain or liquid precipitation basically on the ground, and that is when we start to see roadways freeze over. And so areas like Baton Rouge, for example, you might not actually see freezing rain tomorrow, but as this cold front quickly pushes through, we could see areas like Baton Rouge or even down close to New Orleans have some black ice or even some ice accumulation with any liquid that is still on the ground as that cold front pushes through. So be very cautious, all right? If you're down here in areas like Baton Rouge or Beaumont, you might not be in an advisory or a warning, but it's something that you definitely want to keep an eye on if you're on the roadways. It's especially true for the bridges and the overpasses. That's where it's going to be the most common. Areas like Huntsville as well. Huntsville, I know we have a lot of people that have been tuning in from Huntsville. It looks like we're going to only have rain tomorrow, but that's not necessarily true. See how there's going to be maybe a little bit of freezing rain by about 2 o'clock tomorrow afternoon, and then once this cold front pushes through, those temperatures are going to drop pretty rapidly behind it. And so what's going to happen again is that we're going to see that flash freeze effect where temperatures drop so fast that the ground starts to freeze, and we start to see any liquid on the ground freeze and turn into ice. A lot of the time with these flash freezes, at least in this case, a lot of the time it's patchy ice, but patchy ice can still be dangerous. Even if your tires go over it, you can slip and it can cause an accident, especially if you're going fast. So still use extreme caution tomorrow if you are planning on traveling really anywhere, especially down here in the southeast for Georgia, Alabama, and areas like Mississippi. Same thing for Tennessee too. If you're over here in eastern Tennessee like Knoxville, I'm giving you that same sort of advice. A flash freeze is going to be on the table, and that could lead to the possibility of ice accumulating in some of those areas. All right, let me go back to live radar. Let's go back to some of our other cameras. Back over northeast of Little Rock, the snow accumulation is supposed to be picking up here over the next few hours. Only a few snowflakes flying. Again, you really have to look at the lights. You can't see the snowflakes. They're just so tiny. But some snow is falling right now in Searcy, Arkansas. Right now near a light. That is just northeast of Little Rock. Back over towards Jonesboro, we are now seeing some snow coming down back over there with temperatures right around 14 degrees. Got some small snowflakes coming down, but snow is expected to intensify here over the next few hours. And you can see again that snow is the most intense right here near Mountain Home. This corridor right here is the most intense. So just north of Jonesboro, Mountain Home near Bentonville. And then back over here in Memphis, again, this is kind of our dry slot right now. Really not a whole lot of activity happening there. If we go over into Missouri near Poplar Bluff, I'm not sure if we're going to have an actual camera looking at it. Don't have enough light there. Let's see if we have any cameras with light. Here you go. So this is over in Stoddard County in southeastern Missouri. You can see some of the snowflakes coming down. Maybe even a little bit of sleet coming down as well. It's kind of a mix of both, and it's only 10 degrees there right now. So very cold for sure. And then this is Storm Chaser CJ Ziegler, who is currently traveling through southern Indiana. Roadways here have been, a little bit difficult at times to see, but for the most part, they've been pretty clear. I mean, most of the Indiana snowplows are out there keeping things safe, so that's good news there. And by the way, the accident that was on the bottom right of your screen is actually clearing out, so that's good news. But yeah, generally speaking, things are definitely improving right now in Indiana. We have had some light snow, and the roadways are starting to get a little bit better in terms of being able to see. But the snow is going to continue to get heavier over the next few hours. Again, all that snow here is going to be pushing into those areas here pretty soon. So those are some of the cameras that we've been looking at here across the board. Back over to the south of Nashville, there are some other cameras too that are starting to see some ice accumulation. I want to see if we can find a roof with ice accumulation, because down here, like near Lynchburg, we should have a few roofs with some ice accumulation, but I'm honestly not sure if we're going to find a camera. This camera lens has ice accumulation. If you can't tell, the lens is completely covered over in ice. It's 23 degrees over in Columbia, Tennessee. Let's see if we can find any other cameras with any sort of ice accumulation. Got a lot of sleet on the ground in southwest Tennessee. 4 trees. Unfortunately, trees are going to be snapping here over the next 24 hours. It's mostly going to be the smaller trees. A lot of tree branches are probably going to be snapped, though, by tomorrow. I'm low-key surprised we cannot find a camera, one of these cameras, with some sort of view of icicles. I'm looking for icicles. If somebody can find a camera of icicles, let me know. Riley has an update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey Max, one thing I want to point out is here pretty soon in the northeast Texas area and near Louisiana and parts of Arkansas as well, I do think we're going to start to see the potential for thunder, sleet, and or thunder freezing rain. Taking a look at the HRRR here, we're actually getting into a favorable window where we could see some lightning here. Any of these blue swaths that you are seeing are showing the potential for lightning. The rain snow line is about right here, so in order to actually see thunder snow, obviously we need it to be snowing, otherwise it's just thunder and boring. So places like Oklahoma could see that, Arkansas, maybe even to Missouri. I'm not so sure about this. It has been popping up on a lot of the model runs, but it's probably not that substantial, nor do I think it's going to happen. We have more instability down here where the showers are just a little bit stronger. So that is something we can look for. If you're on the Radar Omega app and you're looking at any of the radar data, what you do to try and track down thunder snow is you just take a look at the radar and look to see if there's any white pluses showing up. If you see those white pluses showing up over the reflectivity, that means that there is thunder snow or thunder sleet occurring there. That's not something that we're seeing yet right now. We did have an instance of that earlier near Waco. It is since no longer producing lightning and thunder, but it is something that we're going to keep an eye on. The other area that could have that is sort of right along the sleet rain line here in Alabama and Tennessee. This is where there's a little bit of extra instability from the Gulf moisture making its way north and northwest. So this is where we could see some of those taller and stronger rain showers that would produce just a little bit more lightning. In terms of thunder snow, if I was looking for thunder snow, I would be right here near Bentonville, where we can see some stronger areas of convection. That is where we would see those stronger updrafts that could produce thunder snow. But right now, we haven't seen any of those lightning pluses. But when we do see one here in the near future, I will let you know.
Alrighty, thank you, Riley, for the update. We have a great view of one of these traffic cameras. This is actually in Louisiana. Look at that. Look at the icicles on the traffic cam here in Louisiana. Those are beautiful. Who's tuning in from Louisiana right now? Let me know in the chat. We had some decent ice accumulation here across Louisiana today. By the way, if you guys have photos or videos of icicles or anything like this, feel free to add me on Twitter at MaxVelocityWX. I might show some of those on the stream. This is an accident that happened back over in Nashville. We do have a very icy area here going off the op ramp. And so this is a continuing problem across many areas. Nashville's still having problems. And it's not going to get any better anytime soon. And then this is Storm Chaser Mezzo Hunter, who's currently driving through some of the heavier snowfall right now back over in Oklahoma. I say heavier. Again, this isn't really that heavy, let's be real. But that's really some of the heavier bands of snow that we're seeing here near Oklahoma City. Let me show you guys the live radar feed. We've been using MRMS radar, which is kind of just averaging everything together. But if we go over to the single site radar site, we can kind of pick up on some of those heavier bands just a little bit easier. So let me see if that loads here. And here you go. So you can see the heavier bands of snow. And where Mezzo Hunter is, it's actually not that heavy. It's moderate. If we go to the DBZ values, they're about 22-ish. So not very intense. But back down here near Purcell and Norman, we actually have some heavier bands of snow that are moving towards Norman and Purcell right now, eventually going towards Shawnee. A couple other bands just southwest of Tulsa that are moving up towards that direction as well. So we are starting to see a few areas of heavier bands of snow now roll in. And these are the areas, and these are the bands that could be producing upwards of 2 to 3 inches of snow per hour. You can see how it's all pretty rapidly moving to the northeast right now towards areas like Tulsa. Hey, Madison, for the super chat, what's the outlook for Philadelphia with ice? I think in terms of ice accumulation up there, it's not going to be too significant. I think Philadelphia is mostly going to be a sleet threat. And I think this is going to go for most areas here in the Northeast. I think a lot of you guys are going to be primarily looking at sleet, not a whole lot of freezing rain. This map right here shows you the freezing rain outlook. And if you're back over in Philadelphia, maybe 1/10 of an inch of ice is what I'll be expecting in terms of freezing rain. You'll probably see upwards of 1 inch of sleet, though, which that is again, the sprinkles of a donut. It's like little ice pebbles that are going to come out of the sky. It'll mix with the snow pretty well. But there will be ice after that. That'll be the freezing rain. It'll lead to maybe a glazing to 1/10 of an inch of ice around there in Philadelphia. One interesting thing that I haven't really talked about, but back over in West Virginia, we actually have a small area, mainly in higher elevations, though, that could pick up 3/4 of an inch of ice. That is just off to the east there of Charleston, West Virginia. I think it was worth talking about there, but definitely interesting stuff there. And again, if you're anywhere in the purple here, anywhere in that pink area, that is where widespread power outages are likely tonight. Dark red, at least scattered to numerous power outages are expected, and that includes areas just outside of Nashville, all the way back over towards central Louisiana in areas like Alexandria. Thank you, Betty, for becoming a member. Welcome to the Velocities. Shout out to Rand for the super chat. And Bates for becoming a member. Maybe go ahead and go back to MRMS radar. 158,000 people without power. Let me check. Our power outage map as of a little... Oh, yeah. The power outages are going up. This is the highest our power outage number's been now. We were pretty steady between 130, 140,000 people pretty much all day today. But we're going up again. We are now sitting at approximately 160,000 people without power. So that does include areas like Monroe. It includes areas near Shreveport. Our power outages are starting to get a little bit more widespread. There are some isolated power outages in the Dallas-Fort Worth area. We now have about 5,000 customers just in Fort Worth without power, or at least in Tarrant County. So the numbers are starting to increase, and this is definitely not a good thing. Wise County actually has about 10% without power. That is some of our biggest outages that we're seeing now. So Wise County, North Texas is getting a lot of freezing rain and sleet right now. And then back over in Wise County, which is Decatur, Texas, for those that are familiar with the area, we are now sitting a little over 5,000 people, or about 10% of customers without power in that county. I can actually full screen this. I didn't even know that. You can actually full screen this. It's pretty cool. This is, again, poweroutage.us. Gives you an idea of all the power outages. Again, most significant back over near Lake Providence, where it's about 45% without power. Same thing near Mansfield, and that's near DeSoto, or that's DeSoto Parish. That's the Mansfield area. Shreveport only has about 7,200 without power. That's about 5% of the county. But the number is definitely going up, and I do think by tomorrow morning we're going to be talking about probably well over, 200, 300,000 people without power here in the Southern Plains and the Southeast. Is Brandon Payne live, Gunner, or no? Thank you, Ran, for becoming a member. Welcome to Velocities. As a reminder, by the way, if you guys are new to the channel, make sure to subscribe. Again, we are doing extensive coverage on the winter storm here. Obviously, this is a major winter storm. We've been live already for almost 13 hours today. This stream is going to probably go for several hours. We were just live for 12 hours if you're just tuning in, and this is on top of our extended coverage. So we're going possibly as long as 16, 20 hours just today, and then tomorrow we're going to be live for another 12 to 16 hours. It's crazy. Riley has an update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey Max, this time back in Texas, looking near Valley Junction. Don't have a camera on this one, but there is a multi-vehicle collision affecting both lanes of traffic on Highway 90. That is near Valley Junction, Texas.
Is there a different town name? I don't see it on the map.
Hearne, Hearne.
Alrighty, thank you, Riley, for the update. So we have another accident somewhere between College Station and Marlin on Highway 90. And again, the freezing rain is very light in these areas, and I do think some people are being caught off guard right now over here in Southeast Texas, because we are starting to see the freezing temperatures drop down to the south. And I don't think everybody's aware that freezing rain is possible tonight near College Station, for example. I do want to reiterate that temperatures are dropping rapidly right now, so any place in here, even though there's really not much precipitation, but the temperatures are below freezing, we can still see ice accumulation, and that can lead to accidents, slippery spots, all that stuff. So if you're in College Station, Nacogdoches, this is a good signal for you to get off the road, if at all possible, unless it's an emergency or, you have to be for whatever reason. But again, it's very isolated stuff here, but it's just enough to cause problems. Riley has another update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey Max, I want to draw your attention to the power outage map again on poweroutage.us. The power outages in Texas, Louisiana, and now we are seeing them spread into Mississippi. It's not showing up very well on the state view of Mississippi, and that's because a lot of the customers that are tracked are in the southern portion of the state. So at first glance, it might look like Mississippi is missing out on the worst impacts of this. It is definitely starting to be a more significant swath there. If you go to the region view and sort of just hover your mouse over the states and don't click on them, you can see a very clear swath of power outages stretching from Texas now all the way through Mississippi.
Alrighty, thank you, Riley, for the update. So again, power outages are continuing to increase. It's really crazy to think, we've been looking at radar, we've been live all day, and really we had an entire swath of just freezing rain pretty much all in this area. It was almost like a supercell in a way, it was an elongated supercell, but I'm just using an analogy here, but it's basically like a supercell that was going directly east-northeast from East Texas into central Mississippi. That's basically what we saw this afternoon. But in this case, it was just a large area. It was like a stretched out hot dog, basically, from East Texas into central Mississippi, where we were seeing some pretty heavy freezing rain pretty much all afternoon. It was started at around 11, 12 for a lot of you guys, and went all the way until 6 or 7. And it's ramping up again. We have had a little bit of a lull for some of you guys like Shreveport, but things are again ramping up. You can see again, we got another, I would just call it a hot dog that's stretching out basically from Shreveport and Tyler all the way back over into central Mississippi. So things are once again starting to get active here in the lower Mississippi Valley. Check out some of the live shots that we have. This is Storm Chaser, Mezzo Hunter.
We found the curb, guys.
Yep.
Don't worry.
Did you just drive over the curb?
We'll get some ice cream.
Or is he doing
Sarah,
donuts?
Can you unblock me, please?
I don't know if... I don't think he intentionally meant to do that. I think he just ran over a curb.
I know those workers are not repeating the word, but I don't think the workers care or saw. So Oklahoma is a very relaxed state when it comes to snowstorms because it only happens once in a blue moon.
Oh, yeah.
I'm pretty sure
Already good.
this Braum... it sounds like Brahms is, and maybe McDonald's are like the only things open right now in areas like Oklahoma. Do we have any other icicle cameras? If so, put it in slot 3. This is what it looks like right now. Back over. I just turned off all my lights. My power did not go off. I have a stream deck button. Just turn off all my lights. This is what it looks like right now. Back over in St. Louis and O'Fallon, Missouri. Guys, I did not lose power. I'm not in the winter storm. Clicked the button by accident. All my lights basically turned off at the same time. But yeah, if you're this back over in St. Louis, this is Storm Runner Media. They are driving through some light to moderate snowfall. Notice the sides of the roads there are all snowed. This is a 3 or 4 lane highway, but they're only really plowing 1 lane. That's really all they're doing. And this is back over to CJ in Seymour, Indiana, where the snow is still very, very light. I think it's back down to flurries. Roads are doing okay at this point. This is what it looks like over in Kansas right now. Apparently Kansas doesn't exist. All right, we'll go back to that in a minute. This is Max Archer over in Norman, Oklahoma. So just outside of Oklahoma City, where the road conditions are still meh. Not looking great right now there. And then this back over in Burke Burnett, Texas. Snow's actually coming down pretty well right now over in Rocky Comfort. And I don't think that camera's loading either. All right. Let's go over to Jefferson County Parks. Got a few cameras that are not loading. This is over in Jefferson County Parks and Recreation in Hillsborough, Missouri. So this is just outside of St. Louis. And then this is over in Merrimack Bluffs. We are starting to see snow accumulate a little bit faster there as well. Thank you, Ivana, for the super chat. My next punk band's name is going to be Thunder Snow. Pretty sure that already exists. I could be wrong. We have a new camera looking at icicles, I believe. Yeah, there you go. Another camera with icicles. This is back over in Mississippi. Icicles are growing. If we have any more cameras, just keep switching out slot 3 with icicles. I like looking at icicles. Also, this is what Arlington, Tennessee looks like. This is just outside of Memphis. And again, we are in a dry period. There's a lot of sleet on the ground, a lot of freezing rain at this point, but we are in a dry period where not really much is happening right now. Again, and that's normal. That was expected for the record here across areas like Tennessee. But over the next hour or two, we are expecting this entire area here to start to fill in with freezing precipitation, whether that is sleet, whether that is freezing rain, or maybe a few snowflakes. We're basically expecting this entire corridor to eventually be filled in with a wintry precipitation of some sort. We have a lot of freezing rain starting to ramp up, and as well as sleet across that Dallas-Fort Worth area. We have some isolated power outages in Wise County near Decatur, and then back through San Antonio and Austin, freezing rain is starting to pick up in intensity just a little bit. Prediction for New Hampshire is what somebody just asked in the chat. I think we're going to get a lot of snow in New Hampshire. And by the way, if you guys have questions about this event, feel free to put them in the chat. I'm trying to read chat. It's very fast, but this is what we're looking at in terms of snowfall accumulation. And I do think areas like New Hampshire could actually pick up on a lot of snow. I think we're looking at 1+ feet of snow tomorrow across most of the Northeast. Shout out to Dodge with the $20 super chat. How many inches of snow for Louisville, Kentucky? I'm looking at about 8 to 12 for Louisville. I wouldn't be surprised though if a little bit higher. Back over here, like southern Indiana, for example, we actually could have an isolated location over 14 inches of snow. I don't think that's going to be Louisville. I think Louisville is just going to be a tad too far to the south to get one of those jackpot totals of snowfall accumulation. Matt with the super chat says, I'm in Maryland. Can we walk through what's coming? Yeah, so over in Maryland, and I'm going to go back over to here to the future radar. This is probably the easiest way to put things, and I'm going to just show the entire country, really, but it'll be much easier to show you guys what we're actually looking at here in terms of precipitation doing this. So this is what it's going to look like as we go into overnight tonight. Again, snow is going to begin for those in Maryland, Pennsylvania, surrounding areas like Delaware and Northern Virginia. As we go into early tomorrow morning, it will still be mostly snow in those areas. If you're in southern Maryland, we will begin to transition into sleet, which are little pellets coming out of the sky. As we go closer to around 10 o'clock, 11 o'clock, almost all of Maryland is going to be sleet by this point. So your snow across most of the state will be 4 inches on the south side, and then as high as 11 to 12 inches up here on the north side of Maryland. And then as we go into the early afternoon, it's almost all sleet here across Maryland. And we may transition to freezing rain for at least a brief amount of time as we go into the late afternoon and early evening, which would lead to the risk of some isolated power outages. We could see around 1/10 of an inch of ice in some areas like Washington, D.C. and Maryland. Richmond, Virginia, we're expecting some ice accumulation there as well. But most areas like Virginia are going to see a lot of ice tomorrow. I'm more concerned for areas in Virginia and North Carolina, and I'll just try to draw it out, but I'm more concerned for this area seeing ice accumulation rather than snow. I think power outages are going to be a bit more common in this region. So we're talking like Atlanta, Georgia, back through Charlotte, Columbia, Asheville, Greensboro, and then back up into Northern Virginia, the Fredericksburg area. I think power outages are going to be a little bit more common here, especially in this corridor, right, in the Appalachian Mountains. But areas back over like Washington, D.C., yes, we'll see some ice accumulation tomorrow, but it's not going to be as significant as surrounding areas, and it probably won't be enough to cause any sort of widespread power outages. That was a good question, and it's also kind of helpful to go down. This also hopefully answers a lot of your questions too. Again, the idea behind people asking questions in the chat, hopefully I'm answering more and more of your questions, because I know a lot of people are wondering exactly what's going to happen. Trying to give you like a detailed breakdown for every place as well as best as humanly possible for one of me, which is, again, one meteorologist with 56,000 people asking questions. Thank you, Jack, for the super chat. What's the snow looking like for Pataskala, Ohio? Again, I don't know where that is. I'm just going to show you the map again. This is basically what you're going to see. So Cleveland, probably around 10 inches. Columbus, 12 to 13. If you're back over in Cincinnati, we're probably talking 12. Dayton, 12. Toledo is going to be closer to about 5 or 6. And then right along the Ohio and West Virginia border, we're probably talking 4 to 7. And again, this is what is coming. This does not include what has already happened. So this is what is upcoming beyond now all the way into tomorrow. Riley has an urgent update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey Max, unfortunately we did receive an updated fatality count. We now have 3 fatality reports out of New York City associated with extreme cold, 1 in Michigan associated with extreme cold, and then unfortunately one of the accidents that we were tracking earlier in Tennessee was confirmed to have 1 fatality associated with that. So we are up to 5 fatalities associated with the winter storm that we still continue to experience over the next 36 hours.
Alrighty, thank you, Riley, for the update. So we are now climbing on fatalities from this winter storm. It is not what we want to hear. The number has continued to increase. Riley, can you put a list of that in Discord? Just give me a list of the fatalities so I can keep track. So we're up to 5, and the number will probably only increase from here. Again, we've had several accidents today, and hopefully we do not have any more, but with the nature of this winter storm and how many people it's impacting, it's hard to believe that's not going to continue. Granted, we have so much ice, so much snow coming, and the power outages have yet to happen. Like, there are certain things that have really not even happened yet for some of you guys. So, yeah, it's concerning for sure that this is going to probably continue to grow. The extreme cold, too. Like, it's a double-edged sword. We're not just talking about snow and ice, and we're not just talking about, power outages. The power outages, it's basically like domino effect. We're going to get ice, then that's going to lead to power outages in some areas, and then that could lead to weeks of power outages in some spots. And with how cold it's going to be for the next 5 to 7 days in most of the United States, that could also lead to people freezing in their own homes as the temperatures continue to fall on the backside of this Arctic blast. Because this Arctic blast is going to wrap around. It's going to get very cold Monday and Tuesday for many areas like Tennessee, Oklahoma, Arkansas, and it's just going to stay like that for several days on end. If we go over to our temperature map here, This is just the temperatures. This has nothing to do with the wind chills, by the way. The wind chills are a feel like temperature. These are the actual temperatures for Monday morning. So Oklahoma City will only be 3 degrees. Texas Panhandle is going to be sub-zero. Dallas 14. Arkansas 3. We're talking single digits and below zero for almost all of the Midwest. You could have more exploding trees even in Minnesota on Monday morning. By Tuesday, evening, it's the temperatures, even down in like Georgia and Alabama, almost every single area here is still going to be below freezing. There are going to be very few areas that actually get above freezing on Monday. Dallas is probably not going to be above freezing again until Tuesday at least. Tuesday morning is going to be bone-chilling cold across Arkansas and into the Ohio Valley. Tuesday afternoon, we'll finally get above freezing for many areas in Texas and Mississippi and Alabama. But again, the problem is that if we have any power outages in some of these hard-hit areas, it could be cold for a while. So, if you have friends, family, loved ones that might be in these areas, please keep checking on them, make sure that they're okay. It's best to do that here, as we were talking about a pretty dangerous setup again here over the next 24 to 48 hours. But unfortunately, by Thursday and Friday of next week, we're going to have another Arctic blast going down to the south, and that's going to drop temperatures again, especially in the Northeast and the Ohio Valley. Could lead to some more snow and ice in some areas. I'm not saying it's going to happen near the Gulf Coast, but it is possible that we could see more problems on our hands somewhere in the Ohio Valley sometime during the end of next week. But temperatures are going to stay cold here for the next 7 days. That's not changing. All right. Riley has an update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey Max, I have an update from NWS Tulsa about the event that's going on there. So this is a big sort of breakdown of what's going on as a whole. So I'm going to go ahead and read through this. Analysis of water vapor imagery reveals a robust upper level low entering Texas this evening. The GLM shows numerous cloud fashes and the convection wrapping around this low, which will later eject northward into the forecast area as it's absorbed into the main upper level trough. Before we move on, we'll put it in simple words. Basically, what we're looking at here is water vapor, means we're looking at the stuff that causes snow, and an upper level low that is moving into the forecast area. That's Oklahoma. This is NWS Tulsa, so we're talking about northeastern Oklahoma. In the meantime, confluent mid-level flow at 700 hectopascals is supporting frontogenesis to the west of the forecast area. Widespread upper level defluence and increased potential vorticity evection is noted. Cooling cloud tops and expanding precipitation within the frontogenical zone are already occurring. Meanwhile, fairly deep moisture continues to stream into the area from the south ahead of the upper level low. Honestly, we're just going to make this simpler, and we're just going to cross that out and focus on additional moisture making its way into the upper level low. This factor should support a consolidation of numerous showers into a broad precipitation shield with embedded areas of convection. Widespread moderate to locally heavy precipitation will develop throughout the early overnight hours before gradually diminishing early on Sunday. Snow will be favored along the I-44 corridor with a mixture of snow and sleet just south of the I-44 corridor with sleet to the south of there. The biggest thing here, and they pointed it out in this tweet, is total snow and sleet accumulations will be highly variable but significant. The hardest hit areas could see 10 inches of snow or 2 inches of sleet, though most will see somewhat lower totals. So basically the issue we're running into here is there's a big difference in temperature and what's falling. If you end up seeing snow and you see all snow, you could see 10 inches. If you end up seeing sleet and you see all sleet, you could see 2 inches. So it'll be very interesting coming out of this event to take a look at the precipitation totals in Oklahoma and see what the difference is, because we may have a situation where northern parts of the counties are receiving 10 inches of snow and the southern parts of the counties are receiving 2 inches of sleet.
Thank you, Riley, for the update. Yeah, this is a very tricky forecast, and I think everybody needs to understand, like, the forecast here is so tricky. I mean, as a meteorologist, when we're talking about temperatures right around 10 degrees at the surface, you would almost always think it is snowing. Like, you would almost always think it's snowing in areas like Tulsa, Claremore, Oklahoma City, Springfield. Like, you would think it's snowing right now. It's all 10 degrees in these spots, but it's not. Again, this has to do with the fact that the temperatures aloft are just so vastly different. I mean, we're talking, temperatures in the, mid 30s aloft, a couple thousand feet off the ground. And that is what's leading to the situation where it's really hard to determine if it's sleet in Tulsa or surrounding areas, if it's freezing rain, if it's snow. Like, we just don't really know. So Again, this is a very tricky forecast, and it's almost we're nowcasting at this point. There's really not a whole lot more forecasting. It's more about nowcasting what's actually happening in real time. And even the radar is not doing a great job picking up what's sleet, freezing rain, and snow. I mean, you know, we've had sleet up here as far north as like Fayetteville, for example, while it's showing a bunch of blue on radar, which would indicate snow. But it's a very tricky forecast. A 1 to 2 degree temperature difference anywhere, it makes a huge difference. Looks like something happened over here. Let me go to Mezzo Hunter. They are currently in Enid, Oklahoma. Not sure what happened here. I don't know if a police car got stuck or something else happened. We'll get an update as they get back to their car. Corey with the super chat says, is New Hampshire going to be light or fluffy snow? It will be fluffy with how cold it's going to be. Jack with the $20 super chat. Pretty cool. I'll definitely have to check it out. Thank you, Gail, for the super chat.
Unfortunately, he is bottomed out, guys.
Apparently the police officer is stuck. Enid, sorry.
I was so excited.
Yeah, I know, right? I was like, yeah, first pull out. We tried.
Oh my gosh, 37.4 thousand likes, guys. We got out for just a second.
Oh, never mind, he's not stuck.
Thank you guys, though. Thank you.
So confused.
Poor guy. You'll see the cop on chat. Yo, what's up?
So this is what it looks like over in Enid, Oklahoma. This is a area that's starting to see some heavier bands of snow right now. Got a small little band. If you look bottom right of your screen, there's a little dark blue area here that's up from Ponca City.
You know, we don't mind pulling
back into
people
Hennessy.
out, but there's a little bit of
more
a
intense
language barrier
there.
too.
Riley, can you change over the?
I
Can you
made
give
it
me
a
the
little
brand
more
fan stream?
uncomfortable that,
He's live now.
you know, I don't think
Go to the
he
program.
Was understanding what we're trying to communicate, but his oil pan, right, Udbet's probably sitting on it, so.
His axle was sitting on it.
Yeah, exhaust, and I heard a baby in the back, so. You know, we
That's what it looks like over in Enid, Oklahoma right now. Bottom left of your screen is a live shot back over in O'Fallon. Back over in O'Fallon, Missouri. Snow is definitely still going there. And then we also have another new camera back over in Louisiana that shows a bunch of icicles. If you guys have any photos or videos of icicles, you can at me on Twitter at MaxVelocityWX. This is also a video taken a few minutes ago near the Will Rogers Airport in Oklahoma City. This was sent in by Max Archer of the snow coming down. A live video from the ground just a few minutes ago. And we also have another Storm Chaser that just went live. This is Storm Chaser Brandon Payne, who is also
is a much better
Connor Croft.
than a comedian.
That's what it looks like right now. This is going to be near Perry, Oklahoma, going towards Enid. Shout out to Johnny with the $25 PayPal donation. Thank you, Max. You made reality TV what it should have been. Sven, appreciate the PayPal donation. They also Eric for the Venmo donation.
Yeah, Joe Rogan's stand-up is trash.
And we got blowing snow out here in northern Oklahoma right now.
I tried watching. I was like, dude, this is.
I mean, the chat just said it's a winter wonderland in Texas. It is for some of you. Got a photo that just came from Kyle McKee over in Marshall, Missouri as of 8:15. So we're sitting at about 3 inches of sleet and snow accumulation. It's also sent in by Hunter Hurley back over in, if the video loads. Wait a second for the video to load there. Is that video loading for you, Riley? Didn't load for me. Nice. Twitter's broken for me. So this is a video from Morristown, Ohio, east of Cincinnati. We're starting to see our first snowflakes here. This is from a security camera. We also got another... What in the world is this? It's from Cookeville, Tennessee. Bro is racing around his car in the sleet and snow. Low-key kind of cool, I'm not gonna lie. Here's a video sent in by Hunter Hurley of a plow truck sparking. This is from Hunter Hurley, Storm Chaser. Hey, Timothy for the $20 super chat. Ice coming down in Raleigh. Keep up the great work, Mac and crew. Appreciate your super chat. Hey, April for becoming a member. Let's go ahead and go back to the full radar here across the country. Hey, Conflict for the $10 super chat. The radar is loading. Trying to get my coworkers a good update for the storm. I was wondering if you could give us a breakdown for Warrenton, Virginia area, specifically ice accumulation if you have the time. Let me check out where Warrenton, Virginia is. I mean, we can go over to the ice accumulation map, but I mean, like in general, most areas in northern Virginia will be around 1/10 to 1/4 of an inch of ice. But this is a much easier view to see how much ice you're basically going to see. And this is in terms of freezing rain. This doesn't really have anything to do with sleet. Again, many of these areas will end up picking up some sleet accumulation, especially near Maryland, going into Pennsylvania, New Jersey, and even the New York City area. But generally speaking, if you're in the yellow, we're talking about minimal freezing rain accumulations, maybe a 1/10 or 100th of an inch of ice to 1/10 of an inch of ice. The orange is where we're expecting up to 1/4 of an inch of ice, and then the red is 1/4 to 1/2 an inch. And so most of Virginia is in that range. There are a few locations here that are over 1/2 of an inch of ice accumulation. That is primarily south of Richmond, near Blacksburg. We have several areas in the higher elevations that are up to or over 1 inch of ice accumulation. And so we are still talking about a pretty significant event for those in the Appalachian Mountains. But back over in northern Virginia, not looking at major ice accumulation. It will just be enough to really make the roads slick and slippery for any untreated roadways. Really, the big stuff and the most major stuff is going to be in this corridor from Kentucky all the way back into East Texas. That's basically Lufkin and Nacogdoches back into eastern Kentucky, including Nashville, where a widespread 1/2 of an inch or more of ice is likely. So that is where there's going to be a lot more concern. Is this storm going to continue into tomorrow? This thing is going to probably peak tomorrow. This is what the future radar holds in store for us. So yeah, this is what it looks like basically right about now. Overnight tonight and early tomorrow morning, we're going to have a large area of snow, freezing rain, and sleet. I honestly think when most of you wake up tomorrow morning, this thing's going to be at its peak size. If not, it's going to happen overnight tonight when it comes to the snow, freezing rain, and sleet. It's going to be stretching from Dallas-Fort Worth all the way back into the mid-Atlantic. And then as we go into the... I don't know why everything keeps freezing. My future radar just froze. All right, I have to refresh the app. 1 second. I was going to show you guys the future radar. All right, here we go. All right, here's what the future radar looks like. So by around 6 a.m. tomorrow morning, when you guys wake up, this is basically around the peak of the winter storm when it comes to power outages, snowfall accumulation, and all that stuff. So we'll have a large area of freezing rain continuing from eastern Kentucky back into southeast Texas. Power outages will really be ramping up here in Mississippi, eastern Arkansas, southwestern Tennessee. We'll have significant snow ongoing from Oklahoma City back into the Indiana, Kentucky, Ohio border, and then a lot of snow ongoing as well near Washington, West Virginia, and also the Pittsburgh area. We'll also have that cold air damming event happening in Raleigh and Columbia, Greenville, South Carolina, Atlanta, Georgia. You guys are going to be seeing freezing rain all morning long. And then by the afternoon, areas in Texas and Oklahoma are mostly clearing out, just a few light snow flurries left over. If you're back over in Pennsylvania, New Jersey, and New York, that's where our heaviest snow will be. We'll have some pretty heavy snow as well over here in southern Ohio and as well as central Kentucky. There will be a little sleet line as well. It's going to be very thin, but the sleet line will basically stretch from Memphis back into southeast Ohio. We'll have a large area of sleet as well for those in the Washington, D.C. area. So if you're in the Washington, D.C. area, unfortunately, if you want a lot of snow, we're going to have a transition into sleet. That is what's actually going to limit our snowfall accumulation in those areas. And so by around 10 to 11 o'clock tomorrow morning, many of you will transition into sleet. And then as we go into the afternoon, all that snow is going to move off to the northeast. It's going to include most of New England, including even southern Maine, Albany, as well as New York City. A lot of you guys are going to be seeing a lot of snow by this point, and we could even see some locations in southeastern New York pick up as much as 20 inches of snow when this event is all said and done. Pittsburgh will be getting some pretty heavy bands of snow as well, right around 6 o'clock tomorrow evening. Freezing rain will continue across Washington, D.C., Virginia, and North Carolina, and then eventually by tomorrow night, about 10 o'clock or so, most of the snow is going to be winding down. It's mainly going to be in southern New England by this point. So things are going to get a lot less widespread by 10 o'clock tomorrow. The good news for everybody tuning in right now, not everybody, but most of you tuning in right now, is that by 10 o'clock tomorrow night, most of you are done with this winter storm. The Northeast will not be, though. The Northeast will continue into the overnight hours. We'll have some snow and ice continuing in the Appalachian Mountains through at least Monday morning, and then things will mostly be winding down after lunchtime on Monday, with maybe still some snow in New England. And I think one of the reasons why we could see some overperforming totals in New England is because we could literally see still some light to moderate snow in Massachusetts tomorrow, or not tomorrow, but Monday afternoon and evening as well, behind this low pressure system. On top of that, we are expecting some severe weather during the late morning, early afternoon in Georgia, Florida, and Alabama, where a few tornadoes and even a strong tornado are a possibility. So we'll be keeping an eye on that as well. Riley has an update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey Max, one trend that we are noticing here is a lot of that Gulf moisture is finally making its way north into our precipitation hole. So the snow line is positioning up here right now, and that's one thing that we've been seeing for quite some time. However, as this moisture gets here, it's also going to start to push the snow line further off to the north, and this is when we're going to start to see more freezing rain come in. So right now we have two mesoscale discussions from the Storm Prediction Center. One is right here for the Memphis area to all the way down to the Shreveport area. That has been in effect for quite some time. We have another one for this area here for the Nashville area all the way up into Kentucky, West Virginia, Virginia, and North Carolina. If I were the Storm Prediction Center, I have my eye on this area right here for freezing rain to start pick up again soon. And a lot of people here probably chalked it up for the day. They're like, okay, I probably don't think we're gonna have that much freezing rain. This is a lot of hype, and I haven't seen a lot of freezing rain. It is filling in here. We're seeing that moisture come back, so I would expect a mesoscale discussion for this area shortly, and potentially an upgrade to ice storm warnings upgrade to winter storm warnings into ice storm warnings in places like Memphis, Jackson, and Nashville, where people are still in winter mode, but we're transitioning into ice mode, and those accumulations could make it worthy of an ice storm warning. In order for that to happen, we have to be at least semi-confident in ice accumulations of up to or around half of an inch of ice.
Alrighty, thank you, Riley, for the update. So that's, again, what we're looking at here for the next several hours is that freezing rain is going to start to fill in. Sleet is going to be picking up. Our snow line is going to be lifting to the north. As a reminder, by the way, this is breaking news, sort of, as we went live. Indiana was added into our state of emergency, so we are now sitting at around 21 states with state of emergencies as of right now for this major winter storm. So if you're in any of the pink area, that is where we're expecting the possibility, again, of major impacts. All of these states are ready for this major winter storm. Rhode Island and Connecticut were on the fringe, it sounded like, of declaring a state of emergency, but at least for right now, they have not. They do keep from becoming a maximum velocity member. Also, shout out to Timothy with the $20 super chat, and also Osseller for becoming a member. And Jackson for the Venmo donation. Thanks you for what you do. We greatly appreciate it. I'm glad I can help. Riley has another update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey Max, looking at San Antonio, Texas now, near Palm Heights, we have an accident blocking multiple lanes of traffic on westbound US 90. That's in slot number 3 there. We can see a few cop cars. Looks like they're already starting to get some traffic moving through that scene, but that just happened now, so I would expect some additional road closures. Sounds like we have at least 2 lanes blocked and roads or a car in the ditch.
Alrighty, thank you, Riley, for the update. We have another accident. And it looks like they just cleared off the cop car there, but there's also an accident back there where you see the flashing lights on the top left of your screen. Don't have really a clear view, especially with it being night, but we are going to continue to see more of this again overnight tonight and into tomorrow morning, especially in Texas and especially down near Houston, where some of these people may not realize, you know, even though you might only be in a winter weather advisory or, you know, winter storm warning, you might not realize, but it's dangerous traveling out there. There's a lot of people on the roadway here on US 90. Like, this is a lot of people. Here are the school closures that we are currently tracking as of right now across the United States for Monday, or at least early next week. There are about 428 schools that are currently closed. We have about 2 delays and 70 virtual days. You can take a screenshot of this map if you want, but the highest density is back down near Houston actually right now, which is interesting for this being this early. Hey, Toopsy for the super chat. Virtual days are no fun. I gotta agree. I don't understand. I get why there's virtual days, but like at the same time, like, can we just like have a nice, like, can we have a day off? You know, when it comes to snow or ice or whatever it might be. I'm the kind of person that I had virtual days. Like, it was like an event. It was like invented back in, like, I don't know, whenever I was in high school or middle school, and I hated it. I don't know if anybody else did, but man, I really hated virtual days. They were really painful. It was the least fun I ever had. I'd rather go to school.
Cloud seeding. They're spraying the skies with chemicals.
It's Brandon Payne back over in Perry, Oklahoma.
They're controlling the weather. I'm sliding.
Huge shout out to Chris with the $50 super chat saying there's a very good.
Hopefully
this
there's
was a very good take by
opening
Riley
in
and
Ponca City.
Counts Tennessee. We have 0.2 to 0.25 inches currently accumulated.
Terrible.
Most of my friends are starting to let their guard down. If you go outside, you can hear the branches falling. We're about to get hammered bad. Thank you. Well, I'm glad I can help, and also Riley, and hopefully you are staying safe out there. It sounds like you are the one that's aware right now. DJ with the super chat saying, what does Tulsa look like? It's supposed to end on Sunday. It's supposed to end tomorrow morning. It's going to end probably around 9 to 10 o'clock in Tulsa. Doopsy with the super chat saying, how much snow do you expect for Dayton? It's just a dusting so far. I'm still anticipating right around 8 to 10 inches. So we got a long ways to go. This is what it looks like right now over in Perry, Oklahoma. That is Storm Chaser Brandon Payne. And then this is Storm Chaser Mezzo Hunter.
We weren't too far from Canada.
Plenty of snowflakes are coming down here near Enid.
What, 2-3 weeks ago? Yeah.
We also have Storm Chaser Max Archer, who's right next to the University of Oklahoma football stadium where the Boomer Sooner people play. And snow's been relatively light here so far, but it should be picking up here soon. Hey, Hawkeye for the $10 super chat. I don't know how to explain how many water, but this is not related to the weather, but it's crazy how much water I've had today. For those that have just tuned in, we've been live for now 13 and a half hours total, and I have had a total, I think, of just today, I think I've had 14 water bottles. I would hold them up, but I can't even. They're all next to me, but it is insane how many water bottles I've had today. Try to stay hydrated. This is earlier today over in Lone Star, Texas. A photo sent in by somebody named Tank Girl. It seems like their sprinkler was left on, and it ended up creating ice around it. So, good idea to turn off your sprinklers, by the way. This happens in winter weather events, especially in Texas, but if you have a sprinkler, I would definitely turn it off just in case. You don't want this happening. Going to standing mode. All that plastic. After this stream, I'm investing into some sort of like filtration system up here in the studio. I have to get something because it's not like I can walk back and forth with my water bottle. Just not feasible. It's too long of a walk. That is the problem. I'm definitely gonna figure something out after this stream. Very dark, quiet, and ominous, really, in Norman, Oklahoma right now. So again, live. Did you play basketball? I did for a little while. I mean, being 8'7", you know, I would crush the competition in basketball any day. We have a not really breaking update, but an important update. We are now over 160,000 customers without power in Texas and Louisiana. The number is growing very rapidly right now. If we zoom into the map here, again, the worst of it still is from East Texas, just outside of Nacogdoches, back through northeastern Louisiana for Monroe, and then back into western and central Mississippi. That is where the worst of our power outages currently reside. We are now over 160,000. But Wise County is picking up a little bit. Tarrant County has been gradually increasing. It's up to 6,600 without power. I mean, that's not a lot comparatively to 1 million people that live there, but still, the numbers are increasing. And we've seen some isolated power outages so far in North Texas. They've been very widespread already so far here in East Texas from Panola County and Cherokee County back into central Mississippi. And those numbers are only forecasted and expected to continue to increase as our ice accumulation continues to get worse. So, again, just be ready. Have your plan ready to go as power outages are increasing. We have some very isolated power outages as well in Tennessee and maybe a couple in Kentucky, but it's been very isolated up there too. But again, just a little over 160,000 of you guys are without power now. That number is going to continue to increase. It is snowing back over in Lexington, Kentucky right now. This is a live Radar Omega cyclone port. Radar Omega, again, has all sorts of cameras set up here across the country showing you live views of the weather outside with live weather data. If you want to check this out, it is the Radar Omega app. You can download it with the top link in the description below. There's a lot of storm chasers as well. We got CJ Ziegler live here, crossing now into Kentucky here in a moment. He's in Memphis, Indiana right now, where we still have some light snow. Only one lane has been plowed on the interstate going southbound. The other one has been left to basically have accumulating snow. This has been a pretty common theme, you know, over the last, however long it's been, 14 hours being live. You know, most of these highways only have one lane, have actually been plowed. The expectation for a lot of these areas is that most people won't be driving around. So that is why we're seeing that happen. Stormwater Media is in a bit of a different story. They've been going through some heavier snow back over in St. Louis. So if you're in the St. Louis area, we've had a decent clip of snow here for the last several hours, and it is still going. And so they're over there. This is a live camera, Merrimack Bluffs, which is showing all the snow coming down right now. Lots of small snowflakes. And this back over in Jefferson County in the recreation park there, just south of St. Louis, where we have a little bit heavier snow here. The snowflakes are coming down a lot harder here. So over in Massac, EMA, this camera is frozen over. That camera's been probably experienced some sort of freezing rain there. Huge shout to Kia with the $100 super chat saying, thanks, Max, for the live stream during this beast of a storm. I really appreciate that super chat. W's in the chat for Kia. Very generous. Thank you, Hall County, also for the 5 months, and VJ for the super chat. Back over in Memphis, we are still looking at actually very low clouds here. We don't really have any sort of precipitation falling right now, Memphis. Again, we got a large dry slot still across Tennessee, but this is going to fill in over the next couple of hours. The freezing rain is getting heavier near Glen Heights, Texas. This is just outside of the DFW area. And you can see it on the light. Again, you might think I'm crazy for saying heavy, but if you look here, that's where we're looking for the heaviest precipitation. And so we are seeing very heavy freezing rain coming down, and that's going to lead to ice accumulations much quicker. Here across North Texas, we have a large area of sleet and freezing rain making its way in right now. We have a brand new NATOcast outlook that has just come in, and this is an experimental tool for tornadoes, and it's been pretty good in the past. It shows a 10% hatched tornado risk, which means even maybe a possibility of a strong tornado tomorrow in Alabama or even Georgia. Pretty rare stuff here. Again, we don't usually, I mean, in a lot of cases with winter storms like this, we do see a severe weather aspect, but we could actually see, you know, a possibility of a strong tornado somewhere tomorrow in the southeast, while we are seeing heavy snow and ice across areas in the Ohio Valley and the northeast. Riley has a, oh, never mind. Just kidding. Sorry. Thank you, Southern, for becoming a member. Welcome to the Velocities. What are the odds on ice in Atlanta? Pretty much 100%. We're expecting freezing rain overnight tonight. It is starting to get colder. We're down to 36 right now in Atlanta. There's a lot of radar and mega cameras up here. It's about 33 now in Dawson, Georgia. And we are going to transition into freezing temperatures here pretty soon. So the ice is going to start to become more of a factor. Riley has an update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey Max, I have an update on our cancellations. So there's a lot of cancellations that occurred today, but there are more that are going to happen tomorrow. I'm not going to go through all these airports because the list is quite lengthy, but I'll just leave it up on screen here for a few seconds, and we're also going to go ahead and shame everyone who's canceled a flight over here just because we can. A lot of flight cancellations are going to cause a lot of issues tomorrow. Seems like American, Delta, and Southwest, of course, have canceled the most flights. That's mostly because they have the most flights within the U.S., especially in the regions that are experiencing this weather. So if you see your airport that you're trying to fly out of tomorrow or your airline on here, go ahead, check that flight and make sure that it is still on schedule.
Alrighty, thank you, Riley, for the update. So here's a list of the the flight cancellations and the flight delays. We go over to here. So here's what we're looking at. You can take a screenshot if you want as well, if you are one of those people that might be traveling tomorrow. Obviously, a significant increase in influx of delays and cancellations is expected, but I think the most notable one is definitely Dallas-Fort Worth. We're looking at 42% of the flights canceled there, 80% of them in Charlotte and Douglas International Airport. That is a huge number. 45% there for Hartsfield-Jackson. LaGuardia is at 90% canceled. So, I mean, these numbers are huge. There's 10,000 cancellations right now for tomorrow. Thank you, Cottage, for the $10 super chat. We watch you during tornadoes and winter events. What are the ice expectations for Chattanooga, Tennessee? Our temperatures are expected to stay below freezing and lots of rain coming. I wouldn't say they're expected to stay below freezing. In fact, I actually think they will be going above freezing. I mean, it's 33 now in Chattanooga. If you're in some of the higher elevations, it's definitely going to stay below freezing, but many areas are going back above freezing. So the ice accumulation is not going to be nearly as significant as what we've seen throughout the daytime today. It'll be a lot less bad, basically. So I think overall, areas like Chattanooga are kind of past the worst of it at this point. As a reminder, here are all of our watches and warnings across the United States. Maybe. There you go. Here are all the watches and warnings right now across the United States. Winter storm warning stretching from New Mexico all the way back into the Northeast, where we are expecting a significant threat of snow to continue, and as well as even some freezing rain in some spots. And then anywhere in those purple areas, that is where we have ice storm warnings in effect right now. If you're in any of those purple boxes, just southeast of Dallas near Nacogdoches, Shreveport, Austin, Georgetown, Jackson, Mississippi, we are still expecting ice storm conditions here over the next several hours. And we are expecting the to really ramp up tonight into early tomorrow morning. If you're in Atlanta, if you're in Columbia, Asheville, Charlotte, the Gainesville area, we're also expecting ice accumulation to continue in those areas as well. We have a live storm chaser. This is moderate Motley in Colonial Heights, Virginia. If you're over in Virginia, we are now officially starting to see snow again. So some light snow is coming down here. This is the first snow that we've seen so far. This is just outside of the Richmond area. Dog, you're still live? We've only been live for 13 and a half, 14 hours today. No, I don't know if this is going to happen, but if we stayed live for another 4 or 5 hours, I think we would make it the longest concurrent stream we've ever had. It'd be pretty crazy. Double J with the super chat saying, Lufkin, Texas, my weather app says we're getting snow, but it's just cold rain. You guys are not getting snow. Your weather app needs some help. Keep it going. Go 24-hour stream. Imagine if we did a 24-hour stream. Midlife Summer or Simmer with $10 super chat. You know why it looks like, or what it looks like in San Antonio? Yeah, San Antonio right now, we're starting to see that freezing rain come into play. Temperatures have just dropped below freezing in San Antonio. So ice accumulation's now getting going in San Antonio, Austin, and Georgetown, just west of College Station. There is a camera in Killeen, Texas that we have no view of anymore because there's ice covering the lens, but it is 21 degrees there right now. Send him pizza. No, I need to DoorDash something else tonight. Somebody said we should do the highest donation is the DoorDash's donate, or the DoorDash's tip. So I think that's a good idea. We should probably do that. I don't know what I'm getting though. Riley has an update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey Max, I have an update on power outages. We're starting to see more power outages in Mississippi now. If you come back over to the map, Mississippi is actually highlighted on that now. So Texas, Louisiana, and Mississippi are still seeing the brunt of the power outages. Interestingly enough, there is a strange pocket of power outages here in parts of Oklahoma, Arkansas, and Texas. I'm wondering if we had a little bit of a localized icing event here where more cold air may have been in place over parts of Oklahoma and Arkansas to the north and some to the south as well. But then we didn't have that cold air in place here. That led to a little bit more of a warm layer in the upper layers or the upper levels of the atmosphere to swap that over to freezing rain. The power outage swath is almost identical to the ice storm warning. So if we come here and we sort of just memorize these counties here and then flip it over to radar Omega, it's almost a 1-to-1 comparison of where we have those ice storm warnings compared to where those power outages are. And this is exactly what we expected and have been talking about. There have been multiple reports, especially in the northern Louisiana area, of multiple trees down on power lines and power lines sparking. This has led to a lot of power companies having to disable power locally, even if the power may still be on. So because of that, that's why we're seeing so many power outages in northern Louisiana. Now, this area of power outages is going to start to extend up to the north as our ice moves up to the north, because they're going to get more ice up there. It does look like it might be warming up a little bit here in the Shreveport and Monroe area. It's not going to be a quick warm up, but sometime over the next 6 to 8 hours, we could see a shift to rain. If we see just warm rain, that would be a good thing, because that would mean hopefully we're going to lose some of the ice that is accumulated on things. If that doesn't happen, we will be dealing with an issue with that flash freeze that we were talking about earlier. That is going to make sure that that ice sticks around for days to come.
Alrighty, thank you, Riley, for the update. So yeah, that's just a general overview of what we're looking at again right now. What is upcoming over the next few hours here across the Deep South. So again, a lot of freezing rain still impacting areas like Dallas, Fort Worth, back into Mississippi, and it's going to continue to ramp up. It's getting going again. Dallas, Fort Worth. This is the more intense freezing rain and sleet that we've seen so far today, and really in general. All right, so we're starting to see some actual bands now, freezing rain, come together. If we go over to the single site radar, so we get an in-depth look of everything, look how much more widespread this freezing rain has gotten. And I've tried to reiterate this to everybody over the last several hours, but the worst of the event is like tonight and overnight. Like, that's when it's going to really be bad, and we're starting to see that now in areas like DFW. So again, this is going to continue to intensify. We're going to continue to see these heavy bands of freezing rain come together. And there's even a possibility that some of you could see some thunder ice, thunder sleet, thunder freezing rain. It's all in play tonight. So that'll be interesting. We've already seen a little bit of that south of Dallas, Fort Worth from earlier today. Thank you, Kennedy, for becoming a member. Welcome to the Velocities. And by tomorrow, it really has to, like, Texas is basically gonna be closed tomorrow. I mean, basically the entire state. It's gonna be iced over. But Texas will be closed more because of how cold it's gonna be. Temperatures will be in the single digits in most areas. I showed this a couple of times on our 12-hour stream, but I think this is the most relatable thing that we can look at today. For those that have watched our storm chasers out there, look at the bottom right of your screen. Like, this is one of the more definitive reasons why I'm showing you this. Like, you can't even see the lanes of the highways right now. Conditions are treacherous. Yeah, this is valid. This right here is valid. This is a valid meme. Shut Texas down. It snowed. Thank you, Timber, for becoming a member. Thank you also, Brad, for the super chat. And Midway for the super chat. I don't think this really related to today at all, but it's still kind of funny. I did not mean to click that one. That's also another one. 60 degrees below. It's below 60 degrees in Texas. All right, thank you, cool, for the super chat. I think anywhere in New Jersey will probably be around at least 4 inches in most of New Jersey. If you're in very far southeastern New Jersey, maybe 3, but most areas should at least be 4. I keep seeing so many people ask, how much snow am I going to see? Here you go. This is your answer. If you're asking how much snow I'm going to see this weekend, this is your answer right here. All right, guys, I'm ordering Wingstop for dinner. What should I get? Should I get Hawaiian, like the wing type? Hawaiian, garlic parmesan, mild, or lemon pepper? Instead of the barbecue. I'm already doing garlic parmesan, I'm pretty sure. So basically, Hawaiian, mild, or lemon pepper. Let me know in the chat what sounds best. Remove a garlic palm. Don't say garlic palm. I'm already getting that technically. I think. Yeah. Lemon pepper? Alright, we're doing lemon pepper. Thank you, Lottery, for the super chat. Snowfall totals for Maryland. Over in Maryland, this is what we can expect. We'll do this view. So this is what we're expecting in terms of ice accumulation. That is not correct. Let's go to the HRRR. Sorry, 1 second. That's what we're in terms of ice accumulation, that's what we're expecting. So the most significant ice accumulation will be areas like Nashville and Mississippi. We're expecting 1/2 inch to 1 inch of ice accumulation. And then off to the east, along the east coast in the Carolinas, most areas will at least see 1/4 inch of ice. There will be some isolated locations in the higher elevations that see more like a 3/4 inch of ice in some spots, especially Western Virginia as well. We could even see over 1 inch in a few locations. But Maryland, we're talking mostly about 1/10 inch of ice across the board. It won't be too significant there. Shelby with the super chat said Hawaiian. Waterwork by James with the super chat says, don't mess with Texas. Shout out from Tomball, Texas. Straight country lifestyle. Hey, Cruising for coming a member. Any prediction on what to expect in Charlotte? Probably right around 1/4 to 1/2 inch of ice. That's what I'm expecting there. Here's a live shot right now of what we're seeing in Norman, Oklahoma. The snow is starting to get a little bit heavier here now. Got a few more snowflakes than before. There wasn't really any snow flying, and now we're starting to see actual snowflakes. So we are starting to see a little bit more snowfall in the Oklahoma City area. And this is Storm Chaser Brandon Payne. Put on his audio here for a second.
Guys. I can't say it enough, dude. I'm so ready to chase a tornado.
He's in Perry right now, Perry, Oklahoma. And so again, the roadways are pretty much covered over. It's hard to see the lane. The only thing that you can really see is the tire tracks, which does help.
I need
it. Assuming the snow stays pretty heavy overnight.
I need to be standing.
It's gonna be hard to see the road at all tomorrow.
Tornado. With my legs spread wide and the air flowing between them, tickling me.
Thank you, Jimmy, for the super chat. Will Pittsburgh really get around a foot? I do think Pittsburgh's going to see a foot of snow.
The winter chases are fun. Don't get me wrong. I mean, it's fun. It's fun to experience the weather. But I just want a tornado. I just want a tornado. I haven't seen a good tornado since Gary.
This is also Storm Chaser, Storm Runner Media, who's again driving currently through the St. Louis area. They're now approaching Edwardsville. See the snow coming down pretty rapidly right now. Wow, they're spaz for like 2 seconds. That's what they're looking at though back over in St. Louis. Oh, it's still going. What in the world is going on with their feet? All right, well, in the meantime, we'll go over here to basically St. Louis. This is over in Hillsborough, which is just outside of St. Louis. We got lots of snowflakes coming down. St. Louis is an area that we've already seen a few inches of snow, and we are probably going to get close to 8 to 10 inches by the time this event is all done. And this is what it looks like over in Billings, Oklahoma right now. It is impossible to see the road. It's almost impossible to even see the road right now. This is actually kind of low-key scary.
How many tornado shelters are?
Almost have to look at like Google Maps or something to even know where you're driving. This is Highway 64. This is an actual highway. You can barely see anything.
Schools have to have tornado shelters.
This is near Perry, Oklahoma.
So Kevin said it's just another day in Canada. Well, Canada doesn't really get the F5s so often. They've had one F5 to my understanding. So I would like to highlight once again, Kevin, Oklahoma, we're built for heat. So many people in their homes only have AC units.
Hey Mike for the $20 super chat. Starting to feel some precipitation in the Queen City.
I would not want to deal with 1 degree. Probably
Thank you for the report. Thank you also Song for the super chat.
Unfortunately, there's not.
Brenna for becoming a member.
People have to bundle up in this. But, you know, it's always easier to be a keyboard warrior, so I get it.
Rachel, we are showing Perry on the map.
That's what it looks like out there in Perry. Again, the conditions are pretty treacherous there right now. Can somebody put icicles or something in slot 3? Apparently I got an image from Ryan Scholl. All right, we got a video that I'm gonna show you guys on stream. It's gonna be interesting, I think. I haven't looked at it yet, but whenever Ryan Scholl messages me some sort of video that or photo that's interesting, we got to look at it. All right, here's the video. Oh my lord. Bro, what are we doing? Guys. Oh my lord. Yeah, that guy almost hit the pole. Why are we doing it around a pole? All right, like why around a pole? Why is there 2 of them? I didn't even notice the guy in the background. There's 2 trucks doing it. Low-key, this, I don't know why we're doing it around a pole that if you crash it into it, your insurance company is going to be like, what the heck did you just do? That thing is not going to fly with any insurance company that I know of. The other truck did it and just drove off. Thank you, Lucy, for becoming a member. This is, again, from Storm Chaser Ryan Scholl. Not the only funny thing that Ryan Scholl sent today. Been a couple of funny things. We had this sent in from Ryan Scholl too. This was back over in Nashville. Again, great marketing. If you need good marketing, follow whatever this company's doing. Can't fix the weather, but we can make you a drink. It's a W. Riley has an update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey Max, I have an update on the temperatures across the country. First off, I want to cover our extreme cold and our cold weather advisory warnings. So we do have some extreme cold warnings up here in the northern United States, and then some additional warnings down here, parts of Texas, Arkansas, Louisiana, and Mississippi. So taking a look at those temperatures right now, we can see that down here in Texas, this is cold for Texas, 25 degrees. That's extremely cold. Now we're going to cover the northern United States, and it feels like negative 33 degrees. That is honestly just the light jacket weather up here in the Midwest. I know Texas is really struggling with their 25-degree temperatures, but this is definitely the tale of two extreme colds, and one of these is quite warm, and one of these is actually cold. But coming over here to how cold we expect it to get later on tonight, it's going to get even colder in the north-central United States. So we're going to see temperatures feel like down to negative 50 degrees. Even just off this map in parts of Canada, we're going to see wind chills get as low as negative 70. And down here in Texas, we are going to see wind chills unfortunately reach a tragic 0 degrees Fahrenheit at some point in time. So Texas, we might just need to just forget that the state exists, because they're all going to be inside because it's going to be so cold. And out here in the Midwest, we'll be flying a kite or something in the wind.
Alrighty, thank you, Riley, for the update. So yeah, Texas is gonna be cold. I don't know how many people are gonna be actually going outside in that weather either. It's gonna be cold. We do donuts on frozen ponds. Gotta make sure the pond has enough ice on it though. I've seen some terrible accidents when people falling through. This is a look over in Louisiana. This is on US 165. We got some icicles growing right on the traffic cam. And actually quite a bit of cars on the roadway for there being ice in this area. Who's gotten 8 to 16 inches of snow so far? Your mother. Hey, you skip for the $10 super chat. How fast is this system moving? It's not moving very fast. I mean, most of this activity right now is pretty much moving like east and northeast at like 20 to 25 miles per hour. So generally speaking, this activity is not that fast. Guys, I've been live for 14 hours. I'm sick and tired of getting these questions. Like, where's my snow? Guys, it's coming, all right? Thank you, Nike, for the super chat. What kind of levels do you think for York and Harrisburg, Pennsylvania? Local weather seems to keep dropping snowfall. I still think across most Pennsylvania, we're still talking 10 to 15 inches of snow. So I don't think anything's really changed there. I mean, the National Weather Service is forecasting a wide range here. I mean, it's 10 to 18 inches anywhere in that particular area. That's Williamsport, Sunbury. Back down towards Harrisport and Lancaster, it's going to be about 9 to 13 is what they're forecasting. And I would agree with that. I still think 10 to 15 pretty much for most of the state is going to happen. Again, there will be a few areas that go over that. There'll be a few areas under that. But generally speaking, across the state, it's going to be right in that ballpark. Also, bear with the $20 super chat. Says, stay safe, be smart. Keep your phone charged so you can watch max velocity. Keep your phone charged so you also have an extra source of light. That's another thing. Riley has an update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey Max, we have breaking news out of Louisville, Kentucky. Louisville has gone to a alternate menu at Waffle House. That means that they're not offering all of the food. This is the step before a Waffle House closes. So Louisville, Kentucky, if you're in Louisville, make sure that you're prepared to stay inside, because if Waffle House can't open, you can't do anything.
Alrighty, that's big breaking news, guys. The Waffle House ultimate collapse is happening. This is like catastrophic when this stuff happens. Like, Waffle House never closes. We have apparently around 10 or 15 Waffle Houses that are closed now in the United States because of this winter storm. And an alternate menu is the worst case scenario there for Louisville. Guys, if you're in Louisville, buckle up. We're getting really close to that restaurant going to nothing. Serving nothing tomorrow. Can I ask what kind of alternate menu are we talking? Like, do we know what they're not serving? I'm curious. They lied to you for the $10 super chat. Riley's looking into it. We're gonna figure out what their alternate menu actually is. This is very important. Can you please look at the current conditions in Nashville? Yeah, you guys are in a bit of a pause. Again, the freezing rain and sleet will fill in again. Right now, it's again just isolated, scattered freezing rain and sleet around your area. But again, in about 2 to 3 hours, almost everyone in Nashville will have freezing rain again. So Storm Chaser Ryan Scholl, he's with us. He has an alternate menu at Waffle House. This is your alternate menu. It's the Essentials menu. That's what they call it, the Essentials menu. That's all they have at Waffle House in Louisville. We're only able to serve a very limited menu at this time. Some items listed may not be available, so you might not even get this. Some of this stuff might not even be available. At least they have the sausage, the bacon, the city ham, the hash browns are at least there. At least they still have soda. This is just chaos erupting right now in Louisville. At least they still have the cheesesteak bowl. I'm pretty sure I had that. It was pretty good, if I remember correctly. Notice no waffles. Wait, were there no waffles on that? We don't have waffles at Waffle House? It's literally called House. Yeah, there's literally no waffles on this. I need to get my pen back. This is just unbelievable. Go ahead, Riley.
You know, this actually reminds me of when I was in Florida doing cleanup after Hurricane Milton. I was also a victim of the alternate Waffle House menu. And the first 4 things I tried to order, they're like, nah, we can't do that. I'm like, why do we even have an alternate menu then? So normally when you see this forsaken white piece of paper, it means you're going to get the one type of food that they actually do have in stock. When I was doing cleanup in Milton, that was only hash browns. So I got a Coke that was kind of flat, had way too much syrup in it, and a boatload of hash browns for like $2.
All right, thanks for the insight on the Waffle House chaos that is erupting right now in most of the Ohio Valley. I feel bad for anybody right now in the Louisville area that needs that Waffle House craving. Thank you, Jimmy, for the $10 super chat. 14 hours is crazy weather. Yeah, this has been a long stream. We're over 14. I think we're actually around 13 and a half still. Never mind. We're still about 13 and a half. The last live stream was 11 and a half. This stream is at 2 hours right now. Thank you, Jennifer, for becoming a member, and also for Tessa for the super chat. What's the latest on St. Louis? Nothing really new. I mean, it's snowing pretty heavily out there right now. This is a live shot. Let me go over to the full cam of Storm Intermedia. I think we have a full cam of them at least. See if we can get a full cam of them. Look at the snow here. It's pretty intense.
Okay, well, we're fine.
Good.
Just go.
This is over in the St. Louis area, so we're continuing to see pretty heavy snow here. Snowfall is still expected to be pretty significant too. We're still expecting several inches of snow.
Having to do an emergency switch up here, chat. So
around 8 to 10 inches is still in the forecast
look a
here.
little funny for the moment. Give us a minute though. We'll figure it all out. I am trying my best. There's a lot of traffic on the other side of the interstate. I forgot about the phone stream strategy. So this is usually the worst case scenario. As long as we have a solid mount though, the phone stream should be fine. I mean, the picture on the phone will be good, so.
I forgot I have overlays on that.
That's good.
Conditions are getting way worse though over here.
I broke my phone case in the process. Don, thank you for the $100 super chat.
Got about 4 inches of snow depth back over in Tulsa, Oklahoma from the latest measurement from a local storm chaser. Hey, Stalker for the $10 super chat. What do you think? Do you think DC will get a foot of snow? I would lean closer to 8 to 10 inches of snow. Yeah, a lot of snow coming down right now here in the St. Louis area, and it's far from over. And this is what I'm talking about. You know, for those that are asking, where's my snow? Why are we still waiting? Again, that's basically where it is right now. This corridor right here, that's where the heaviest snow is residing. So areas like Columbus, Pennsylvania, again, a lot of your snow is tonight and early tomorrow, but most of it will be tomorrow. Thank you, Aiden, for the super chat. Will the snow keep heading north to Springfield? Not really. It's going to be kind of paralleling. It's going to be like this. It's kind of making arcs almost. So it's not necessarily going to Springfield. It's gonna kind of be on your edge. We'll be edging Springfield here overnight. Thank you, Mar, for becoming a member. Hey, Schultz with the sewer chat. Northern Mississippi is going to be dealing with the ice storm concerns. We currently have a large area of freezing rain that is crossing across Oxford and areas like Greenwood. And this is going to continue here for the next several hours. It's going to get a lot more widespread. And this is where we're anticipating the threat of widespread power outages as we go into overnight tonight and tomorrow morning. Power outage numbers, again, increasing right now. And it's expected to continue to increase rapidly. Riley has an urgent update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey, Max, we have an update on injuries associated with the winter storm. So we are now at 20 at a minimum in Oklahoma, 11 plus in Missouri, 6 plus in Virginia, 3 plus in Tennessee, 1 plus in Alabama, and 1 plus in Indiana. This adds on to our 5 plus fatalities with at least 3 in New York, 1 in Tennessee, and 1 in Michigan.
Alrighty, thank you, Riley, for the update. So we have now 42 injuries, and we also have 5 fatalities so far from this winter storm, polar blast, whatever you want to call it. And so this is a rapidly increasing number, and this could be something as simple as walking out your doorstep and slipping on ice. Like we've seen that already today. And so that could be part of it. It could be a magnitude of things, but definitely something that is not good. According to Riley, actually, this is almost all car crashes. So apparently all these injuries, for the most part, are car crashes. There could be a few of them that are slipping on a doorstep, walking out or whatever. But majority of these are actually from car crashes. And again, we've had upwards of 50 to 100 car accidents today. So this number is only going to continue to really increase, basically. Thank you, Natalie, for super chat. You put all local meteorologists to shame, and St. Louis loves you for it, Max. Thanks, Max. All right. Thank you, Jeff, for becoming a member. Also, thank you, Colton, for the $10 super chat. Thunder sleet in San Antonio, Texas. Isn't that rare? It is. Did you see thunder sleet? Check it out on radar. There have been some thunder strike. There have been some lightning strikes that popped up on radar. I don't see any right now, but I do believe you. We have had lightning strikes on radar pop up, and there has been thunder sleet, thunder ice, that sort of thing. So definitely not surprised. We got a pretty large area of heavy freezing rain right now from Killeen all the way to San Antonio, and this thing is just spreading off to the east. We are getting freezing rain now just outside of Houston, so if you're over in Houston, Texas, we are expecting that freezing rain to ramp up here pretty soon. 40 of the 42 injuries were from car crashes, by the way. Thank you, Robin, for the $15 Venmo donation, saying congrats on the Pat McAfee show. My 2 favorite guys. Appreciate that. Thank you, Jennifer, becoming a member. Almost all of DFW now is covered in freezing rain or sleet. Nearly the entire Metroplex is covered in freezing rain or sleet. There's a very thin area that isn't right now. That's going to get covered over here soon. Areas like Denton, Texas, and Weatherford are starting to get pummeled by heavier freezing rain and sleet now. It is a mix of both. We are now over 164,000 customers without power in Texas, Louisiana, Mississippi. These numbers are expected to continue to increase tonight and into tomorrow. Not seeing any, and Wise County has been fixed, it looks like. So the power outages that happened, likely because of ice, have at least gone back down to a very low number. So that right there is good news. Thank you, Nate, for the $20 super chat. Still thinking half an inch to 3/4 of an inch of ice for Dixon, Tennessee. Yeah, I'm still thinking like this entire area here is still going to be right around at least around a half of an inch of ice. It could be a little bit lower, it could be a little bit higher. Just around a half of an inch is what I would expect. So there could be some scattered power outages at least. Huge shout out to Minutes Dead with the $50 super chat saying, is white and gray in Oklahoma still snow? Yes. That would be what that is. Dark blue is as well. The lighter grays that you see on the map here, or the whites, that's usually light snow. The grays is usually flurries, might not even be reaching the ground, but the white is just light snow. The darker blues that you're seeing here are much heavier snow. We have much heavier snow right now between Mountain Home and Fayetteville and Arkansas too right now. Jeff with the $20 super chat saying Clarion, Pennsylvania. We're supposed to also get some sleet. Is that true? I don't think you're going to see sleet up there. It should be almost all snow. And I would expect around 10 to 15 inches. What's in store for Baton Rouge? So back over in like southern Louisiana, like areas like Baton Rouge, they're not even under any sort of like winter weather advisory or winter storm warning. But behind this storm, as it moves down here into the southeast, on the backside, we're going to get a flash freeze. So temperatures will rapidly decrease. And any sort of liquid that's on the ground in Baton Rouge, even once we're done, is likely going to freeze into ice. So areas like Baton Rouge could actually see a light glazing of ice on some of the roadways. Not going to be widespread, but some areas will see a glazing of ice. So if you're in like Baton Rouge, if you're in southern Mississippi, Meridian even, or perhaps even Birmingham and Alabama, like you guys could actually wake up or be sometime on, not wake up, but sometime during Saturday afternoon, you guys could see some rain, some cold rain, and it freezes into ice after the cold front passes. Riley has an update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey Max, just an update on traffic reports. It seems like we haven't had any new accidents, so we only have 5 remaining road closures or 5 remaining road incidents in Texas, 2 in Louisiana, but both of those are not associated with the winter weather ongoing. Only 3 recovery operations ongoing in Arkansas with no new accidents, and only 4 accidents in Tennessee, with 3 of those currently going through recovery.
Alrighty, thank you, Riley, for the update. So travel problems are not as bad tonight, and it's obviously 10 o'clock, so most people are probably off the roadway or trying to get off the road. This is Storm Media driving through Granite City, Illinois. I know somebody asked earlier, do we have any chasers in Illinois? Well, here you go. We got at least a chaser in Illinois.
Turned on, so it's at 1. So okay, by the time that one gets low, your other one should be right. And this will be on the charger. Yeah. So silly camera. Why'd you have to do that? I guess whenever I go out on my own a couple times, I'll have to...
Colleen with the $10 super chat. What do you see for the south shore of LI tomorrow? What is LI? Long Island?
And I mean,
I think Long Island's going to be right around 8 to 12 inches of snow.
I think it looks better. I need to buy a different camcorder is probably what it is. That or maybe that needs to...
Does bro have a Zin in?
That's
bro, I'm drinking like 25 water bottles.
I'm not taking the chance now.
How would I even do that while I'm talking this much? I don't... Bro, what?
Yeah, we'll just run this the rest of the time, so...
I'm not even kidding, guys. Like, I don't have a water like system up here. We're gonna get one because this is not sustainable. But I've gone through about like 17 of these water bottles. I'm pretty sure just today. I got a 30 pack from 7-Eleven a couple days ago. I've basically gotten through the entire thing.
Thank you for the super chats.
The amount of water, it's more because my throat has already been sore going into today, so I had to drink more anyway. But you know, it's crazy how much I'm drinking water. Hey, John, for the $20 super chat. You have the best voice, content, and expertise. Thank you so much for all that you do. Appreciate that. It's time for a real drink is what I'm saying. That'll be for tomorrow night after this is all done. Maybe. I don't know, maybe. I don't know. We'll see. If the Patriots win tomorrow, I'm doing it after the stream. I'm at least having something, because, like, man, Tomorrow's a big day for the Patriots. I'm kind of scared. I'm not gonna lie. Obviously, weather's going on too, but I'll probably have the game on one of my other monitors so I can really see what's happening here and there. Thank you, Carla, for the $50 super chat. WC and the team for all you do. I really appreciate that. And I really appreciate you guys saying the team as well, because again, we have grown into a team. It used to be me for a while. You know, we have 12 and upwards of 12 employees. We have, you know, storm chasers that we've contracted out. We have an entire chase team that we basically built. And so I really do appreciate, again, all your support. Like, it does mean the world. We built a really incredible team, and we're continuing to do so. You know, and these streams are only going to get better. Like, we are making so many improvements right now to our production and everything that goes on here. You've already kind of seen some of it this weekend. Again, these streams are way better than last winter. I mean, we have way cleaner overlays. We have so much more stuff that is here that makes it more easy to understand what's going on with the weather. And the big goal is to give you the best weather information possible in the cleanest way possible without there being too much stuff going on. Right. And so we're trying to simplify things. We're making things better, basically. And, you know, hopefully in a few months, you're going to see, you know, during severe weather season, some really incredible streams when it comes to the production and being able to make it understandable for you guys as the audience. So we have big things planned. So. Hey, Mary, for the super chat. You might have to get banned. Go Broncos. No thanks. Hey, Hydrix, for the super chat. Canada, you guys are under snowfall warnings. There's an impact level of medium and high depending on where you are. So you're expecting some snow. I don't think it's gonna be that crazy, but at least 6 to 12 inches. I mean, for that area, it's not too crazy in my opinion. Did you do Houston already? I've talked about Houston, but I mean, again, Houston is going to be looking at freezing rain and sleet really overnight tonight. So after about 1 in the morning, that's when you guys will be transitioning into freezing rain. Currently, the temperature on the northwest side of Houston is 32. So we're getting pretty close to freezing. This is what it looks like out there on the northwest side of Houston. This is one of those Radar Omega cyclone ports, which you can watch on the Radar Omega app with the top link in the description below. The temperature again right now is 34. You can actually see the temperature graph here as well over the last basically 15 minutes or so, or 20 minutes. And so the temperature has dropped by about half a degree. And it's going to continue to drop in the Houston area over the next hour. And we will eventually be below freezing, and then we'll actually have ice accumulating. But we're getting very close to it. EC with the super chat says, Lexington, Kentucky, will I work Monday? I don't know, man. You might. It depends. It depends on if they cancel for snow or whatever. I mean, there's not really going to be much ice up there. It's going to be mostly just snow. Speaking of Louisville, CJ Ziegler is in Louisville right now. I am pretty sure he's just set up a camera at a hotel room. I could be mistaken. But yeah, there's a camera here. We got a view of what's happening in Louisville now. Thank you, Dustin, for the $10 super chat. Hey, Patriots have had a really tough season. We've gone up against some really tough people. Thank you, Jenna, for the super chat. Happy birthday. Appreciate that. We're only a few days away from my birthday. Huge shout out to Bop with the $50 super chat. Thoughts on Wilmington, Delaware for snowfall totals and ice? For Wilmington, you'll be probably right around 8 to 12 inches sleet and as well as snow combined, and maybe up to a 1/10 of an inch of ice. Yeah, almost all tomorrow. Leo with the $20 super chat says, thank you, Max. Riley, great coverage as always. Thank you, Fidget, for the super chat. Been snowing in Louisville since 3, and we've had about an inch. Gonna pick up and have some legit snow. Yeah, you got some legit snow on the way. This right here is legit. Everything over here is pretty much the Temu version of the winter storm. So this right here is Temu. And this over here is, I don't know, shopmaxvelocity.net. I think that's pretty big. I don't know. I can't think of a store. Amazon? I don't even know if Amazon's kind of somewhat cheap too, but. When's your birthday? 5 days. This is the Big Daddy. It's a Big Daddy snow coming over here. Over here is just, again, Temu. Thank you, Gary, for the super chat. You seen the Fat Electrician's Waffle House Index video? I have not. Thank you also, Kelly, for the super chat. Riley has an update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey Max, so we have another accident to report on. This time it is to the northeast of Memphis, near where I-40 meets 240. This seems like a one-vehicle accident. It is in slot 2. Can't see it very well. They're reporting that the center lane of 6 lanes is blocked and the right shoulder is blocked as well. Actually, they did just update that to a multi-vehicle crash, so at least 2 lanes of 6 lanes are blocked on I-40 westbound.
Alrighty, thank you, Riley, for the update. So we'll go full cam to that. This is the accident, I believe. It was slot 1, right? Riley, slot 1. Slot 1. Just making sure. I believe this is the one. I-40, you can see the accident up there on the left. You got an emergency vehicle there on the right. But police officer is at the top left of your screen. You got a lot of emergency lights, so there's some sort of accident. Again, very hard to see this stuff at night. It's way easier to see during the day. A lot of flashing lights, so. People shouldn't be on road unless it's an emergency. Yeah, pretty much. Guys, no more school. Speaking of school, we actually, we have a graphic for this, which is pretty cool. And we're probably gonna have something in the future that's like actually automated so you can just see it wherever. But this is the school closures right now for early next week. Sitting at 700, or we're sitting at 792 different districts. 428 schools are currently closed. This is for mainly Monday, but possibly Tuesday as well. Pretty much all Connecticut is closed right now. So, but Atlanta is closed. A lot of Atlanta schools are closed. Dallas-Fort Worth area, we're starting to see some closures. Houston's all mostly closed. Hey, right for the super chat. Show us the clean storm chaser. It's actually a live camera. That's not a storm chaser. I'll show it to you. It's covered in ice. Can't see anything. There are live we have cameras though down here. Let me see. We do have some cameras down here near clean. And this one looks like out and clean right now. So this is a live shot. And again, roads are covered in sleet and freezing rain. Very few cars out there. I mean, there's one literally going, I believe, northbound, I think that is. Or no, that's southbound. One going southbound. I just saw one go northbound a second ago, and that's it. The roads are very quiet. As a reminder, if you are new to the channel, make sure to subscribe. We are about 10 subscribers away from 1.65 million subscribers. We have gained, I think, almost 15,000 subscribers since the beginning of this winter storm. It has been insane. I want to hit 1.67 million subscribers before the end of this winter storm. 1.67. Then we can do this. Thank you, Country, for coming a member. Thank you also, Rose, for the $10 super chat. Greenville, South Carolina, you saved us during Helene. Local news said it wouldn't impact us because of your video. I convinced my husband to get emergency supplies. Our power's off for 17 days. Thank you. Wow, that's insane. I'm glad I could help. That is a really crazy story, too. By the way, this is our camera program. This is another thing that we've had developed as well. And I don't know if we have a statistic thing. We do. We now have 46,000 cameras in this program. So we can look at 46,000 different cameras. We're obviously never going to look at all of them, especially since a lot of them are Canada and we don't really cover this part of the world. But we sometimes do. It just depends on what's going on. But the amount of cameras that we have is pretty insane. There are currently 58 chaser cams, by the way, which is actually crazy. That's might be the highest number of chaser cams I've actually seen on here. And those are these like dots right here. So like Storm Intermedia right now, for example, they're driving through some pretty treacherous conditions near Pocahontas, Illinois. You can actually just go full cam to them. But the conditions there have gotten pretty treacherous. This is live. If we hit 1.67 million subscribers, I'll gritty, by the way. Pat McAfee brought me here. There's no shot. I'm just curious, how many people actually found me because of Pat McAfee? I'm curious. I don't know how many people are even going to be truthful about that, but that's really crazy if that's actually true. Thank you, Robert, for becoming a member. Max, is that live? This is live, guys. Every camera I'm showing you is live, unless I state otherwise.
That's what I assumed.
Hello?
Hello. Did I tell you you could talk, Garrett?
Yes, you did. At some point, we'll get the effing him.
See how it is. You give Garrett quick permission, and you just put down the red man.
Thank you, Anthony, for the $50 super chat. Great job. Appreciate your dedication. In Ottawa, Illinois, been snowing hard, then starts again. Thoughts on the totals here? I think most, I mean, this is what it looks like right now in Illinois. This is live, but I think most of central southern Illinois, like Springfield area, just south of Bloomington there, not going to see as much, like 3 to 6 maybe. But if you're back down in southern Illinois, closer to the Jonesboro, Harrisburg, Shawneetown areas, that is where we're anticipating several more inches of snow. So we're talking the possibility of 6, 10, maybe even a couple areas near 12 inches of snow.
Where are you guys all at now?
They both for the super chat. Found you by accident. I'm glad I did. That's awesome. YouTube showed me out a suggestion yesterday evening. Ian Carroll was promoting you. I don't know who that is. I saw some people say that though. I haven't heard of him, to be honest. If we don't get over 12 inches of snow in central New Jersey, I will be less happy. Yeah, freezing rain is not fun, and I don't think New Jersey's going to see a whole lot. I mean, again, maybe 1/10 of an inch of ice in a couple of areas in like southern New Jersey, but it's mostly going to be sleet. It's not really going to be much freezing rain up there. Thank you, Star, for becoming a member. Are we good in Northwest Florida? You guys aren't actually good. We do have a severe weather threat for tomorrow. We're talking about a risk of tornadoes tomorrow. There is a slight risk of severe weather. We even have a marginal threat of severe weather almost into Atlanta, Georgia. Yeah, that's really crazy, by the way. We almost have a marginal threat of severe weather in Atlanta, Georgia, while we are talking about ice tomorrow. Ice accumulation is going to be happening. We'll have freezing rain there while, you know, there's severe weather. We have a threat of damaging winds and even a few tornadoes. We could see a strong tornado even near Dothan or southwestern Georgia. Let's go ahead and do severe weather. Take that off. You ever sleep? I had 5 hours of sleep last night. Maybe. I don't even know if I had that much. These type of marathon streams, there's not really much sleep involved. I mean, during like a normal week, I'll usually get 7 to 8, which is good, but not this kind of event. I'm gonna be honest, I've felt it. Like tonight, I've definitely felt that I am tired. Like this is gonna be a rough 24 hours, but you know, kind of is what it is. This is a very major weather event, and anytime we have something like this, there is going to be an urgency of being live when needed, and you know, obviously communicating everything that's going on and showing you what's actually happening in real time, so there's ground truth, you know, of what we're actually seeing out there in other areas, so you know what to basically expect in your neck of the woods. Lisa with the super chat says, I'd love to hear that you are a Patriots fan. My son played for them in 2012, 2013. It's great to see him coming back. That's awesome. Appreciate the super chat. That's pretty cool. What do you think you'll expect to see snow start here in New York City, and when do you think you will be over a foot of snow in total? I don't know if we're going to see a foot. I would definitely say around 10 to 12 those on the table for the New York City area. Snow is going to begin pretty much around 2-3 a.m. tonight. It's just going to be pretty light, and then it'll start to pick up in intensity. The snow's definitely starting to pick up in intensity over in Virginia. This is Colonial Heights, Virginia. This is Moderate Motley, a new Radar Omega Storm Chaser, which you can watch him inside of the Radar Omega app with the top link in the description below. And he's currently parked, it looks like, next to a Sam's Club, where snow's definitely picking up. They're not big snowflakes, but they're snow. Hey, Joel, for becoming a member. Thank you also, Noctua, for the $10 super chat. Northern Virginia is going to be right around 8 inches of snow or so. And then up to 1/4 of an inch of ice. Storm Chaser Mezzo Hunter is going through some light snow as well right now in northern Oklahoma. This is located in Mulhall, Oklahoma. So we got some light snow going here. Alex, I still think it's going to be what I'm expecting in Charlotte. I'm still expecting around 1/4 or 1/2 inch of ice. Donna just said, ice is literally pouring down here in Waco. There's some very heavy freezing rain near Waco right now. And even around Dallas. Like, this is what's intense. And I think what Donna just said kind of rings true to what I've been talking about like all day. Like, this is the intensity that we're expecting. This tonight and tomorrow morning. And as this continues to spread eastward, it's going to continue to get a lot more intense, and problems are going to keep getting even larger, and power outages will become a lot more frequent. So thank you, Donna, for the super chat there and saying that. Also, thank you, Megan, for becoming a member, and as well as Pete. Riley has an update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey Max, this update is in slot number 1. This is another accident north of Nashville, Tennessee. This is over by Parkwood Estates on I-24. It sounds like there are 2 lanes blocked on eastbound I-24. It is the right shoulder and the right lane of 2 lanes.
Alrighty, thank you, Riley, for the update. So that is this camera here where we have a lot of flashing emergency lights right now. And that is due to the fact that we have, again, another accident. Fortunately, how it's been basically all day. I think we're probably over 100 accidents in total today. Maybe more. I don't know. We're at a very high number, though.
Extra, but yeah, you can't even see this guy's lights. It's insane. So this is rough. I mean, this is rough conditions. We'll have to take it slow and easy here.
Huge shout out to JM for the $20 super chat about Sunset Hills, Missouri for snowfall. Talking about 6 to 10 inches. This is near St. Louis right now. We're talking St. Louis area. I'm still thinking 6 to 10 inches. 6 on the higher are on the northern side, and then 10 inches further south.
Now I can see him, but I couldn't see him. So
this is the accumulation that we've seen so far with this winter storm. This is the snowfall accumulation numbers that have actually been reported and at least verified to some extent. St. Louis, as of about 10 o'clock tonight, most areas are now near 4 inches of snow, and there's obviously a lot more snow to come. Kansas City's right around 4 inches. We got about 6-7 inches in Topeka, Hayes, surrounding areas. 8 inches back over in Ada, Arkansas, and then back over in Tulsa. We have some areas approaching 7 inches of sleet and snow combined. So the numbers are starting to get a little bit more significant in those areas. Let me go ahead and turn this on to just the last 12 hours or last 6 hours. Back over in Oklahoma City, we have some areas approaching 4 to 5 inches of snow. 6 inches of sleet and snow back over in Hawley, Texas. And we're starting to see about 1 inch of snow in some of these areas in western Virginia. And then Louisville's right around 2 to 3. Champaign's around 2. And about 3 to 4 in southern Illinois and the St. Louis area. Benton, Kentucky's at 5. And then Jonesboro is at about 6. And again, we still got a long ways to go. The highest total, though, out of this event so far is actually over in Crested Butte, Colorado, at 23 inches of snowfall. That was as of 6 p.m. Shout out to Connie with the $20 super chat. Precipitation was supposed to start in North Carolina 6 to 8 hours ago and pushed back to about 2 to 3 a.m. Picking weather is events is hard, but come on, why did I not see it? I did see this on radar hours ago, but no one was talking about it. Precipitation, I'm pretty sure, has already started in at least most of North Carolina. I know Charlotte's already started to see freezing rain. I mean, most of North Carolina's already started to see freezing rain or snow. There's only a couple areas that haven't. Mainly over here. That's like an area that wasn't expected to see much. So, and for the most part, this has been pretty much on pace for forecasted in North Carolina. Maybe a few select locations haven't seen anything, but most areas have. Looking like a long day tomorrow in Flower Mound, Texas. My dog froze solid. Okay, I did not have to read that. How do I do? I don't even know how to answer that anymore. I don't even know why I just read that. Thank you, Kelly, for the $20 super chat. Owensboro, Kentucky, here any thunder snow? If we're to see thunder snow, thunder sleet, thunder freezing rain, it would be mainly in this corridor. In the Mississippi Valley. We could see it down into Texas, but mainly going to be in this area here. So perhaps, but it's definitely a low chance. Shout out to Jim with the $10 PayPal donation as well. And Carl with the PayPal donation. Riley has an update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey Max, camera slot number 1 there. That is an incident we have in Pulaski, Virginia. This is one of the first accidents in Virginia that we've managed to track down on traffic cameras. There are a lot of reports of accidents. However, their camera network is a little bit more spotty, but it seems like the majority of them are tied to the I-64 and I-81 corridors. So if you need to travel on any of those tonight, I would probably just avoid it. There is some pretty bad traffic and a number of lane closures and accidents.
Alrighty, thank you, Riley, for the update. So bottom left of your screen, I'm just going to full cam it. That is another accident there in Virginia, one of the first that we've seen so far tonight. Hey, Brittany for the $10 super chat, and also music for the super chat, and also Scott for the 5 memberships. You guys are way too kind. JM also for the super chat. Happy birthday. Appreciate that. Thank you. And Brittany. I live in Maine. I was wondering when the snow's expected to start and end. It's not going to start until probably noontime and then last basically until early Monday morning, at least. It might last actually into Monday afternoon for some areas, but it'll be lighter by that point. But southern side of the state, we're expecting 8 to 12 at least. Some places over 12. Northern side of the state will only be a few inches. Riley has a... Oh, 1 second. All right, Riley has an update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey Max, just wanted to hit on the future radar quick because there's a lot of people asking when will the snow get to my house? We're not going to break it down by specific locations. We're just going to sort of talk about the trends that we are seeing. So first things first, we are starting to see some of this convection fill in across our freezing rain band. We've been talking about this for the last few hours, but even more so is becoming more evident, especially on radar. If we go ahead and pull up the radar, we can see that there are a lot less gaps in here. Pretty soon we are going to see new ice storm warnings come out for some of these areas once we see exactly when that switchover starts, and we're going to start talking about potential ice storm warnings for places like Memphis, Jackson, and Nashville. We actually did just get an update to one of our ice storm warnings here in Mississippi, and they're more or less saying that we're going to see a little bit more freezing rain than what we were first expecting, and that is all because this is switching over to mostly freezing rain a little bit earlier than what we thought it was going to do. So headed back over to that future radar here real quick. Let's keep going through the scroller around about midnight tonight. We are going to see snow make its way into Pennsylvania. It'll be into places like New York and New Jersey around 3 a.m. And then Connecticut, Massachusetts, Vermont, New Hampshire, you're looking at the snow starting around 8 a.m. and the same thing in Maine, but around noon to 3 p.m. The main thing that we need to be talking about is still the ice accumulation. That is what looks the most significant. Bad news for some of us, especially over in Oklahoma. It does look like we're getting dried air. That happened today where our snowfall totals just got absolutely destroyed by a dry layer in the mid-level, and that is something that's going to continue happening into tomorrow. So it'll be interesting to see how our snow totals are going to suffer from this in parts of North Texas and Oklahoma as well. Arkansas, Missouri, you could be dealing with dry air a little bit earlier than what we thought, but unfortunately that dry air is not going to get into any of our freezing rain that we're going to have stretching basically from the U.S.-Mexico border all the way to the East Coast into parts of the Carolinas, and that is going to be the big story tomorrow. I know we've already been live for 3 or 4 days in a row talking about this storm at this point, but it is still going to get more significant. We haven't hit the peak of it. Today is still sort of the day before the day. The day will be tomorrow. We're not only going to be talking about winter weather, we're also going to be talking about severe weather, where we do have a 5% tornado risk in parts of Alabama, Florida, and Georgia. That'll be associated with this little band of convection that we have sort of on the backside of our storm as that front makes its way through and we see that surface level low start to form out ahead of it. That is going to be in a decent enough environment to where we could expect a few tornadoes, and I'm believing more and more the more models that we see for this event, that any tornadoes we see tomorrow will be a very quick and very significant, talking about those EF2 plus tornadoes. They're going to be quick-lived and they're going to happen and form really quickly, so it's going to be hard to stay on top of them. So anywhere that we see any sorts of potential couplets, we're probably going to go ahead and call those out well ahead of time, because the National Weather Service will be struggling to issue tornado warnings on stuff, because after you see the CC drop, the tornado probably will have done the most of its damage tomorrow. Now, there's nothing you need to do besides be ready for this in parts of Florida, Alabama, and Georgia. Obviously, if you get warnings tomorrow, heed those warnings and take shelter, but just know when it's going to be coming through for your area. So if you do see those kind of warning signs that there could be a tornado approaching, you go ahead and take shelter. We're going to see this make its way into places like Mobile, Alabama around 11 a.m. tomorrow. It's going to move through the Florida Panhandle from noon to 4 p.m. before it eventually becomes a little less organized into the evening hours, and we're going to see it detach from the wind shear a little bit more around 5 p.m. Moving on, besides that, after this storm gets out of the way, we have basically no risk of snow and no risk of even thunderstorms at all up until next week, which we then still have to, or then we start talking about another major winter storm that's going to be coming in. But that one is still a little iffy on models, and that's why we're not talking about it yet, because we don't know exactly where the impacts are going to occur.
Alrighty, thank you, Riley, for the update. Really appreciate that. Also, thank you, Eric, for the $50 super chat. More freezing rain tonight or sleet in Dallas overnight. It's mostly going to be freezing rain right now, and then it'll transition to sleet later tonight. And then it'll eventually go into snow for a brief amount of time, sometime a little after sunrise tomorrow. It's very nice to catch up on eating a little bit. It has not been that kind of day. But a lot of stuff to talk about today, so catching up on calorie count. This is back over here in Illinois. This is right on I-70 now near Greenville, so they're east of St. Louis, where snow is still very heavy. Hey Riley, I got Coke Zero. And not Diet Coke.
Chaz, is this entertaining or what, guys?
It's definitely Coke Zero.
It's a little bit more stressful for me, but I'm hanging. Tina, thank you for the PayPal. Thanks for the late.
I got Wingstop. The lemon pepper wings are actually pretty good, for the record. That was what you guys picked. I picked the lemon pepper, and then I picked the garlic parmesan. That's what I got the last time.
Possible, so appreciate all of you guys.
Lemon pepper's pretty good.
We're probably gonna play the Indianapolis or Bloomington area tomorrow. To be honest with you guys, maybe down to Columbus. We're just not really sure.
Domino's.
Maybe we'll go from Indianapolis
birthday, Max. Thank you.
on that down.
Still a few days away, but I appreciate
it.
Yeah, I'll take one if you got one. I do have one.
See what other cameras we got right now.
And I'm willing to show it because I had thought that I was going to have to try to survive off of it.
That's what it looks like right now in Guthrie, Oklahoma. Snow is still coming down a lot right now. It's been pretty much moderate to heavy throughout the entire evening. And this is Mezzo Hunter. And I think he's at a gas station, so we'll go back to him. This is over in Norman, Oklahoma. This is Storm Chaser Max Archer.
But there will probably also be somewhat higher totals, like kind of Kingfisher or Okarche Enid. I think I heard somewhere like Okarche had like 9 inches. So. And also make sure to like and subscribe so that way the stream can get.
Alright, we're gonna put. I'm right, we'll put Stormer Media. Long-time viewer of the streams. Do you have any information about Butthole or Butthole? West Virginia? I was looking there. Does that actually exist? Bro, it doesn't even exist. I literally I just got baited on a super chat. That's how tired I am. Oh my lord. Luke Jones, thank you for the super chat. I can't believe I got baited. Like, that never happens to me. I'm so good about that. It's a forecast for Raleigh, North Carolina. It's mostly gonna be freezing rain and sleet. That's gonna go down on a clip. Oh lord. Mostly gonna be freezing rain and sleet. Probably about a half of an inch of or about a quarter of an inch to half an inch of ice accumulation. Oh, alright. It's been a long day. Thank you, Pax, for kind of maximum velocity member. Ryan with the $20 super chat. Would love to hear your informed prediction for Atlanta, Georgia light ice power outages. I think Atlanta will be around a tenth of an inch to a quarter of an inch of ice. I think power outages will be isolated. I don't think they'll be widespread. You know, in all fairness, there are some crazy town names in, like, Virginia, you know, and many of you have looked up crazy names before. There are crazy names in Virginia, so I thought that actually might be your own name for a second. I read it again. I was like, oh, that doesn't make sense. Alright, let's go back over to Storm Intermedia for a moment.
So the black olives
a little bit more. Again, they're
like,
currently driving on I-70 in Illinois.
like something like a shoe. And then they're saying that green olives taste better than black olives.
That's why I like them. Tastes like shoes.
Ah, okay. Crazy.
You had to go there. Black olives are good if they've been salted and they've been cooked with the pizza. That's when they're good.
Gotta stop picking up names.
So
Not falling
when
for it
they're
again.
cooked with the
I'm very
pizza,
locked in
not
now.
as a topping?
I was obviously not locked in enough.
Well, as a topping.
Hard mouth with the $20 super chat. Send that clip to Pat McAfee.
Yeah, see, normally when I get Supreme,
should.
see, I normally just take the olives off. I like the onions and all, you know, or I'm not a big fan of necessarily mushrooms either. So I take them, you know, if the Supreme has mushrooms, I'll take that off. But
Sure.
I like the bell peppers and the onions and stuff like that.
Yeah, onions.
I have to send a photo of my drink to
Give me
DoorDash so I can get my
Okay,
reverse.
fair enough. That's fair. You're not a pineapple guy, are you?
Unfortunately, I do like my Hawaiian pizza.
Oh man, that's the best one. Put a bunch of black olives on. Real quick, Redman, you and Corey should be glad you left.
Hey, Bruce, for becoming a member.
Northern Mississippi when you're dead.
What's going on in the chat? Why are we talking
I
about
was looking at that too.
the great olive debate of 2026? What are we talking about olives for? I'm not gonna lie, olives make me I cannot look at olives. Like, I can live without them. No doubt about that. I just don't like how they look. And smell. Not a fan. Not a fan. What's your opinion on eggnog? Eggnog is good, but I'm also like, I go to the gym consistently now. I say that, and I have not been to the gym in a week because of the weather, but yeah, I usually go to the gym, and that's just not something that could be in my diet. But I loved drinking it when I used to drink it. Thank you, Bright Paper, for the super chat. Aldrich Side, been a viewer for a long time. Appreciate it. Seriously, can't believe I tripped on that. I've never done that before. Yeah, I've read plenty of crazy messages, and I've always avoided it. I noticed you're thinner. Yeah, I'm definitely gaining more muscle. I mean, that's what my goal is, so. I was mostly bulking the last few months, and I was supposed to start cutting, and then now we're going to severe weather season. I don't think it's possible to cut. Like, this is just not the time to cut. Riley has an update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey, Max. So we've tracked down another 4 traffic incidents across Virginia. Most of these are on I-95 and I-64. I'm just going to start sending them through. I'm going to fill up all the slots with the incidents or some incidences real quick, and I'm going to put in some other ones as well. So first one we have here is on I-81 near, or just on I-81. The other one's on I-95 and another on I-95. Then we have this one on I-64, and then we have another one on I-95. So a number of traffic problems going on in Virginia right now, basically all across the northwestern portion of that state. So if you need to travel on I-95 or I-64, probably just don't.
All right, thank you, Riley, for the update. You switch those back to tracers. Actually, whatever that Salem was one, put Salem at the bottom left. One bottom left is in Short Pump. That's over in Richmond, Virginia. And bottom middle is I-95 in Richmond, and then basically all around Richmond right now. Hey, Gruber for the super chat. What's Northern Kentucky look like? I love they suck. Northern Kentucky is mostly going to be snow. 8 to 12 inches for most of Northern Kentucky. Could be closer to 13 or 14 near Cincinnati when this is done. A lot of these areas here, right along the border, depending on where you are, like Louisville, they're going to transition in at least a little bit of sleet at some point. That Salem, Virginia camera, I don't know what that Salem one was on, but can you put that bottom left? I had a better view of one of the accidents. Shout out to Zachary with the $20 Venmo donation. Clean Texas, how much ice and sleet will we get? I would expect right around about a quarter of an inch of ice down there. And we're talking mainly freezing rain. There will not be much sleet down there. Riley has another update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey, Max. This time we're looking at Clarksville, Arkansas, where we have a truck that has gone off the road on the on-ramp. This is affecting exit 57 on Interstate I-40 westbound. So this should be cleared pretty quickly. There's already a tow truck there. You can't see it on camera, but that is near Clarksville, Arkansas.
Alrighty. Thank you, Riley, for the update. And so here's that view, the one I want to go back to here. This is a little bit better of a view of the incident over in Salem, Virginia on I-81. Large closure there. And then this is the incident over in Arkansas where we got an officer off to the right there. Or off to the left on the right shoulder. Got a report in the chat that it's snowing in Baltimore. Nice. So Woodland from thank you Ding for the super chat. Forecast for Woodlands, Texas, and go Patriots. Drake May is our king. All right, I'll answer your question because you said that. No, Woodlands is probably gonna be right around a 1/10 to a quarter of an inch of ice, mainly freezing rain for you guys. Can we put that Arkansas camera slot 1? That was just on. Hey, Jack for becoming a member. Back over to Storm Runner Media, going through an intense snowfall, or probably some of the most intense snowfall we've seen back over in Illinois.
What's up, Scott?
We are in Pocahontas, Illinois now.
Yeah, I mean, it'll be fun. Like I said, though, regardless, I'm paid to be here, so if it doesn't, oh well.
That's the right mentality to have. All you can do is try your best, and sometimes it's going to work, sometimes it won't, but you just got to stay consistent.
It's not one,
Sign
probably.
off for the night
It's old Virginia.
and get some sleep. It was not a fun drive over here today. So safe travels to wherever you guys are going tonight.
Appreciate
What
it.
you got at Wingstop? I got 4 garlic palm wings, 4 lemon pepper, which that was the chat's vote, and then I just got fries. And the wrong soda. Out of the 4 times I think I've had to order DoorDash, like during these streams this week, I think all 4 times my drink has been wrong. I'm not even kidding. I think every time it's been wrong.
I mean, there's potential there.
It's about where I'm ordering from.
Something to happen.
Pretty impressive, not gonna lie.
Be a quick hitter.
They have a high percentage of missing entirely.
Last
I
April.
don't get to sleep well yet.
Near Vandalia.
Now, Fort Scott.
Vandalia? Vandalia, yeah, I don't know how to say it, but... We're almost
This
at
is over.
Effingham, chat.
This is from Max Archer at the Riverwind Casino. Nobody's skipping out of the casino tonight. Nobody. It's busy. Anybody here does not care about the snow. So again, from Max Archer. Riley has an update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey Max, I have an update from the Oklahoma Highway Patrol on what they basically did today through 9 p.m. There was 28 collisions that had injuries, 175 motorist assist responses, as well as 151 non-injury collisions. And then they had 19 SMART responses, which stands for Smart Motorist Assistance and Recovery Teams with National Guard.
Alrighty, thank you, Riley, for the update. Thank you, Levi, for the super chat. Join Max's Discord. Yeah, if you guys have Discord, again, we do have a Discord server. There's a link down below. If you want to join our server, it's an entire weather community. We also are on Facebook, Twitter, TikTok. Those are all at Max Velocity WX. There's links to all of our socials down below. But definitely join our Discord server if you've not already. There's, again, a link in the description there. Thank you, Valerie, for the super chat. What will Evans, Georgia have? Let me see. Top left of your screen, I still have that place typed in. I didn't even notice that. Oh, my lord. I didn't know. All right, Evans, Georgia. Oh, I'm so not locked in. Evans, Georgia, I'm thinking like 1/4 of an inch. So, again, that'll be enough to at least have some isolated power outages. Killjoy with the super chat says, roommates out here from South Austin to Lubbock, all black ice. Do not go outside unless you have to. Stay warm. 100% agree. Thank you for the report. Riley has an update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey Max, I'm on I-40 again in Arkansas. This time we are near Hazen. That's in slot number 1. Seems like we have a jackknife semi, or a semi that was stuck and is now trying to make it through a tight corner. This is trying to get off of I-40, I believe. So I don't believe this is impacting the eastbound traffic, but nonetheless, it is a report of an accident.
Alrighty, thank you, Riley, for the update.
Hopefully not.
Let's go ahead and check that out. So here, oh, nope, it's moving. There's a look at the police car up there at the top. It's pushing a car. There's actually 2 things happening here. The police car just pushed some car over there. His bumper. Very interesting. Oh, camera froze. 1 sec. There we go. Hey, Simon for the $20 super chat. How's Fort Wayne, Indiana look for the night? And how much snow do I think or how much snow do you think? We got about an inch or two. I think Fort Wayne will get about 4 to maybe 8 inches when it's all said and done. That semi is almost going to hit the other truck. That is a close call. That truck is literally backing up. They're struggling to drive right now. It seems like kind of chaotic over here right now. Hey Molly for the super chat. Been snowing all night and super cold in Chicago, but no one cares if Chicago is freezing and snowing. Love the stream. Snowing there basically all the time. Very light snowfall there tonight. It is extremely cold up there in the Midwest. Hey Pax, the $10 super chat. What's the ice accumulation for Central Virginia near Charlottesville over the next few days?
700 people watching as we're about to do some snow angels.
All right, guys. Share the stream. You want to see?
Apparently, Mez Hunter's about to do snow angels. Okay. Anywhere near Charlottesville, Staunton, any of these areas, we're expecting around 1/4 inch of ice accumulation. Power outages shouldn't be that widespread, but there could be some isolated power outages for sure. Speaking of power outages, we have an update on our power outages across the country. We are sitting at about 150,000 without power. Majority of them are in Louisiana at this hour. You can see the line here of power outages that is growing. We have some in New Mexico as well, but basically a line of where that heaviest freezing rain has been, stretching from East Texas near Lufkin all the way into northern Louisiana, right along the I-20 corridor, and then back over in Mississippi. You know, I don't know what's going on here, but I think they're about to do snow angels. Why is he doing it face down, bro? Face down is terrible. Riley has an update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey Max, it's kind of been a weird trend because it seems like all of our accidents sort of happen at the same time. So I'm going to move a camera to 1, 2, and 3 and then cover where these accidents are occurring right now. So the first one that we are looking at here, and it's getting kind of hard to see these just because the cameras are starting to ice over. But the first one is to the northeast of Nashville Airport on I-40. The camera that we have in slot 2 is another accident near Brentwood. That is just south of Nashville on I-65. Then we have another one over in Memphis, Tennessee. This is to the northeast on I-40, just south of Arlington. So all 3 of these are accidents that have happened in Tennessee in the last few minutes. There's also another accident that happened in Arkansas. There are no cameras nearby that one, but that occurred near the town of Centerville. Most of the accidents in Texas and Louisiana, on the other hand, are being cleared up. So not much more going on there in terms of new accidents, but there are still in the process of removing the old ones.
Alrighty, thank you, Riley, for the update. So again, a lot more accidents happening. Not really too surprised by it at this point, but they continue to stack up here across much of the southern plains and back into the Ohio Valley. Predictions for Asheville. Asheville, North Carolina, we're talking about 1/4 to 1/2 inch of ice. It's Florence, Alabama getting more. We still got some more freezing rain off to your west. Let's see what the temperatures are right now, because radar's saying it's actually normal rain. And there are ice storm warnings there, so let's see. Temperature right now is 34 in Florence. So it's actually above freezing, which is actually kind of surprising. So the ice storm threat is a little bit further off to the west, it looks like. Florence is getting a break in the action in terms of freezing rain. We have some icicles on the I-20 at Pecan Mall camera, or Pecan Land Mall in Louisiana. This is Storm Chaser Storm Media. They are still in central Illinois near Pocahontas, where snow is still coming down pretty hard.
Picking up a little bit more snow now. A little bit. Here, I'll try to angle that a little bit better. There you go. I probably should have put you guys like that earlier. Yeah. You guys could look at the road and not just... Oh, there's the... Not just what's going on above. There's the thumping finally coming in here.
To where?
Tulsa to Joplin. Here at 11. There's a deformation band up there that's pretty solid. I wonder how OKC's looking.
That's what it looks like there in central Illinois right now. And we got 3 storm chasers on the bottom middle of your screen. Got 2 in Oklahoma, 1 in Illinois. We have multiple storm chasers elsewhere as well. We got some in Virginia. We got 1 in Virginia, 1 in Maryland right now, which things haven't really picked up there quite yet. And then we have a 1 in Kentucky and 1 in Mississippi. Pretty large network tonight. Riley has an update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey Max, just got a new mesoscale discussion from the Storm Prediction Center. This is mesoscale discussion number 50 on the year. So that means we're averaging about 2 mesoscale discussions per day. This is about freezing rain, and believe it or not, Texas and Louisiana. This does include Waco and Palestine, Crockett, and Kerrville, Texas. This is going to be until 2:45 p.m. Central Time. And it's basically just saying that we're going to see a mix of freezing rain and sleet in these areas. Taking a look at radar, that is almost exactly what we are seeing. You can see that winter precipitation discussion from the SPC here in the pink circle. This does include just north of Houston. It does seem like Houston is going to miss out on some of the bigger ice accumulations, which is a good thing because Houston has a total of 0 snowplows, and they were very confident in their pre-storm briefings that they were safe with that 0 snowplows that they had. Moving further to the north, we are continuing to see that Gulf moisture make its way off to the north and the east, and it is just continuing to fill in that convection. It's sort of the same story as the last few hours. The one thing that I do want to mention is this snow line is sort of starting to stall out here. We did see a little bit of a northern push in this earlier. Well, that is starting to be pulled off to the east as our main system does move off to the east as well. So we're sort of seeing this bulge happen where this is coming this way, and then this portion of it is being pushed up to the north. So basically a big little motion like this. And I mean, that makes sense because that's the main direction that everything is moving in. So that is what we expect to happen. But this is going to pull more warm air out of the Gulf and up into parts of Tennessee and Kentucky. And we are going to see a switch to a freezing rain almost predominantly here across places like Memphis, Jackson, Nashville, and probably all the way up into central Tennessee. We could be talking about Bowling Green, maybe up into Lexington sometime in the next few hours, Pikeville as well. Knoxville, this also includes you. Knoxville, you've been upgraded to an ice storm warning. That was earlier today that happened, and you could see up to 0.4 of an inch of ice.
Alrighty, thank you, Riley, for the update. We're still live. I did stuff for a few hours and I came back to my computer and you're still going. We've officially been live for 14 hours and this is a live view of Riley right now, of how excited he is right now. You can barely see him. No, he's not excited. Bro's fist is on his side of his head like, bro, why am I still here? We've been live for 14 and a half hours, I think. 11:30 plus, yeah, 14 hours and 40 minutes. We are about an hour and a half away, I think, for the longest concurrent stream we've ever had. And the last time that happened, I think, was actually last year when we had a tornado outbreak. I believe it was in Kentucky, if I'm not mistaken. So, yeah. Pretty crazy stuff, I'm not going to lie. We'll see if we hit it. It's possible. Hey, Beast of the Odds for the super chat. What are you expecting for Little Rock tonight into the morning? Freezing rain, sleep. It should be mostly It'll be mostly sleet. There will be a little bit of freezing rain, but mostly sleet overnight tonight into tomorrow morning. I think Little Rock's going to avoid the worst of the impacts when it comes to the freezing rain precipitation. And this is what the future radar looks like here. Let me go to the future radar just so you have an idea of the difference in the precip types here. But you can see, like, right now, for example, this is right now. We have a large area of sleet already around Little Rock. A lot of it around Dallas-Fort Worth is also the same way. Tomorrow morning, again, it'll be pretty much all sleet. There might be a brief transition overnight to freezing rain, but it won't be that long. And then it'll transition to snow. For maybe an hour or two. Good shout out to Brian with the $20 super chat. Tell me what to expect at Evansville, Indiana. We're going to continue to see snow basically all night tonight and into tomorrow. It's going to be for the next 12 hours. We'll have basically snow consistently. And in Evansville, I'd probably say we're going to still see, and this doesn't include what, this basically already includes what we've seen, but I'm still expecting around 8 to 12 inches, maybe as high as 14. What it looks like right now in Louisville, Kentucky. It is cold and blistery right now out there. Who's been here since the very beginning of the stream? Let me know in the chat. Who's been here for the... I don't know how long it's been. I do have Riley raising his hand. He's been here the entire time. I've been here the entire time. Some people that help us on the back end as well have been here the entire time. A lot of people have been here the entire time. Hey, Charles, for becoming a member. Huge shout out to all the new members of the channel, by the way. Appreciate you guys.
Alright, catch you tomorrow, Cindy. Thanks for tuning in.
Nothing in Atlanta? Atlanta's going to start ramping up over the next few hours. It's still above freezing.
It was bad when I was leaving work.
And overnight tonight, we're expecting the freezing precipitation to get going.
7:30. Well, it's worse now, that's for sure. Say it's definitely worse now. Oh, some of these areas out here probably already have 3 or 4 inches of snow, so. And the snow is about to really pick up in the next, like, 2 to 3 hours. I mean, it's still...
Where's that photo of the
right
snow?
now, but it's
Max
really
Archer tagged me. Can you give me the post that Max Archer tagged me on? Riley.
I think we might...
Hey, Joe, for the $10 super chat. Been here since about 9 Central. Not quite the beginning, but close. You've been doing great work today. I appreciate that.
Where the snow is a lot heavier just to our south, actually.
Back to the 3 cam view here. Oh, Max Archer has somebody that is stuck in Oklahoma City. That ain't good. Hey, Hosh for the $20 super chat. It's nice to see younger generation meteorologists that are super entertaining and actually accurate. How old are you guys? I am 23. Riley is 21? Question mark? Okay, yeah, he's 21. I never remember. But, yeah, I'm 23. Or I'm 22, actually. Sorry, I'm not even 23. I'm saying I'm old.
Stuck out of the snow real quick.
I'm still 5 days away from being 23. My apologies. Almost my birthday. And I am a degree meteorologist. I'm not, that's not a lie or anything. Like, I actually have a degree. Like, I graduated back in May. Been a meteorologist for almost a year now. So Oklahoma City got a car stuck.
Okay.
I get the car unstuck here. Hey, man, for the $20 super chat. Shelby, North Carolina. Let me see where that is at. Shelby expecting right around 1/4 to 1/2 inch of ice.
Guy got
Still the forecast.
He started sliding and he got stuck in the snowdrift, so if you're trying to get up to that exit. So we're gonna help him get out.
What are the chances of waking up to no power in Oklahoma City? Pretty low. I don't think Oklahoma City will see power outages. I wonder if they can just push this car forward. It does not seem like that heavy of a car. I could be wrong. Oh, looks like they're going to try to use the truck here. They're going to latch on the truck and try to pull this driver out of the snow. It looks like they're going to get the little hitch on the front here of the truck. Hey, Jess, and as well as Lone Star for the $20 super chats. Lone Star says, join if you get a member for your efforts today. Ice Pellets and West Little Rock. Appreciate the report. Appreciate you becoming a member. Thank you, Jason, for the super chat. By the way, if you want to support our team and what we do here, one of the best ways to do so is by becoming a member of the channel. It's the join button down below. I believe it is one of the top links in the description. It's also pinned in the chat. It gives you benefits as well. Starts from $2.99 a month. It really helps out our operations and what we do here. So I really do appreciate anybody that's become a member today. We're pretty much solely funded by, you know, you guys do what we do here, you know, and everything like that. So really appreciate the tremendous support that everybody's been giving here the last few days. We've been live for I don't even know how many hours now. Can we get a check on how many hours we've been live now? Like, not just today, but total? How long it's been. Curious. Already reporting power outages in Houston? I don't think there's any power outages in Houston right now. I'm gonna go back to Max Archer in a second. We'll keep him bottom left, or bottom right. Right now we're sitting at 100 and almost 170,000 without power, so the number's jumping again. Right, I'm talking about in total, all 4 days. We're at 170,000 people without power now. Louisiana's at 70,000. Let me go to South Central so you can have a little bit better view of this. It's pretty much the same corridor that we've been talking about. We're getting some isolated power outages near Waco now. We actually have some down near Victoria, Texas. Very few, but there's a few now down there. We got a few in Tennessee, some in Central Mississippi. And then back over near DeSoto is really the biggest county that's just south there of Shreveport. Looks like they're now pulling the car out, I think. Or the truck, can't really tell. I think that's what they're doing. Jason with the super chat says, why is Justin, Texas being told it's snowing, but we can hear sleet? Because it's sleeting. The weather apps are not necessarily accurate. I'm gonna be honest. Like they use calculations or they use models basically, or whatever it sees on radar and just goes with it. The ground truth matters more than what they're basically saying, because like with a winter storm like this, it's very different from any other winter storm that we usually deal with, because it's literally only 10 degrees in parts of North Texas right now. Like over here, it's 19 degrees and we have sleet right now. Wichita Falls is only 10 and it's been mostly sleet today. It's, I think, now snow. But a lot of the time, these models or whatever it's, you know, measuring with is pretty much thinking, oh, it's 10 degrees, it has to be snowing, or 15 degrees, it has to be snowing. It doesn't measure like the inversion in our atmosphere that's translating to sleet and freezing rain. That's essentially what's going on. Thank you, Meyer, for becoming a member. We've been live officially for 27 hours over the last, I believe, 4 days. That's the number. I think we've hit a record today too in terms of how many bathroom breaks I've taken. I've taken, I think, 12. Pretty impressive. Might be TMI for some of you, but this car is still trying to get unstuck. Oh, now we get a push. Hey, Joshua, for the $10 super chat.
Come back. Yeah, come back.
Yep. Joshua, it is possible. I would say it's a low chance, but it's possible.
Covered.
They're still trying to push it. There you go. I don't know if this thing's gonna be able to get back on the road, bro. And like, I don't even know if they can drive the car. They're literally trying to drive the car. I think it's just shocked. Like, they pushed it as far, so far, and they cannot get this thing to drive. There we go.
Yep.
All right, there we go. I say, like, I kind of looked like it was just be stuck there for a while. Hey, Eric, for the super chat. Raleigh, North Carolina, still expecting a 1/4 of an inch of ice. Would lead to at least some isolated power outages. W's in the chat here for Max Archer. This is again in Oklahoma City.
Job completed. On to the next. Maybe.
As if we can get out of here. Is your traction control on?
All right, let's back over to live radar. Hey, James, with the super chat, we're looking into Port, Texas. We're about 15 miles south of Paris. A lot of sleet and freezing rain overnight tonight. I mean, right now, back over near Paris, we already have some pretty heavy sleet happening there. And then freezing rain should continue as well overnight tonight and early tomorrow morning. It's on now in Charlotte, North Carolina, is what somebody just said in the chat. Who is currently seeing snow and where? Let me know in the chat where you guys are seeing snow at. What it looks like in Oklahoma City right now. The roads are pretty much covered over in snow. Only one lane is heavily driven over. Huge shout out to Bradley with the $30 Venmo donation. Donation for being awesome. Really appreciate that. Got Cleveland, Tulsa checking in with snow. Snow in Maryland. Mountain Home, Arkansas. You guys are definitely seeing snow there. St. Louis, Broken Arrow, Roanoke, Ohio. Riley has an update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey, Max, we have an accident in Salem, Virginia right now. We're going to push that to camera slot 2 here in a second.
Alrighty, thank you for the update. That is the... Oop, not wrong button. This is the accident. Am I blind? I can't really see anything. That's semi. We got a semi truck. Looks like hitting the side of a wall. Alright, so this is another accident. This is one's over in Virginia. This is at least our 3rd accident now in Virginia. We've been seeing a big uptick in accidents in Virginia over the last few hours. Thank you, Marla, for becoming a member. And Pop with the super chat says, did you become a better meteorologist due to the knowledge gained in college, or had self-taught yourself most prior to college? I self-taught myself a lot before college, but I definitely learned a lot in college. Like, there's no doubt that going to college to get a meteorology degree definitely taught me a lot. We've put slot 2 to Storm Intermedia. Not snowing in Alaska. Are you tuning in from Alaska right now? Yeah, when we did a, we don't obviously have it up right now. But this was our heat map from earlier today, and we'll have this back up and running tomorrow. Or actually, I don't know if it's gonna show. Might not even show the locations. We had a bunch of people though tune in. Like, we had a whole map of where people are tuning in from. I'll see if it pops up. It might. All right, this one it looks like. This is not really updated, but this is at least 130 people that had their locations sent in a little bit later in the day. And again, most people were in the Ohio Valley and back into the Southern Plains. Nobody in Alaska, at least when we did the poll. But tomorrow we'll have this back up and running. We'll have all the reports, ways you guys can send photos and videos, all that. Like, all that's gonna be good to go for tomorrow. We'll also have that heat map back and all that good stuff. But just in the chat, heard some thunder sleet in Austin, Texas earlier. Yeah, we definitely had some thunder sleet down there. We've had several instances of thunder sleet and thunder freezing rain today. Lots of freezing rain in Gerald, Texas. Submitted a video. Thank you, Eris, for sending that in. We're looking at in terms of freezing rain right now. I'm not seeing any thunder ice right now. We don't have any lightning popping up on radar. We'll look around, though, on some of these single-site radars. We're looking for, like, a little plus icon. That would mean lightning. And I'm not seeing any near Houston right now. Got a little bit of lightning over near Brookhaven, Mississippi, but that is not necessarily in our... that's not where freezing rain is happening. It's just cold. Temperatures right now are about 38 degrees, 40 degrees probably down there. We got a few lightning strikes. Really, from here, I think a lot of the thunder ice is mostly going to be in this area, like the Mississippi River. We're going to have a lot more instability here tomorrow. So there should be a better chance of you guys seeing it tomorrow. But right now, I'm not seeing really any places experiencing that as of right now. At this point, all of the Dallas-Fort Worth area is now experiencing either sleet or freezing rain. It looks like freezing rain to me. What are you guys seeing out there? If you're in Dallas-Fort Worth, are you guys seeing sleet or freezing rain? Or both? Thunder ice sounds terrifying, but it's actually not. It's pretty cool in my opinion. I just got snow, sleet, freezing rain. I got all three. Both? Okay. That's what the freezing rain looks like on a 3D radar. Actually, let me do this. Do 3D radar. Look at this. You can do this on the Radar Mega app. This is a 3D radar here of the winter storm. Thing's massive. Shout out to Victoria for the $10 Venmo donation for the food. Thanks for providing weather reporting. Really appreciate that. Thank you. Look at it upside down too. This just got me really dizzy. Thank you, HTD, for becoming a member. Welcome to the Velocities. You know what else is massive? I'm gonna be honest, the low taper fade meme is not as massive as this winter storm. It just isn't. I did not expect to go to moderate Motley and have his face just blown up on the camera. I don't know, what is he doing? Where's bro going? What is this camera feed on Radar Omega, bro? I don't know where they're heading, but interesting. All right. Got jump scared. So it looks like over in Oklahoma City right now. This is live with Mezzo Hunter, Storm Chaser. The road's mostly covered in snow, only one lane plowed. Is that food you're chewing? Yeah, no, I'm eating. Or does it taste good? That's all right. It's cold fries. It's kind of what it is. That's what it looks like over in Oklahoma City. Conditions are getting a lot worse in Oklahoma City, that's for sure. Ice beginning in Victoria, Texas, according to Justin in the chat. That's again Max Archer there over in Oklahoma City, where we have a large band of at least moderate to heavy snowfall rolling into those areas. Conditions are deteriorating, and freezing rain, sleet is starting to ramp up here across areas east of the Appalachian Mountains. It's been pretty scattered so far, but it's going to get a lot more widespread over the next few hours. We also have freezing rain south of Lexington, Kentucky, across areas like Bowling Green, Somerset, and London. And over in Nashville, the camera is now frozen over, so we're definitely on to freezing rain there in Nashville. Got a little bit of sleet, it looks like, just north of Nashville. So it looks like we're transitioning to freezing rain here around and just south of Nashville. Wow, it looks dark and ominous here on the south side of Nashville. I think this is Henderson, or is this Hendersonville? No, it's Columbia, Tennessee. Good shout out to Jennifer with the $20 super chat. Thanks, Max and Riley, watching from Georgetown, Indiana. Please stay safe up there and stay warm. It's gonna be cold there the next few days. And Jen with the super chat saying Corpus Christi, freezing rain, snowed earlier. You know, it even hit the ground, saw the headlights and pulled over. Corpus Christi, we might have a little brief amount of freezing rain, but I'm not really. It's not gonna be much, but it'll be enough, obviously, to cause at least some travel problems. I'll show you the future radar here. It's gonna be close, that's for sure. It's gonna be very close. I'm not sure if you will get freezing rain. It definitely will. Definitely Victoria. Same thing with Houston. If you don't get freezing rain, there is a possibility that around like 5, 6 o'clock tomorrow morning, we could have that flash freeze where an Arctic air mass moves into areas like Corpus Christi and temperatures could fall. Let's see the temperatures here. It's gonna be close. Yeah, you guys are going to probably see some ice accumulation, especially in overpasses and bridges. It won't be all day. It'll be only the morning. But it is something that could happen with this flash freeze that we're going to see. Baton Rouge might stay warm enough too, but again, be very cautious on overpasses and bridges if you're not in one of these winter weather advisories or warnings. As we could still see some icing, at least on the overpasses and bridges, with how cold it's about to get. Back over to Storm Chaser Max Archer here in Oklahoma City. Sit in here for a second.
Well, when we went out there, that was in 2023. And then we went out there again in October in 2024.
It's been since October 2024. He's been on this truck. He was born in Clovis, New Mexico.
Somebody sent in the chat, or what the super chat said, snow in Virginia Beach, not much, but it's snowing. Any things for Virginia Beach? There'll be mostly sleet over there overnight tonight. There'll be some brief snow, a little bit of sleet, and then it's mostly just rain after that. It's not looking great in terms of snowfall chances, though, for Virginia Beach. This is what it looks like on the East Coast. I mean, 1 a.m. tonight, a little bit of snow, and then it goes from a brief transition into sleet, and then it's all cold rain after that. Not very exciting if you're looking for snow. By the time you wake up tomorrow morning, this is about what it's going to look like here in the United States. So again, Dallas-Fort Worth area, sleet and freezing rain. A little transition to snow around 7 a.m. Lots of freezing rain in Mississippi, Louisiana, Arkansas. Memphis and Nashville getting hit hard by that freezing rain. Raleigh, Columbia, Greenville, South Carolina. All of you will be seeing freezing rain at 7. Lots of snow stretching from Washington, D.C. and New York City back into Oklahoma City. Things clear out of anywhere west of the Mississippi River by 3 to 4 o'clock, with maybe some light snow flurries still in Dallas-Fort Worth area during the afternoon, and then by the evening, all this snow is back into New England. But again, we're going to be live again also all day tomorrow. Riley has an update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey Max, we have a new ice storm warning update for the NWS Shreveport, Louisiana area. So this does include states like Arkansas and parts of Texas and Louisiana. This is no longer a total accumulations expected. We're talking about additional accumulations here. So we're expecting additional snow and sleet accumulations up to 1 inch and ice accumulations between 1/10 and 3/10 of an inch. If you're in Shreveport or any of the areas that are inside this ice storm warning, look outside at what you have right now and know that you're going to see 1/10 to 3/10 of an inch of ice on top of that.
Alrighty, thank you, Riley, for the update. We had some more winter storm warning updates and just updates in general here across the board. And conditions continue to look pretty treacherous out there. Storm Winter Media is out there in Effingham, Illinois,
We should have a loves between
where there's plenty of snow on the ground. Again, Illinois is one of those areas that has had a lot of snow here recently. Again, we have totals already upwards of 3 to 5 inches near St. Louis, and those numbers are expected to double overnight.
That'll give us another half an hour with you guys. I think we can wrap up there. You don't want to take them all the way to Terre Haute? Oh, well, it depends on the performance. The stream does well.
Dr. Dean with the $20 super chat. Do you think League City, Texas could get bad thunderstorms? I don't think so. No, I don't think there'll be any thunderstorms tonight.
Yeah, I don't disagree. Here's a nice stretch right here. I can actually go fast right here, but, you know. Okay. People are posting graphics. OKC snow bus, question mark. Oh, dude, yeah. Yikes. Look at I wish.
Yeah, that's what it looks like out there in Illinois. Oklahoma City. It's been pretty treacherous as well.
Yeah,
until why.
you stop and it's not blowing across the road anymore.
That was 100 stopped here.
I kind of see it, but
they're all right.
It's like sand blowing.
It's kind of like it's kind of like dirt or sand blowing across the road is what it looks like.
Got a report in the chat that we have about 4 inches of snow in Alton, Illinois. Stephanie with the super chat says, thank you for keeping us updated all day in Knoxville, Tennessee. No problem. We've been live for 15 hours officially. We've officially at 15 hours today of winter storm coverage. Absolutely crazy. 15 hours has been just reached. This is officially our longest winter storm stream of all time. That's by like 3 hours, I'm pretty sure. And then we're not far from our longest concurrent stream of all time. Our longest ever was 16 hours and I want to say 15 minutes. And that was for an outbreak of severe weather, so. Thank you, Harl, for the super chat. But for those wondering, by the way, our stream had to be reset at like 11 hours and 50 minutes in. Technically on YouTube, you're not able to stream for 12 hours, otherwise it doesn't get saved, and that's why we did another stream. That's how it works on YouTube. It's a little weird, but kind of is what it is. Hey, American Rebel, for the $20 super chat. You're a beast, Max. It has been one interesting day. It's been a busy day. Many of the chat just said almost ankle-deep snow in Pineville, Missouri. Our most significant bands of snow right now are setting up from southern Indiana back to Oklahoma City. We have a little bit of heavier snow just to the north there of Masick in Kentucky. Back over near Cape Girardeau, that is where we're also seeing some heavier snowfall now. This is kind of just a little south of it. It looks like we got more sleet than anything falling right now. Temperature is about 14 degrees. It's very far southeastern Missouri. Take our attention back over to Oklahoma. We have a few storm chasers here. The road is very hard to see. This is what the road looks like just west of Oklahoma City. As Max Archer, he's actually kind of in downtown. That's on I-6, or that's on I-44. Mezzo Hunter is also right around Oklahoma City right now. Got a little bit of snow there on the roadways that is continuing to make it hard to actually see the road. And so that is there on I-235, just north of Norman. Wichita Falls, Texas is still seeing a little mix of kind of sleet and snow at this point. It is now down to 10 degrees for Burke Burnett and Wichita Falls. It is cold out there. Dallas, Fort Worth area and Glen Heights, we are still seeing a lot of freezing rain coming down right now. Temperature is about 14 degrees. Very heavy pockets of freezing rain are growing right now across North Texas, Austin, San Antonio. We are starting to see that freezing rain and sleet now fill in across central Arkansas, near Memphis, Jonesboro, Little Rock. All of you guys are now starting to see a larger area basically of freezing precipitation growing. And this is what we've been forecasting here for the last 24, 48 hours, basically since it started. But we're expecting the second wave to really fill in now and cover a much larger area over the next several hours. And power outages should become a bit more of a problem as we go into the overnight hours. As of right now, our power outage total has jumped to over 170,000 people. So, we're approaching 200,000 customers without power here in the southern United States. And this is what we're looking at in terms of the counties. And again, it's mostly the swath here, basically from Tyler back into central Mississippi. Thank you, Matt, for the $10 super chat. For those that are asking about snowfall accumulation, I know we have a lot of people asking. And so, again, this is on the snowfall accumulation map. This is basically what we're expecting from here on out. So anywhere in the pink, we're expecting at least 10 inches of snow pretty much. And that includes areas like Pennsylvania. Almost all Pennsylvania will see around or over a foot of snow over the next 24 hours. Ohio, near Columbus, we're talking 12 to 13 inches of snow. Cleveland, around 11 inches. About 7 to 8 in Louisville. It's going to be very close to being 8 or 12. You're going to be right on the cusp there. Most of Maryland, like Washington, D.C., will be right around 10 to 12 inches. Southern New England, a widespread 1+ foot of snow is expected there as well. Back over in St. Louis, we're expecting 8 to 9 inches. So again, a widespread slew of heavy snow is expected here all across the Ohio Valley and the Northeast tomorrow. If you're back over in the Central Plains, let me go ahead and find Central here. If you're back over in the Central Plains or Oklahoma, Northern Arkansas, at this point, we're still expecting an additional 3 to 6 inches of snow, including Tulsa and Oklahoma City. Some locations, again, could pick up localized higher amounts, as much as 6 to 7 inches in some locations. And then back over in Fayetteville, Arkansas, we're still expecting another 6 inches. Springfield, probably going to have another 8. So still plenty of snow to come. And again, we're going to see several more hours of snow. But at this point, this winter storm has gotten so large that snow is now stretching about 2,000 miles across the United States. That right there is that's just a little over 1,900 miles. It's going from about New York City all the way back into New Mexico. And if we went all the way to Arizona, it's about 2,067 miles of length here from east to west or west to east in terms of the snowfall distance. Huge shout out to Rachel with the $20 Venmo donation. Really appreciate that. And also for John with the $100 PayPal donation, saying treats for cheese curd. Yeah, cheese curd's gonna need a lot of attention after this. My cat has, I mean, my cat, like, I obviously see her quite a bit, but like, I haven't really interacted with her a whole lot the last few days. She's just been, I don't know, probably sleeping. She was in here earlier. She's no longer in here. I think she's kind of getting used, though, to this type of stuff. Whenever we're doing these long live coverages, I think she's a little bit more used to this type of thing. To be honest. Huge shout out to Donald for becoming a VIP Velocity member. Where's everybody tuning in from in the chat? Let me know in the chat where you guys are all tuning in from. We would usually have a heat map thing, but we don't have it for tonight. Storm chasers drive how long? A lot of them are out there, especially for an event like this, for like 12 plus hours. Riley has an update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey Max, if you want to go ahead and pull it up while I'm talking about it, we did get a new day one slight risk. They did continue the 5% tornado risk, but I will read the discussion here quickly. There's basically a shortwave trough that is forecast to eject across Arklatex early in the period as a 100 knot plus 500 millibar wind speed translates across northern Mississippi and then increases throughout the day. Modest mid-level height will fall across the Gulf states, and a strong lower-level jet will respond just downstream from northern Alabama into the middle Atlantic. I'm going to summarize the rest of this here, but basically, given the deep layer shear, any convection that does develop within this environment would have the potential to organize into a supercell risk. We've maintained the slight risk for the chance for a morning to afternoon thunderstorms ahead of the cold front. Damaging winds and perhaps a few tornadoes are the primary concern. So the big modification to this Storm Prediction Center outlook compared to the last one is they have removed the wording, including significant tornadoes being possible.
Alrighty, thank you, Riley, for the update. So again, we do have a risk on top of the winter storm here. We obviously have a risk now of severe weather, and so there will be a risk of damaging winds, a little bit of hail, and perhaps a couple, maybe even a few tornadoes. We will have at least 1 or 2 storm chasers down there tomorrow, so it should be interesting to see how things evolve. Check with the super chat. Appreciate the super chat. We have a photo that I just got sent. Let's see where this is. Okay, so I didn't know this context, but this is from, if you guys were here a little while ago, we had the Max Archer pushing a car out, and apparently he said the gentleman got, he got out of the car. He wasn't supposed to, and he said the gentleman got stuck in the roots between the snowdrifts after his car lost traction and started sliding. So pretty dangerous stuff. This is what happened earlier. They're pushing the car out of the snow. Back over in Oklahoma City, just about 20 minutes ago or so. Thank you, Blue, for becoming a member. Thank you also, Fort, for the $10 super chat. Memphis downtown resident, we had some fun today, but how are we looking for freezing rain tomorrow? I think freezing rain will continue at least through about lunchtime, and then after that you should be winding down. Like that happened a little earlier. That's what it looks like right now in Oklahoma City. Again, most of the roads are covered over in snow at this point. Stoplights are still red, even though nobody's on the road. Hey, Eric, for the $20 super chat. We have confirmed freezing rain downtown Dallas per local media. Shut down I-35 out of downtown after Lakers-Mavs game. I'm surprised there isn't a basketball game tonight. I'm not going to lie. I know we had the National Predators game earlier in Nashville, but I think that was a little bit more reasonable. Not surprised Dallas even had a game tonight. Were there that many fans of that game tonight? Does anybody know? I don't watch basketball much, but... huge shout out to Austin with the $50 super chat. I missed that. Hartwell, Georgia. Hartwell's already beginning to see freezing rain, and it's going to continue overnight into tomorrow. I would expect at least a half of an inch of ice there. That's an area that's going to really start to see a lot. Oh, I'm not even on the right thing. But this area back over in northeast Georgia and the Hartwell area, I would fully expect that we're going to see at least another quarter to a half an inch of ice here overnight tonight into tomorrow morning. And we will likely see freezing rain at least through lunchtime, maybe even in the early afternoon. This is one of those areas that'll stay colder than like Atlanta. Again, Atlanta will have a transition period to freezing rain here soon. Temperatures right now are actually down to 30 degrees, so we are beginning to transition now in the Atlanta area. On the northeast side near Roswell, we're about 30, 34 right now in Kennesaw. So again, it is beginning to get colder, and we're beginning to see that transition to freezing rain. Riley has an update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey Max, we did just get a new ice storm warning issued by NWS Paducah. You'll see that come through pretty soon here. I would imagine that means we're going to see a lot more ice storm warnings off to the south of that. So we're talking about places like Paris, Tennessee, Huntington, Tennessee, Jackson, Tennessee, Memphis, Tennessee, and Nashville, Tennessee, of course. If there's ice storm warnings to the north of you, we're probably going to see those start to fill in as well. So currently that is for Callaway, Trigg, Christian, Muhlenberg, and Todd counties in Kentucky. We'll see that come through in a little bit. There is still a winter storm warning in there, so it's currently overlapping that. There did just replace with the ice storm warning, but I would imagine the entire area south of that, all the way down to where we currently have ice storm warnings, is also going to be replaced by ice storm warnings. So we're going to be talking about up to a half an inch of freezing rain in some of these areas, and snow and sleet accumulations of up to 2 inches as well.
Alrighty, thank you, Riley, for the updates. We have ice storm warnings now back up here in the National Weather Service Paducah National Weather Service office, so a little bit surprising. It's a little bit further north than I would have expected. But again, that probably means that we're going to see them issued possibly as you know, in areas like Memphis. So important note there. And again, that basically means we could see a quarter or half an inch of ice in these locations. You know, Jackson, Memphis, Nashville. Again, National Weather Service Nashville has considered issuing ice storm warnings pretty much all day. We have not had any upgrade to an ice storm warning. They've considered it for the area, but they've yet to do so. And here's your ice storm warning. It's right here. Let me turn off winter storm warning so we can actually see it. There's that ice storm warning. It's a few counties. It's going to be near Murray, Cadiz, and as well as Greenville and Central City. And so we kind of have a gap here. You can see the gap. There's nothing here. So I'm guessing they're going to issue an ice storm warning, maybe for Nashville. We'll probably see that in a few minutes. If they don't issue for Nashville, it'd be Clarksville, Paris, and Jackson would be added into that. Donald with the $50 super chat saying you beat the weather channel hands down. Appreciate the generosity. And also Travis for becoming a member. And also guess who with the $10 super chat. I just want to say I'm impressed you can stream for this long and not fall apart. Thank you for keeping us informed and stay safe and get some rest. I'm falling apart by reading the last few words of your sentence, but thank you. The super chat. I wouldn't say we aren't falling apart. I'm gonna be honest. All right, if I'm being brutally honest, we're slightly falling apart. I literally said butthole on string. That's literally what I said earlier for West Virginia. I don't know, like that was when we knew we were falling apart. Somebody said it in the chat. What is sleet? It's a great question. I just realized Riley's camera has been on. I don't know how long it's been like that. Not there anymore. This is what I'm talking about. We're falling apart, guys. Thank you, Cole, for becoming a member. So somebody's asking, what is sleet versus freezing rain? It's exactly what it is. And sprinkles of ice is essentially what sleet is. And then freezing rain is like the glazing on a donut. And that's what causes power outages. That's what sticks to power lines. And that's what also can cause major infrastructure damage and snapping trees and branches and whatnot. That all is what happens with freezing rain. Sleet doesn't really cause any of that other than slippery roadways and making things slick, basically. Riley looks tired. Everybody's tired. Trust me. We're all tired. There's no doubt about that. We're 14 and a half hours into a live stream. Or 15 and a half, I mean, into a live stream. Thank you, DJ, for the $10 super chat. City snow plow driver in Indianapolis. Thank you for keeping us updated on the storm. Anytime. How much snow is expected in Springfield, Ohio? There's a Springfield. I swear, there's like a Springfield in every single state. I don't even know where Springfield, Ohio is. Let me find it. Oh, it's right there. I've seen this one before. I don't know why I had to look it up. I'm telling you, 15 and a half hours in, we got to search things up sometimes. Springfield, Ohio, I would expect around 8 to 12 inches in that area. Let me take off all the weather alerts again. Interview of radar. Also, shout out to Umbra for the 5 gifted memberships, and also Brady for the $10 super chat. And also, huge shout out to Rules with the $50 super chat. Really appreciate the support. Someone order Dunkin' on the house. Dunkin' Donuts will probably be needed for sure tomorrow. I'm gonna need coffee tomorrow. I actually had a McDonald's coffee today, but the problem is I can't really have creamer. I'm not really supposed to have milk during live streams or something and stuff because like it hurts your voice and stuff over time. Basically puts an extra coating on your voice when you shouldn't be. So you're actually supposed to avoid dairy, you know, when you're a broadcast meteorologist. Entirely. Diane with the $20 super chat says, thanks for being here, Richmond, Virginia. Nurse just driving home after the shift. Very tricky driving. We've had several accidents reported over in Virginia. We've seen multiple of them on traffic cams. This is what it looks like outside of Richmond right now. Guess who with the $20 super chat? Guess yourself and Riley. Get yourself and Riley a beer and a whiskey on me after this marathon. You may need it. I don't think it's may need it. Will is the right word. Will need it. For the super chat. There you are. Zayek for the super chat as well. How's Allen, Texas looking tonight? Don't want to lose power. I'm still expecting scattered power outages across North Texas tonight. The good news for those up here on the north and west side of DFW, a lot of this is sleet. Freezing rain is down here more to the south and east, so power outages are going to be less frequent up north of Dallas-Fort Worth, more frequent south of Fort Worth. Areas like Houston, San Antonio, and Austin, they're possible, but they should remain pretty isolated as well. A little bit better of a chance kind of in this area for some power outages. But I think the northwest side of DFW should be a little bit better than, you know, areas to the southeast. Hey, Wilson, for becoming a member. Thank you, Bob, for the $50 super chat. Good evening. I have some friends trying to get it out of Dallas to California. When do you expect they'll be able to fly? There have been a lot of cancellations at Love Field and Fort Worth Airport there, and I don't know when they'll be good to fly. I would have to assume probably tomorrow night or Monday, but you know, your guess is as good as mine, really. The weather will get better as we go into tomorrow night and Monday for DFW, but there might still be problems and delays because of planes coming from other places that might be getting hit by this ice storm. Hey, Will, for becoming a member, and as well as Kat for the super chat. There will be some freezing rain in Houston tomorrow morning. Call for the super chat. Winter Haven's looking beautiful. Anyway, the $20 super chat. You guys are the best. Luckily, I'm in Orange County, California right now, but I live in Georgetown, Texas. How is Georgetown looking this evening? Yeah, anywhere in the Houston area, this entire area is going to see some freezing rain overnight tonight. Back over in Waco, Austin, San Antonio, Georgetown, this corridor here, we're still expecting around 1/4 inch of ice. Roads are going to be slick, and there will be some isolated power outages. Sharp with the super chat. West Virginia is in the middle of the mess. We have a beer on me when this is done. Appreciate the super chat. You guys are really promoting alcohol in this stream. We've actually made some alcohol graphics. This is one of them. The weight of ice, in terms of 1/2 inch of ice being on a 20-foot wide tree, is about 4,750 pounds. That is the equivalent of 3,700 12-ounce beer cans. We make fun graphics here. Even though this is not fun, but... Hey, Jay, for the super chat from Nebraska. Thanks to you and your team for all the work. I really appreciate the support. And Riley has an update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey, Max. We have an update out of the Nashville NWS office. They have gone ahead and continued the winter storm warning for Nashville. They did not issue an ice storm warning. However, they did continue the ice storm warning off to the southwest of that. It's a little weird that we just have like a random ice storm warning to the north of 2 winter storm warnings that have been continued. But a little bit of tomfoolery and shenanigans seems to be the theme of the stream, and apparently the NWS agrees with that by breaking up the warnings.
Alrighty, thank you, Riley, for the update. Mr. The super chat says, you think this will push into Milan, Indiana? Or this will be the push into Milan, Indiana that needs finally get me over the 1954 high school. Wait, what? Do you think this storm will be the push that Milan, Indiana needs to finally get over their 1954 high school basketball state championship? I don't know what that means, but thank you for the super chat. I'm gonna be honest, I am not locked in at this point. Where are we at right now? We're at 15. We've officially hit 15 and a half hours of continuous live coverage. We're going for 16. We're gonna make it. This is Max Archer watching a car struggle to get through the snow here.
Thankfully, he was able to get through though.
Maybe they got through. Huge shout out to Billy with the $100 super chat. Really appreciate that. Been watching the stream all day. Y'all been killed it with the coverage. Thanks for keeping the folks informed. Everyone stay safe and warm. Yeah, staying warm is the biggest thing. It is gonna be cold in the next several days. Freezing.
North and south side streets are not good at all.
This is a new image from Highway Patrol. Not a good sight. This is from Highway Patrol in Halstead, Kansas today. It's from the Kansas Highway Patrol. We've had major accidents today. I don't know what happened here, but that looks terrifying. So hopefully everybody's okay there. Hopefully that gives you everybody a reminder that, again, just be off the roadways if you're in these ice storm warnings or winter storm warnings or anything like that.
This is one of the main highways through town.
Lean with the super chat. Instead of alcohol, this is to buy you some tea. I appreciate it.
Yeah, northwest Oklahoma City got it pretty good.
Why are we all speaking about alcohol? Shani says, speaking of alcohol, my dad loves beer, but the irony is I don't like alcohol. So my question is it bad I hate alcohol? And yes, I've tried it, and yes, I hate it. Yes. It's actually not a bad thing. I like, don't get addicted to alcohol. Like, I'm not, for the record, but like, it's definitely not a good habit. There's really no benefit. From my understanding, there is like no benefit. I think we've officially reached the after hours, the dark hours here of the Max Velocity stream. We've gone into such weird conversations at this point. I'm supposed to try to tell you guys you shouldn't be drinking. I mean, everybody here is pretty much over the age of, most of you at least are over the age of 21. It's at least our demographics, so. 8 with the super chat. Fort Worth, sleeting super loud. Dog went outside and barked at the sky because she didn't know what to think. Appreciate the super chat. We've officially reached overtime on the channel. I'm in my overtime stage. 16 hours, 15 and a half hours in one day. We're in overtime. Got a report in the chat. It started to sleet in Charlotte. Hey, Mike, for the $20 super chat. Throat coat tea is what the singers and comedians use to maintain their stagecraft. I don't know, man. Bro, I'm gonna be honest. Like, I've never had, like, I've had tea before, but I've never had tea or honey or anything like that to, like, try to get my voice better. I never usually have any issues. It's a little bit different this time around because, like, I'm live for, what is it? Like, we've been live for 25 hours this week. We've had 2 videos every single day. We've had short form content every single day, too. So it's a very different setting that we're in this week, at least on our end. Like, we're doing so many different things, like live streams and videos and all that. So naturally, my voice is going to end up being a little bit worse. This is not usually how it is, though. I mean, usually we have marathon weeks and streams, and it's just been a little bit worse today. I mean, it's not terrible. Like, I'm still able to talk. Like, there's no doubt, but this does come into play sometimes, especially with the amount that I talk to. I mean, I talk a ton. Thank you, Cameron, for becoming a member, and family for the super chat. Louisville will probably only get sleet, if anything, for freezing precipitation. I'm not really expecting any sort of freezing rain there. For reference, this sort of look like by tomorrow morning. I mean, we might get a little brief period of sleet tomorrow morning, but it's going to be almost all snow in Louisville. That's why areas like Louisville and Cincinnati are forecasted to see more snow than freezing rain. Havoc with the $10 super chat saying, love what you do, man. Much appreciated from North Carolina. And also, Pa with the becoming a member. Natalie with the super chat saying, any updates for Little Rock? Not really any updates. I mean, mostly sleet as of right now. It should stay like that for most of the rest of the night. We might transition back to freezing rain briefly, and then a little bit of snow tomorrow morning on top of what we already saw yesterday, and then we'll be done in Little Rock by just after lunchtime. But this is what it's going to look like when everybody wakes up tomorrow morning, pretty much. 7 to 8 in the morning. Freezing rain across the Carolinas, back into Louisiana, Mississippi. Snow from New York City, back into Arkansas, Indianapolis, Columbus, and Cleveland. And then sleet happening near Washington, D.C. and Richmond right around 8 o'clock tomorrow morning. And Atlanta, Georgia, again, you guys will have iced over roads at around 8 o'clock tomorrow morning. And it will probably be iced over much earlier than that. We're already starting to see that transition into freezing rain right now in Atlanta, Georgia. A few of the cameras here, the radar mega cyclone ports are picking up on temperatures right around 30 degrees. And you can actually see it now popping up on radar. We're starting to get that freezing rain on the northeast side of Atlanta. So we're starting to get ice. If you're in the Atlanta area, definitely try to get off the road. And I highly recommend, you know, if you know any friends or family in this area, just make sure that they're aware that, yes, we do have ice coming. There's an ice storm warning, obviously, for a reason. And yeah, thank you, Eric, for the $20 super chat. What time will we go live tomorrow? I have no clue, to be honest. I mean, I don't know. I have no idea. It might be early, it might be late. I don't really know. If I had to guess, I don't even know if I could really guess, but I don't know. We'll see. I don't have a number in my head, to be honest. Could be 6 or 7. It could be 8 or 9, 10 or 11. It could be 12 or 1. It's not be 12 or 1. But I don't really know. This winter storm's gonna be massive, though, by tomorrow. I don't really know. I literally don't. I'm trying to think of like what time we might even go live tomorrow. I could not tell you. I need to get sleep. That's what I need. But at the same time, like, I mean, this thing is huge still. We'll see. Just have notifications pushed so you know when we're going live. That's really the only thing I can tell you, because I really don't know. Max, it's time to stop. It is not time to stop. We're going for 16 hours, guys. We're making this the longest stream we've ever had. We're doing it. This is the one opportunity we could break our old record, which was like 16 hours and 15 minutes. We can break it. We have a serious opportunity, and I still feel awake. I feel good right now. Hey, Terrabin for becoming a member, and CJ for the $20 super chat. 15-hour streams. We're finally all family glad we've broken the ice on a weather drinking day. My plan was, I finished an 8-hour pot roast of some of the Tennessee's finest whiskey. Guess who won? Part 2 coming soon. Appreciate the super chat. Hey, Norman also for the super chat. I'll let this distract you from the fact that Al Bundy scored 4 touchdowns in a single game while playing the Polk High School Panthers in the 1966 championship game. I don't even know what you're talking about. But thank you for the super chat. Need some sleep? Don't even think about tomorrow's stream. Yeah, I don't know. I'm like, we'll obviously be live tomorrow, but Roger with the super chat. Central Indiana, south of Indianapolis. There's a pretty good amount of snow right now. You can see these snow bands streaking across areas just south of Indianapolis. A little bit heavier snow. Most areas around and just south of Indianapolis will pick up around 6 to 10 inches of snow tonight. And then into tomorrow as well. People forget you're only 23, guys. I'm not even that old. I'm still 22. My birthday is about 5 days away. About to be 4, actually in about 30 seconds, it'll be 4 days away, technically, in Central Time. 4 days away. Clock is about to strike midnight. And I'm getting old. What, old? This is what it feels like to be old. Thank you, Tornado, for becoming a Maximum Velocity member. Sean for the super chat. Almost looks like daylight in Fort Worth. It's probably just because of all the light pollution, to be honest. Reflecting off all the clouds. I'm guessing that's what you're talking about. There's a lot of light pollution in Fort Worth. Whenever it's like cloudy and low clouds like this, it probably looks a lot brighter than it actually is. Like during like a clear night. Thank you, Thomas, for becoming a member. Saw some thunder ice earlier. We've had a few of those instances. We had some southeast of DFW, had some down near Austin. We should see a little bit more tomorrow, too, along the Mississippi River during the morning. Hey, Grumpy for becoming a member, or for the super chat, and Alex for the super chat. He worked during vacation. I'll bet he works on his birthday. Yeah, I went. You know, my one vacation this year was back in the beginning of December, and I went on a cruise for a week, and the internet was not great, by the way. I mean, it wasn't supposed to be, but the internet's usually bad on cruise ships, and I was on, you know, I was away for 7 days, and I was still working. Like, doesn't matter if I'm on vacation, if I'm, you know, it's my birthday, whatever it is. Like, I'm usually still working, and I wouldn't even consider when I do work. Like, I enjoy doing this. This isn't like in my opinion, like a work thing. Like doing live streams, doing videos, like all that. I enjoy doing that stuff. Like, that's not something I don't really consider quote unquote work because it's enjoyable. So. Hey, Ronald for becoming a maximum velocity member. For those that are asking about snowfall accumulation, that's one of the most frequently asked questions right now. Once again, this is the forecast in terms of how much snow we're expecting across the Central Plains. This is on top of what we've already seen. So these are the latest numbers. In most areas like Oklahoma City, still forecast to pick up another 4 to 6 inches of snow. Tulsa, 6 to 7 inches. If you're over in St. Louis, we're still forecasting about another 7 inches of snow there as well. Southern Indiana, still looking at about a foot. And then if we go back over to Ohio and in the Northeast, this is where we're expecting a widespread 1+ foot of snow, especially in Pennsylvania, Ohio, New York, and southern New England. So plenty of snow is still coming. Hey, Maddie for the super chat. Riley has an update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey, Max, in camera slot number 3 right now. That is an accident in Richmond, Virginia. This is on I-64-95 near Highway 161. This is blocking the north left shoulder and left lane. Both are closed until at least 2 a.m., it sounds like.
All right. Thank you, Riley, for the update. This is what it looks like on that accident. Can't really see much again at nighttime. A lot of the lights just are too blinding for these traffic cams, but back over in Richmond, Virginia, another accident. So it's about the 4th or 5th accident that we've been able to see on one of these cameras tonight. And again, that number is very high in terms of total accidents here today across the United States. Probably over 100 accidents total in just today's streams. Most likely more than that here across the country, but that's at least what we've seen on stream. Thank you, Eric, for becoming a member. How much ice do you expect a little south of Lexington? Not much. I mean, anything like near Lexington and south of Lexington would probably be up to a 1/10 of an inch of ice accumulation. It'll be much more significant if you go down here to the southwest near Lebanon and Bowling Green. But again, even a 1/10 of an inch of ice is enough to cause slick spots and maybe some isolated power outages. Hope you have a relaxing birthday. I hope all of next week is relaxing. Like, I'm not kidding when I say this. I've been more, like, even my team has been working, like, upwards of 15 to 16 hours every single day here since Monday for this winter storm. I've personally been doing that. I've hardly done anything else. I will need a full mental break on Monday and Tuesday. I don't know what I'm going to be doing, but I'm probably just going to be sleeping. Riley's basically done the same, and he's in college. Like, I mean, like, it's been a very busy week for sure. I'm not complaining, I'm just saying that's just how it's been this week. Hey, Travis, for becoming a moderate velocity member. Disney World or golf? Sleep. I'll need sleep. Disney World is not relaxing. Golfing is a bit more relaxing, though. Nothing in Charlotte. You guys are in a little bit of a hole, but freezing rain is beginning to fill in now. You can see all the freezing rain. This has been growing in coverage. It was very isolated about a couple hours ago. It's getting a little bit more numerous. It's almost widespread, but you guys are in like a hole right now, a little donut hole. But you guys should be dealing with more heavy freezing rain in a few hours. Snowing quite a bit right now back over in Colonial Heights, Virginia. This is just outside of Richmond. This is Storm Chaser, moderate Motley. Hey, Thomas, for the $20 super chat. We had a constant... Sorry, guys, one second. I have to figure something out. All right. Let me go back to chat here. So we're figuring out tomorrow. Hey, bow for the $10 super chat. It's the 25th in New Jersey. It would have been my father's 99th birthday. Many a year snow plowing the safety nets of today. Rest in peace, Pop. I'm sorry for your loss. When is your birthday? We are currently 4 days away now from my birthday. Riley, I have an idea. I'll tell you after the stream. Hey, Productions for the super chat. You can go to bed so I can? Now we're pushing the 16-hour mark. I did say yesterday that we were going to be live for 16 hours. I did say that. Probably. Up to 16 hours. Hey, DJ for the super chat. Kansas City local news saying it stopped snowing, but it's still snowing. What are you seeing? Well, it is snowing. It shows it on radar. There's a camera just north of Kansas City, too, that still shows snow coming down. It's only 2 degrees here near Kansas City. Some snowflakes coming down, but it's still snowing there. As a reminder, if you want to look at all these different live cameras that we've been looking at throughout the stream, like these cyclone ports on Radar Omega, or any of these storm chasers, again, there's chasers everywhere here across the United States. You can check out the Radar Omega app. They're sponsoring today's stream. It is the top link in the description below on iOS and Android. Very easy to just click on a chaser, watch them. You can watch multiple chasers at a time, kind of like what I do here. You can basically put them in different corners like this. It's pretty cool. Just like click a button and then put them in different places. So we have multiple chasers up on the same time inside of the app. So if you want to check this out, it's the Radar Mega app. It's the top link in the description below on iOS and Android. So pretty cool stuff. Hey, Harlan for the super chat. My son just turned 2 tomorrow, and this will be his first chance to play in the heavy snowstorm. I remember my first heavy snow, the crazy blizzard of '93. That'll be definitely an exciting experience, that's for sure. Hopefully the snow isn't icy. Hey, welcome for the super chat. I'm a truck driver in Dallas. We didn't work today, but they wanted us to work tomorrow. Should I tell them to kick rocks or just stay home? I mean, in my opinion, like it's gonna be like it's still gonna be slick brie out there, so there will be travel problems in the Dallas-Fort Worth area. Like I'm surprised places are still have work even tomorrow. But I get the whole truck driving stuff. Like it's a little bit different for these companies. Like a lot of them do not have it shut down at least tomorrow, from my understanding, and a lot of them didn't even have it like their operation shut down at all. This weekend. So. Like, it depends on what you feel like. If you feel safe driving in the conditions that are present out there already and what is to come, then... Or if you feel safe in this type of environment, then, like, I mean... you could probably still go. But if you don't feel safe and you think there's a lot of risk, then I just wouldn't. David, I don't know what that is. Favorite city in Texas? I used to live in Dallas-Fort Worth for a while, and definitely, I'd say, I don't know which city, but Flower Mound was nice. I kind of like that entire area. If I could live anywhere outside of Florida, it would probably be Dallas-Fort Worth. I like that area. Not right now, though. This would not be the time. You think some areas will still see over an inch of ice, or is the dry air eating up all the moisture? I still think it's possible. I mean, I think a lot of it's going to come during the morning hours tomorrow. And so I think everything, I don't know. I think the ice numbers might be a little bit overkill for a few areas, but I definitely still think upwards of an inch of ice is definitely on the table. Maybe even over an inch for some of these locations back over, especially in Mississippi. But definitely interesting development that we've been seeing is that the temperatures have been slightly warmer than expected. Like, you know, Tupelo and Aberdeen, they're right around 32, 33, 34 degrees. Like, these are slightly warmer than what we're forecasting. So that plays a role into this forecast. I mean, Tupelo might barely, you know, be able to get out of here without seeing like a really major ice storm. But just off to the west, I mean, it's perfect conditions for significant freezing rain. But they're right on the cusp of freezing. If it gets any warmer, I mean, a lot of that ice is going to struggle to actually accumulate because it's just going to be too warm at that point. But I don't know. It's interesting. Like, the whole way this is evolving is very interesting there. It's a very sharp line. And miles make a difference between you seeing an ice storm and you seeing almost nothing here. Literally, that's the difference here for some areas like Alabama. CJ with the $25 super chat just got here. What's the Long Island area looking like for the next 48 hours? I'm expecting 8 to 12 inches for most of Long Island. You guys are going to transition into sleet tomorrow night, so it's not going to be as significant of snowfall. All of Oklahoma's snowplows have names. You can see them on the live map. Oh, on the traffic map. How do I see them on the traffic map? I want to find this. I don't know how you do that. Is it on their traffic website? If so, I don't see it at all. Oh, apparently they have a snowplow naming contest. Snowy One Kenobi. Bro, what is this? I've never even heard of this. They have a snowplow naming contest in Oklahoma. These are the 2025 winners. I didn't even know this existed. Snowy McPlowface. What a name. Love the names. Darth Blader. Huge shout out to Mario with the $200 super chat. I've been on your stream so many times and jokingly asked about snowfall accumulations during random events. I just live in West Poughkeepsie. What would be your best guess for a snowfall accumulation? I don't even know where that is. Is that it? That's not even a real place either. Guys, can we stop with these fake places? I don't even know what that's supposed to mean. Is that supposed to mean something? Or am I getting trolled again? Really appreciate the generous super chat, though. It's in New York? Does it actually exist? I just typed it in. Oh, alright, never mind. Oh, I thought I was getting trolled for a second. Alright, well, I guess we're... Sounded like a weird name, I'm not gonna lie. Yeah, you're probably gonna see around 18 to 20 inches of snow. This is gonna be one of those hot spots for snowfall accumulation tomorrow. Guys, I'm on high alert right now. I got trolled earlier. I said a name that didn't exist. I'm on high alert. Wait. Here, Riley? This got approved last night. Did you not see that? That was on our stream. Oh my lord. Alright. We're on such next level of shock. Can you read it? Oh my lord. So shocked. Thank you, Ben, for the $10 super chat. Midland, Texas looking like a blizzard at the moment. We got a little bit of ice yesterday, but snow today and heavy snow now. Bring on the snow. Should be snow for the next hour, and maybe it's going to start winding down here over the next couple of hours, but For right now, it's definitely on the heavier side of things. We're starting to see a snow transition here near Wichita Falls, and that'll make its way into North Texas here soon. Anyone saying for becoming a member? Yes, there is an ice storm warning. Again, we did get a couple of new ice storm warnings in effect, and again, that's back over here west of Bowling Green. It's this small little area here, north of Clarksville, Tennessee, for Greenville, Central City. But other areas like Bowling Green, Princeton, you guys are not included in that. With that said, we're still expecting a quarter to half an inch of ice across most of these areas. This is where the most significant ice is still forecasted to set up. Is going to be right in here as we go to tonight and tomorrow morning. Actually, it goes a little bit further down to the south and west, but basically that general area. Greenwood down towards Vicksburg, Mississippi, all the way back up just to the west of Bowling Green. Thank you, Casper, for coming a member. Here from Fort Worth, it's crazy out here. There's a lot of sleet falling from what I'm hearing. There's a lot of sleet. We do have a camera there in the south side of Dallas where it's 17 degrees. A lot of sleet and freezing rain coming down. It's been pretty intense here for the last few hours. Probably 38,000 people are here. Yeah, there's a lot of people here tonight. Are they doing more snow angels? This is the second time they're doing snow angels. They've done snow angels twice now. What a time to be alive. We have officially reached 16 hours of being live. 16 concurrent hours of being live. Hey, Mario, for the $50 super chat, do you think blizzard warnings will be issued in northeast New England? I don't think so. I don't think it's going to be windy enough. There'll be some blowing snow, but it really won't reach blizzard conditions anywhere. Let's get some W spams in the chat for writing 16 hours on today's live stream. This is already the second longest concurrent stream we've ever had. Not far from the first. I mean, again, we're only like 15 minutes away, I think. It's crazy stuff. Can't believe you're still on. I was watching here around lunchtime. What it is when we have something like this. We sent you a gift from Canada. You'll be receiving it tomorrow morning. Thank you, Chris. Appreciate that. Thank you for mailing something. I've gotten some fan mail recently. I don't know if I have any in here, but for anybody that wants to send fan mail, we do some fan mail openings on live streams. There is an address in the description if you want to mail stuff. I don't know if I have anything in here, though. I think all the fan mail I have is in the other room. If you guys do send any like paintings or anything like that too, I do put it up in the studio. You guys might see it in some of our videos, like our intros, but I do have like some of the painting stuff on one of the walls. I have a Max Velocity Home of the Gritty sign on the wall over here. So everything pretty much in here is fan mail other than the studio stuff. Hey, Stacy, for the super chat, sounds like sleet tapping on my windows here in Lexington, Kentucky. That's going to continue for the next several hours. Or actually, I don't even know if Lexington's seeing... Where's Lexington? Yeah, you guys are seeing sleet. It's probably going to continue for the next several hours. Hey, Jeremy, out for the Venmo donation. Yeah, that sleet line is making its way up a little bit further north. But again, it's going to pretty much stop near Louisville in about a couple hours. So it won't go much further north. Alrighty, guys. Well, we're going to wind down the stream. We've been live for a long time, 16 hours. This is basically our longest live stream of all time. Very close to it. And again, if you are new to the channel, make sure to subscribe. Again, we'll be live pretty much all day tomorrow again with winter storm coverage. We'll have upwards of a dozen storm chasers, tons of live cameras across the country. So make sure that you're subscribed to the channel. Click the bell icon so you're notified when we do go live. Guys, I have no clue when I'm going live. It could be... I don't think it's going to be any earlier than... Like, it definitely won't be before 7. But at some time during the morning tomorrow, we'll go live. And we'll just see what happens. All right, I'm not really going to set a time, though, for a live stream. But again, if you are new to the channel, please make sure to subscribe. Click the bell icon so you're notified. Stay on the stream, though. You guys will all be redirected to our 24/7 live weather stream. All right, we have a 24/7 live stream on our second channel, More Max Velocity. Once you guys get redirected to that channel, make sure to subscribe. All right, we have live weather cameras, live radar, and that can basically be the waiting room until our live stream tomorrow. There's great music on there, too. If you have a TV on, might as well just keep it on. All right, we have a 24/7 live weather stream, though, on our second channel. You'll be redirected to that automatically when the stream ends. So stay on the stream. Thank you guys all again so much for watching. Like the stream if you're new. Download Radar Omega. It's the top link in the description below. That's the weather app we've been using all day today. You'll stay in the loop with this winter storm. And again, we'll be back tomorrow. All right, so stay tuned. Click the bell icon. Subscribe. Another long day's ahead. And we will see you on the next one. Also, join our Discord server. Follow us on Facebook and Twitter. Links are below. Again, live stream will start sometime after 7 tomorrow morning. Definitely not before 7, but sometime after 7. All right, have a great